Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Also, we're gonna have some slight issues from the looks of it because Pathfinder does not like to play nice when I go looking at my other monitors. Also, there appears to be some lag now. Why is it doing that? Hold on, is it the usual bullshit with the... Where is it? Morning, Sav. Welcome, Kataka. There we go. Yep, VSync. That was what was causing it. Should have realized. But welcome, welcome. This is Pathfinder Kingmaker. As I've made abundantly clear, we're going to be doing this one next, and my usual unpreparedness when it comes to audio settings continues to rear its ugly head. Let's just go ahead and drop all of that by about 20%. How's the music sounding, guys? So we finally started the Pathfinder games. Are you prepared to be on the receiving end of more than a decade of lore gathering and Adderall Field CRPG marathons? I am fine with it, Lord Brown Bear. I do have the Pathfinder First Edition rulebooks, but I'll be honest, I didn't pay much attention to the setting. And to be fair, neither did Paizo initially. Music sort of loud. Well, hopefully it's a little bit better now. I'll go ahead and drop it another 10% there and just see if that helps a bit. Because on my end, it's looking good. It's right in the upper area of the green on the audio mixer, which is usually right where we want it. Because that's loud enough to be heard, but also not loud enough to cover me up when I'm talking. So, as I have stated before, first things first, do you know how you're going to handle the difficulty? Well, that's a great thing, because we can go right into that here. So, if I recall correctly, I can mostly handle normal. I guess I should get into the first part. I have played most of this before. I've never actually finished it, but I can distinctly recall getting at least to the point where you fight the Cyclops. The big bad of, I want to say, either Act 3 or Act 4. I can't remember. Act 4? Okay. Yeah, like, I know I beat the Cyclops, but I know that I did not beat the neighboring king or whatever that you're supposed to fight. The, Irovetti or whatever his name is. Somewhere in between those 2 points, I stopped playing. Now, as far as overall enemy difficulty goes, I figured we're just gonna go with normal. Slight reduction to damage of the party. Enemy difficulty is normal, which means their ability scores don't get changed. But the overall difficulty class and abilities of enemies are somewhat easier. I figured that's probably just the best. Again, I think most of these are all changeable after the game starts, just like Rogue Trader, so we shouldn't have any problems with that. We will be doing normal kingdom management. We will be showing the tutorial just to give me a reminder of how things work. No immersive mode, no Last Azanti. No only skill users receive experience, no only active companions receive experience, because God, if that happened, I would never use most of the companions. Enable character retrain and turning off auto level up. So firstly, while we're here, say hello to the Unity mod manager. It is very useful in this. We have our bag of tricks. We will be doing our best to avoid using any of the cheats here, just using the tools, things to make our life a little bit easier where the game engine fails to do so. Our main mod is Call of the Wild, which adds a few additional choices to character customizations, character creations, and some class choices. Most importantly, it adjusts some of our companions to be a little bit less absolutely fucked in terms of the stat and class combination department, namely Amiri and Valerie. Though it also changes Jathal and Harim to a pretty large degree as well, so we will see about that when we get in there as well. Normal difficulty is probably best as it reduces a lot of the one-to-one tabletop rules. Yes. We also have camera rotation, so we will be able to use the camera the same way we will later in Wrath of the Righteous. We can craft magic items. That's going to be very important because there's a lot of really cool weapons in this game that tend to get completely abandoned by the end of Act 2 because they're only +1s and +2s. I do have a minor mod for fast travel. We will not be increasing anything in combat, but I did go ahead and increase exploration, that's map speed, by about 100%, and we will be moving about 50% faster on the global map. And part of that is, in my opinion, having played through the beginning of this, very much to emulate the fact that, you know, we'd have horses at some point. You can't expect me to just be, you can't seriously tell me that my party is walking everywhere in the Riverlands. Like, for God's sakes, that would be ridiculous. Shall I share my own tabletop experience in this adventure? It's brief, but a little embarrassing. As long as there's no spoilers of stuff I haven't seen, Lord Brown Bear, please and thank you. I'm just going to keep going. We have a Kingdom Resolution mod that's mainly, the main reason I download this one is simply because it makes it so that some of the events that force you to stay in your capital for upwards of weeks on end no longer force you to do so. You can activate them, you still have to complete them, you still have to succeed at the rolls on them, but you're no longer bound to a single point for multiple in-game weeks. The Weapon Focus Plus, which basically just makes things a little bit looser on the weapon focus rules, so that way people can use similar weapons without... It's basically a way to fudge things, because in the tabletop, the DM obviously has control over what loot he gives you, so it's a lot easier for him to give you items and weapons that fit your character class. Weapon Focus Plus means that, for example, Valerie, with her Bastard Sword specialization, can also wield short swords and long swords very well, in case one of those is better. Again, just helping to fudge things a little bit. And lastly, the thing that's actually going to make my particular build actually useful for the first 3/4 of the game, the Claw mod. A nice, tiny little mod that just makes it so that Sorcerer Claws are permanent rather than bound by 3+ Charisma modifier for the entire day. So this was shortly after I graduated high school. I see there's a campaign trait for being a bandit. I do research on the less common races. I settle on Vishkanya, a race of humanoids with an affinity for poisons who resemble humans but mimic humanoid features with snake ones. They have very fine scales that resemble human skin. Ooh. Fancy. All right, so all of this should be set up. Wait, it does still have auto level up off, right? Yes, good. All right, create new character. And I did, where is it? Where is it? I was fiddling around. There we go. So, believe it or not, I had a really hard time finding anything that looked good. And then I remembered, oh wait, there is one character I know of who has claws on his fingers and also wields magic. So we're going to be using some of the character artwork of Hawk from Dragon Age 2 as our character portrait, because I felt that it worked really well for a Gish-style sorcerer. Only in our case, those claws are going to be very real and doing a lot of damage. We will not be a tiefling. We will be going down the Aasimar route because I did math out this build for a while, and they're still the best fucking choice stat-wise. So we're gonna go with our slightly ruffled hair. We're gonna make it pitch black. We're gonna go with the short hair. We can't get rid of the glowing lips in Kingfinder or Kingmaker just yet. You can only change that when we get to Wrath of the Righteous. So we're gonna keep going from there. You're just fabulous. I know. Back then, our DM was big on letting people pick whatever concept they wanted for a character. It resulted in a lot of us having conflicting goals. I mean, and that's also very good for Kingmaker because in the CRPG version, obviously, you don't want that. You don't want the NPCs constantly getting in the player's way. But when you're playing the tabletop version, that's great. Having conflicting goals while having to run a country is a big deal. So, as for our build, I did imply this, I think, at some point. We will be going classic draconic sorcerer for this. But we will not be going pure. We are going to be doing 12 levels of draconic sorcerer and 8 levels of dragon disciple. The split that I came down on that is we're going to do 6 levels of sorcerer, 4 levels of dragon disciple, and then 6 levels of sorcerer, 4 levels of dragon disciple. And that pretty much gets us where we want to be. It gets us a single 9th level spell at the very end. And the only thing I think we lose at the very highest levels of Dragon Disciple is a slight boost to our movement speed and our inbuilt Dragon Transformation getting upgraded 1 rank. But since we get 9th level spells and 8th level spells, we get access to the highest form of Dragon Transformation anyway. So we'll still be good for our Gish build. It was a lot of arguing, me not being a small proponent of it. He did make a very interesting choice for the Stag Lord, fusing him with another NPC to make him a vigilante to catch us off guard. All All right, so we are going to be grabbing our sorcerer. We're going to change up our color a little bit. Something a bit darker. There we go. Because we will... All right, which one of these was the best one? I can't remember. Right. We're going to be taking the Aasimar Angel Blood, which gives us +2 to Strength, +2 to Charisma. Very important if we're going to be doing a Gish build. We also have the favored class feature from the tabletop, which does give us a few more options. It won't work with our Dragon Disciple levels, unfortunately, but it will work with our Sorcerer levels. And lastly, we will be taking, since this character is based off of a character that I never really got a chance to flesh out in a proper tabletop game, and he was a Black Dragon Blooded Sorcerer, we're going to be going with that as well for him. Not, mathematically not the best choice, because the acid spells in Pathfinder 1st Edition are not very good until you get really high level. Thankfully, Call of the Wild does add in some of the high-level acid damage spells, so we will be using those in the late game. Now, as for his deity... Hold on, let me take a sip of my Gamer Subs. I gotta get back into CRPG mode where I'm talking constantly, because we're gonna be reading a lot. We got wiped when a Barb Devil took over a tribe of kobolds rather than let him write out the contract to let him take over our expedition to turn the kingdom into an Asmodean theocracy. I pray to Hansberg, get a holy boon in the form of some kind of holy water. Nat 1 on the roll, temporarily rage quit, then we fought the devil and got wiped. Now, yeah, that's the power of the Nat 1. Now, the mod Call of the Wild also, or I can't remember if the mod did this or if this was in the original, but regardless, deity selection, this really doesn't do anything aside from roleplay flavor, but we are traveling into the wilderness. But we are a scion of a lesser noble house. We are a follower of Abadar. We are a bringer of civilization. And we're going to tame this land one way or the other. Now, this is also one of the major things with the favored class bonus, is that it does import some of the alternate options as well. For example, half-orcs can choose to get bonus fire on their spells. Dwarves can choose to get bonus acid or earth. The main thing we're going to be doing is going for the bonus sorcerer spell. Now, I did do some math on this because of the way it interacts with the rules of Kingmaker. Because you get a certain number of cantrips and then no more once you do character creation, the bonus sorcerer spell only comes online at level 4, because that's when you get level 2 spells, and you can use the bonus sorcerer spell to get level 1 spells, because there's always, you have to select a spell level that's 1 below where you were before, or what your maximum is. So the first 2 levels, we're going to be taking bonus hit points just to flush out our constitution a little bit more. Speaking of which, so we're going to start, let me see here. Again, I'm trying to remember how I prepped all of this. We would have won if one of us hadn't fled mid-fight and if half of us didn't just quit due to various issues with the campaign. I do feel bad about the way I conducted myself, as even I disengaged when things didn't go my way. Yep. I think everyone has that moment in their first campaign where they start to just lose it when things go badly. I had the same thing in my first long-form Eberron campaign, where I started to get obsessed with checking monster stats, like, on my phone, and I would get annoyed when the monster stats in the monster manual differed from what the DM had made them. And it took a couple of days, it took a couple of sessions. The DM was smart though, like he just kind of kept me from going overboard with it. And after a while, I just kind of finally realized that I was being the asshole. I apologized and we moved on. Thankfully he trusted in my ability to be a mature adult, thankfully. All right, as for our stats, we're going to be going for 16 in both strength and charisma. We're going to be going with 14 in dex, con, and intelligence. So wisdom is going to be our lowest stat, but we still didn't take any negatives to it. Intelligence is 14 so that we can get at least 2 skill points. We will be getting upgraded to 3 later on, though, once we get to Dragon Disciple 8. He partially misplaced that trust. You're still unable to be a mature adult. Oh, haha, Tenwin. Haha. I was like that with the lore. I remember I had an issue with a player who wanted to have a story where he was an orc raised by elves, and the DM was willing to change the lore so that orcs and elves resembled each other enough to be viable, and I ended up talking to him about it because I really wanted to get into the lore of the world. Yeah, that's also a bit far-fetched. Like, to change their appearance is a bit much. Making it so that it was an orc raised by elves isn't the most out of their thing. Again, Galarian is a kitchen sink of fantasy tropes, you could easily find some way to justify it without having to change the fundamental, like, basics of the world. Now, as for our initial stats or initial skill points, we only get 2 skill points to start with. We will not be getting that bonus to intelligence until basically the end of the game. But we're going to be going with persuasion, obviously. And we need to get our first 5 points in knowledge arcana so that we can get Dragon Disciple at level 6, or at level 7, I guess, technically. The main advantage with this spread as well is I can put all of my level up stat bonuses into charisma, and I'll be getting a +4 to my strength once we get Dragon Disciple level 4, I want to say. And that will help even out our Gish style stat line. We also don't sacrifice too much from the dex or the comp. Call of the Wild also adds in traits. They go with the standard spread of you get 2 traits, and they cannot be from the same type, basically. Combat, equipment, faith, magic, race, religion, or regional, religion, and social traits. You can pick 2 traits total, but a max of 1 from each area. So the main important one is that we get Magical Knack. Magical Knack is important because we will be losing sorcerer caster level, I should say, by taking Dragon Disciple. By taking Magical Knack, while we don't get the spells or the additional castings that we would from spellcast, our level for the purposes of things like damage and difficulty checks are counted as 2 higher. So this will ensure that by level 20, we are still counted as a level 20 sorcerer. So very important. As for the second one, I actually don't remember what I picked for the second one. I think I went through a couple of different ideas for this. I could add a point to our perception. Perception is always good in this, especially because it lets the entire party roll for it. Can't remember. Wasn't there one that was good for... There was one that was a solid one. Maybe it was the regional traits. Might have been Aspiring Hell Knight. Although we would... Empathic Diplomat. No, that's the one that switches you to Wisdom. We do not want that. Or it was the Militia one, because that also worked. Because flanking attacks are really easy to get in Kingmaker, thankfully. Well, I say thankfully, but it's only thankfully until it starts happening to you. I think that was the only one. The only other one that I think that was really good was... I think it was the combat trait. And grabbing Reactionary, just because getting a +2 to initiative checks is never bad in the early portion of the game. But you know what? This character, when he was originally written for the tabletop game, it wasn't Galarian, but the whole point was he was the son of a noble, but he was like the 3rd or 4th son, so he was not expected to inherit. So he did spend time in the military. He did spend time among like the logistics side of the military and whatnot. And I think being able to command and whatnot, we'll say it's more of aspiring officer than aspiring Hell Knight, because Hell Knight implies that you're basically from Cheliax, and this character doesn't really mess with devils or demons for the most part. Regardless, that's what we'll go for this. And then for our... Hold on, this one I actually wrote down. What was the... Yes, that was what it was. So... Also, we do have the crafting mod, as I said, so there are a bunch of crafting... They should show up in here somewhere. Or they don't show up yet. I think I saw one of them. Yeah, crafting scribe scroll. We will be creating a mercenary whose entire job will be to craft and upgrade our equipment. Outcap Bedtime focuses on the lawful evil aspect of the measure and chain whenever they implement Hell Knights. Yeah. Plus, like, I don't know. If I recall correctly, there's exactly 1 Hell Knight encounter in Kingmaker, and it's part of a backer quest that pretty much everyone agrees is absolute garbage. We will get there when we get there. She had an idea that she wouldn't budge from. She'd be willing to roll a different character, though, so it wasn't just on her. She was usually a good character. It was just a small change so that orcs' eyes had large irises like elves did, which still was nowhere near enough for it to make sense. Yeah. All right, sorry, I have to double... The feats I did actually plan out a couple of those, because The feat, if you know anything about Pathfinder First Edition, feats are kind of one of the most important aspects that you should know for your character. So the main thing that we'll be getting, because we cannot get it on... Yes, we cannot get it immediately, is we're going to grab... Is that the one I want? Yes. Okay. So we're going to be grabbing Improved Initiative for the +4 to Initiative. And then we're also going to be, from our magic spell feat list, we're going to be grabbing Spell Penetration, which is still very, very useful. And then lastly, so Call of the Wild does add a few additional options for changing out your various bloodline abilities, but we're going to be going with Grow Claws because that is pretty much exactly what we wanted. And then this just applies Magical Knack to our existing type. I believe retraining in this game takes a day, which does impact the game because most things are time-based. Yes, I am aware. That's another reason we're playing Kingmaker first, is so I can get the time limits out of the way before we get to Wrath of the Righteous. And again, that's also why I have the Kingdom Resolution mod installed, because it does adjust some of those events to be a little less constantly going off. And another advantage of Call of the Wild is that it does add more spells. So you'll see things like, where is it? Stone Fist. There was a couple, Obscuring Mist, Long Arm. I think they didn't add too many from the first level spells because honestly, Alcat did a good job. I want to say in like the first 4 or 5 spell levels, including a very nice list of spells from the tabletop game. It's only once you get to like 7, 8, and 9 that I think Alcat kind of dropped the ball and wasn't sure how to implement some of the higher level spells. But we do get Mage Armor later on due to our Draconic Bloodline. So we're going to be going with the classic Shield and Magic Missile to start with. We will grab some more Gish appropriate abilities like Touch Spells, Enlarge Person, and where's the other one? Protection from Alignment later on. But for right now, Shield and Magic Missile is pretty much standard. You can't go wrong with it. What voice did I...
This will hurt. Calm down. Not dead yet.
There we go. Yes, we will be going with the pragmatic voice. I'm just going to go ahead and use my actual birthday. The 21st of Desnus. Go ahead, make the Deesnus jokes. I'm sure someone will. And then our Envy. Go. Annoyingly, all spells have reduced range, but not reduced area, so spells like Stone Call or Horde Wilting will damn near always hit your party. Funny enough about that, Horde Wilting got added into this by Call of the Wild, and yes, it looks exceptionally dangerous to your own party. It does look like it does a lot of damage, though. Again, I statted this out, I built this character, put him in the game, and then gave him max level EXP. Oh yeah, I got the bouncing emotes back. I forgot to mention that. Those are back now. Me remembering Desnus for later. I'm sure, Lord Brownbear. And lastly, because Lord Brownbear just has been pushing, this will be my interpretation of lawful evil, but it will be lawful evil. We are going to be building a kingdom from the ground up. We don't have time for some of the petty complaints of the peasantry. Or if we do, here's the thing. If I do choose to go down routes that would be considered so-called good, I will be providing lawful evil dialogue to try and justify it. I also push for a troop. You did, Tenwin, you did. But let's be honest, Tenwin. Lord Brownbear tends to be the more devil on the shoulder than you in most scenarios. Only 3? It's only 3, and the duration of which they bounce around was reduced because I was a little bit annoyed with how long they stayed on screen sometimes. But they are there, they do bounce. We will probably have to adjust where my model is once we get into game because I'm not actually sure where it can fit
Time's
properly.
not waiting.
So here we go, Tarendil. We're gonna see, this is the only thing I don't like about Aasimar. We're gonna flesh it out as, he's not really Aasimar, he's more like, he's not a half dragon, but he's also like, he can directly link, like, I know which of my I know my draconic ancestor, it was only a few generations ago, so his draconic blood is particularly potent. We'll use that to justify the Aasimar style stat spread. Doesn't explain the glowing eyes, but whatever. And here we go. Let us begin.
Our Our story started at the mansion of an Aldori sword lord. Drawn by the promise of a most dangerous task and a commensurately huge reward, heroes of all stripes gathered here.
How's the audio for the character voices? Because that seemed a little soft to me. I might bump that up. Playing a custom game made in Age of Wonder 4, played a bit, made a Necromancer Society, then got a replacement event where an AI opponent is replaced by High Affinity Binning, and this time it was a Baylor. Especially you get a quest line to research it and resolve it. Nice.
Where are they? This is taking forever.
Ah, I am blocking the character portraits.
We're looking for heroes. Who
Hold
are
on.
the Aldori anyway? Rich folk?
Okay, this is going to be awkward because as soon as I click off the screen to move my model, because I don't have a way to automate it with the like Steam Deck or Stream Deck, it's going to downsize the window for Pathfinder, which means this is going to get really... Okay, so I'm definitely... If I recall correctly, most of the time the character portrait is on the left, but sometimes the character portrait gets moved to the right. In Galarian lore, half-dragons and dragon-blooded sorcerers are not usually the result of direct copulation with dragons and a non-dragon, as dragons are unlikely to mate with lesser creatures. They are often the result of alchemical experimentation and other incidents. It's worth noting that magic can work like radiation, and sometimes just being around a dragon long enough can result in a draconic bloodline. Yes, I am aware. That's also how you get the arcane bloodline, if I recall. That literally happens when a group or a family has produced enough wizards that their blood literally just becomes steeped in magical capability. And eventually they just start popping out sorcerers on top of that. And if I recall correctly as well, the arcane bloodline is one of the most broken of the bloodlines in the game, because it's meant to be used with meta magic almost exclusively. Arcane bloodline sorcerers are about as close as you can get to top tier wizards without playing a wizard. All right, let's try moving the model. Hold on, this is gonna be a bit weird. Oh god, that looks weird with the text on top of me. Okay, that looks... Huh, hold on. Let me shrink down a little bit. Slide over to the corner a bit more. Okay, how we thinking, guys? Is this okay? Is this okay? Notable exception, Kazavon, a blue dragon and worshiper of Zon Cathon, tried to create a half-dragon heir by mating with a human woman in his human form. This never worked, as with his inherent draconic hunger and madness, he resulted in eating his mistress before she could birth his child. Yeah, I mean, in general, it usually doesn't work with chromatics. The only time it works with chromatics, as you said, is like if it's like a cult that worships the dragon and sticks around him long enough, they might start producing draconic sorcerers and stuff. I think even in the lore, it's implied that it's the metallics that largely produce most of these kind of bloodlines. Okay, Mr. Suggestion, reduce your size to the shoulder and head and place yourself in the lower right-hand corner. Let me see if I can... Hold on. Like that? Like just the upper shoulders area? Does that look good? So now I'm in a war with a Baylor, an AI opponent that has been set up to be the Baylor summon. According to the quest, summon... Yeah, just to show the other dialogue portrait. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying, Lord Bramber. Yeah, we can work with this. We can work with this. I think this will work.
If you can't be patient, no one's keeping you here. Just go back to your mountains or whatever.
Okay, I definitely think the audio for the voices is a little low. Hold on. Because I did drop master volume as well. So let's go ahead and dump that up just a bit.
The hole you crawled out of. The Aldori Sword Lords run the premier school for the dueling arts. They're also the richest and most influential group in this part of Brevard.
Drag your models to the other
Take
side
that
after you do that. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Yeah, Cartuccio, the least believable bastard possible. I mean, you say that, but I don't know. I find Tartuccio kind of endearing in just how laughably evil he is. I see what you're saying. Okay, I see what you're saying, Lord Brownbear. You're saying if I just shrink the model down on this side. Ah, there we go. There we go. All right, I can actually get a little bit bigger. Let's take advantage of this corner space I've got. There we go. Much better. Thank you for that, Lord Brownbear. Thank you.
All right, you purple toad. Just shut your trap. And if you can't, I'll help you.
Hush! Quiet! They're coming.
Like, no, I appreciate what Tartuccio is. He's just the generic evil goo.
Greetings, everyone. I am Sword Lord Jamandi
Sword
Aldori,
Lord.
and this is Lord Mayor Yosef Selimius of Restov. Welcome to my mansion.
Yeah, the Aldori Swords Lords arose from the famed swordsman Syrian Aldori, agreeing to train a select group of pupils in the dueling techniques. They ruled Rosslyn for generations. Each is as prickly as impulsive as the Order's founder. Though they are considered some of the finest sword fighters in the Inner Sea, they are also obsessed with personal standing and honor. Yep, and then we have Restov, which is basically George R.R. It's an entire reference to fucking Westeros, let's be honest. Or not Restov in general. It's the kingdom that they're part of, or whatever it is. It's basically a giant freaking J.R.R. Martin reference. Tartuccio is a brand new character from Alcat. Want me to talk about his book 2 appearance, or save that for when it comes? Save that for when it comes, because I am aware of some of the differences. Because I did read up on the tabletop version of the Kingmaker supplement, but that was years ago when this first came out. I'm not gonna lie. We'll get there when we get there.
We thank you from the bottom of our hearts for responding to our call. You may be few, but that's unavoidable. We need only the best of the best for this task. And I see true heroes before me, strong and fearless, exactly what Restov needs.
The mayor, a middle-aged man with bushy sideburns and a monocle, wears a beaming smile as he speaks. It's those kind of quests that makes AOW Force custom games really fun, random shit that just happens because it fits. Once I had an AI opponent replaced by a Reaper, and the quest line about besting it involved fighting a unique dice artifact, and then having my king die, and in the Astral Sea, he could challenge the Reaper to a dice game and use the artifact to guarantee victory. The Reaper, so impressed by my brass balls, accepted the loss. Yeah, see, that's cool.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now, to the point. South of here, just beyond Brevoy's border, lies a region known as
That's
the
it,
Stolen
Brevoy. That's the name
Lands.
of the nation.
This is
part of.
disputed territory, and while it's long been claimed by nearby states, it's never been truly taken. I won't bore you with the legal technicalities. Suffice to say that anyone with enough courage and power to seize the stolen lands and name themselves Baron or Baroness, claiming dominion, well, none of the neighboring states would be able to challenge it. Of course, Restov would be first to recognize the legitimacy of this new state, as well as the noble title of its founder.
As a general comment, Kingmaker, I'm assuming you're talking about the tabletop, suffered from dog-ass writing. That paired with each book being written by different people and not being super connected prompts any DM worth their salt to do a lot of writing to fix it. One of the book 1 Kobold NPCs suffers from this hard. Yes, because if I recall correctly, the actual main villain, a certain Fae who we will be encountering not too long from now, was basically non-existent until like the end of book 4. Aside from like one potential clue back in like book 2 or 3, and that's it. And yes, Brevoy, relatively young nation due to the conquests of Isia and Rosslyn and the coming of Coral the Conqueror, who rode red dragons. Yeah, can't imagine what that's a reference to. Its rule ended with the mysterious disappearance of every member of House Regarvia in 4699, leaving Brevoy in a precarious political position. Yes. Then we have the Stolen Lands, an almost wholly unsettled region in the northeastern section of the River Kingdoms, bordering the nation of Brevoy, serving as a buffer between Brevoy and the rest of the River Kingdoms. Traditionally, it is the haunt of bandits and monstrous humanoids that the Stolen Lands was regarded as stolen by all nations along their border, even though none have ever been able to keep them under their control for long.
Unfortunately, one serious obstacle stands between you and this title. A gang of bandits holds sway in the Stolen Lands. Their chief, who they call the Stag Lord, considers himself the rightful owner of these lands, and no one has yet been able to challenge his power. Bring me his head, and you'll be able to return to the Stolen Lands as their legal ruler. Any questions?
In my research to prepare DMing for the River Kingdoms, it seems Paizo intentionally never wrote exactly what happened to Regarvia to keep it open for writing. Say what you will about Paizo and some of their writing, they do a pretty good job of leaving intentional mysteries for DMs to do whatever they want with, including the death of the the chief of the human pantheon, which was kind of the impetuous for the entirety of the setting. Given that House Regarvia had an army of red dragons at their beck and call, creatures that would normally not deign themselves to assist in human affairs, there is significant room to guess. I mean, I remember when I first played this and read that lore bit, I did look up a little bit more on like the Pathfinder wiki. My thought was that the initial king was a red dragon himself and that the entire family was some kind of draconic bloodline. As for how they disappeared, that I don't know. But my first thought was, oh yeah, they're definitely like some kind of dragon royalty bloodline or something like that. When I played a DM a River Kingdoms game, my players made a great effort to write an old servant of House Regarvia who was absent when the house disappeared. I sort of feel bad I never started the game because of that. Yeah, that is an interesting prospect. There is a whole team of us. Who exactly will receive the Baron's title?
I will, of course. I'm the leader of this team, after all. Don't worry, though. I'll make it worth your while to help me.
Literally, I could feel every single NPC in this building's eyes roll at the moment Tartusio says that.
We haven't yet begun, and you already speak of divvying rewards. What makes you think we'll even succeed? There's little point arguing over who gains the title when we'll most likely lose our lives there.
And Harim, our resident total nihilist. So people can become sorcerers by just being around magic users and dragons. Have people not tried to just breed sorcerers for warfare or the like? I believe that has actually happened in Pathfinder multiple times. Eugenics programs pop up unfortunately often in this kind of setting. Lord Brownbear might be able to speculate more, but yeah. I'm pretty sure they have. Yeah, back during the Age of Darkness, and orcs happened upon the surface after a veritable apocalypse. They would initially breed half-orcs as slave mages, knowing they were efficient. Yep. Does it count as eugenics if it's passively? Technically, I mean, oh boy, we could get into the sociological implications of beauty standards and preferable traits of how people act that are technically a form of soft eugenics that occurs in all human societies at all times. But that's a little bit heavy for this, and also I don't like thinking about that. I really don't.
If I may please answer the question.
Jumanji clears her throat loudly, interrupting the argument before taking a pause and waiting for the voices to die down as everyone directs their attention back towards her.
We believe you're all equally deserving of a noble title.
That's a lie.
Over the course of your expedition, it will be up to you as a team to decide which of you is best suited to rule.
I do like Jumanji because if I recall some of her writing from this, it's very obvious she has two sides. She has political operator as the leader of the Sword Lords and former adventurer who knows exactly the kind of bullshit that adventurers get up to. And this is her having to flop between the two. It's like, oh, we believe you're all equally deserving of a noble title. No, you don't. You were a former adventurer, Jumanji. You know goddamn well that 3/4 of the people in this room do not deserve it, but you need bodies, and that was what you're having to deal with. Oh geez, wonder who's the main character in the room. Mayhaps the glowing Aasimar. To be fair, I don't have my halo on, Tenwin, thank you. Also, there is a tiefling here. It's not like it's not like I'm totally out of place. Why not simply recognize the Stag Lord as Baron?
That's a good point. As I see it, this
Hey,
Stag Lord
Jathan.
already holds power over the region with confidence. Many noble bloodlines were started by bandits who just got lucky, weren't they?
You have glowing black hair, and she has horns, a tail, and red skin. Compared to everybody else in this room, we're both looking crazy. Are Aasimars and tieflings equally common? In Pathfinder, yes, if I recall correctly. Aasimar and tieflings are, well, I should say they're equally uncommon. They are not nearly as omnipresent as, say, tieflings in Faerun seem to be, at least in 5th edition. Again, I defer to Lord Brownbear. I could be completely wrong, and he will no doubt correct me.
Perhaps because we do have standards to maintain. This room has seen many celebrations of adventurers, and even those who just got lucky. But giving a noble title to a bandit lord? That's one thing that's never happened here, and it won't.
Let's be brutally honest, it is D&D. Tieflings and Aasimar are arguably one of the most common species if the average D&D party is anything to go by. You know what I mean, Tenwin. You know what I mean. There are instances where tieflings are intentionally sowed among the human population as abyssal corruption spreads, and there are devils dedicated to making tieflings pop up. Oh, okay. So tieflings are actually still more common. Interesting. I knew about the abyssal ones because, I mean, we'll get into that when we get to the next game and the Mendevian Crusades and the World Wound and all that bullshit. But yeah. Ahem. The Sword Lord's gaze is chilling as she responds. You're helping us found a barony, but what does the Sword Lord gain from such generosity?
Don't ask stupid questions. Why should you even care? What they have to gain and why, that's for Lady Aldori and I to discuss. It's none of your concern. Your only concern is to swing your sword around or whatever it is you do.
Giving a noble title to a Bandit Lord will never happen. Someone doesn't know much about history. To be fair, Jamandi is, if I recall, chaotic good. Most of the Sword Lords are either neutral good or chaotic good. So they are very much in the case of an adventurer getting a noble title. That's fun. Oh, she's lawful neutral? Really? Huh. For some reason, I thought all the Sword Lords were chaotic of some level. Huh. Well, that chose me. But yeah, there's no way in fucking hell that she's going to give a bandit a noble title. An adventurer is already pushing it. Sword Lords are typically lawful with only a few exceptions. Oh, okay. Then yeah, I'm completely wrong. This is why we have Lord Brownbear here to correct me. God help me when we have one of these streams and he's not here to correct my Kingmaker knowledge. Want to hear the Sword Lord's founding story? I know it has to, it is mentioned a little bit in here because it has to do with a lord. He defeats people in a duel. He takes on apprentices. And then he decides that he's going to give his noble title to his apprentices rather than his bloodline. The difference between an adventurer and a bandit lord comes down to the wins of the battle and which one the bard finds the most attractive.
Of course, we stand to benefit from this enterprise. But if you're concerned that we intend to rule your country from afar, using you as a front, well, please know that these concerns are unfounded.
Sure they
Let's
are,
just say
lady.
that we have a
Sure.
strong interest in the region's stability. We have need of a ruling power we can negotiate with, not bandit gangs and monster hordes.
I mean, I believe you, and I know you're being mostly truthful, but come on. I know where this goes.
What is that smell in the air? Is it the smell of unspoken words and political intrigue?
The tiefling girl standing nearby speaks in a hushed voice, but noticing that you heard her comment, she winks at you coyly. Even if they cheat. Basically, a noble lost a duel humiliatingly to a bandit, left in shame. He came back later and fucking leveled the bandit. And from then on, his title was open to anyone who could beat him in a duel, and no one could do it, even if they cheated. Glances at the bard in the room who willingly went with the squealing goblin instead of the handsome adventurer. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. What rewards can we expect exactly?
And what reward would you seek beyond a noble title and your own lands?
The Lord Mayor's eyebrows rise so far he almost drops his monocle.
We'll absorb the costs of preparing and equipping your expeditions. Once you return victorious, Restov will also allocate you a significant sum to provide financial support for you to establish your country. Essentially, we'll help you build your capital. I hope such a reward is satisfactory.
It is. That is exactly what I want to hear as a future ruler of these lands.
Words. Significant, financial. I can't fill my belly with pretty words.
I know a lot of people are kind of turned off by Amiri and just how basic she is, but I appreciate that she's a barbarian who just wants to fucking kill things.
Of course. There will also be an official banquet held in your honor. All of Rostov's high society will gather to celebrate your feat.
He was a 20th level fighter duelist, but his style developed into its own prestige class. Yes, I am aware of that. Anyone who agrees to adopt his style adopts his name and acts as nobles, hence why Jamandi's a half-elf and her son a half-orc. The title is earned, not inherited. Yes, I did know that.
Now you're talking.
Then it seems your intentions are clear as day. We should prepare to depart.
Excellent. You venture forth tomorrow. For now, you can take some time to get to know one another better. Or you can head straight to your guest rooms to get some rest. You'll find we've already prepared supplies for you there. And thank you again for agreeing to take part in this expedition. I wish you luck.
Thank you again, with all my heart, for replying to this call. The flare in your eyes reveals your courage, the unshakable will that distinguishes true heroes. I look at you, O champions of Restov.
I'm going to increase the audio volume again for the voices. It's just, I don't know, it feels just too low. Maybe it's because of the master volume I lowered.
Not for a second that you'll be
victorious.
So venture forth toward your feet. Go and return in triumph.
I need to finish cooking some meatballs, have my headset on, just remind me of any questions you have so I can get back to the keyboard. No problem, Lord Brown Bear. Don't be burning those meatballs. Don't be wasting no food. All right, and there we go. Everybody starts talking, yada yada, and
My name's
Lindsay.
I'm a bard, though this is my first real adventure. So, shall we go teach this stag lord a lesson?
Well, I am Terendil. Pleased to meet you.
Likewise. Actually, I also wanted to ask you something.
And what would that be?
How do you feel about this Tartuccio fellow? I think he's pretty obnoxious personally. He appointed himself head of the team, and he's just after the Baron's crown, or whatever it is barons wear. Doesn't
Like
matter.
a coronet,
I don't
probably.
Like him. I think you should be team leader. When I first saw you, I couldn't help but think, now here's a real hero. Someone who'll be praised in poems and songs. This is the person I'll write my book about.
Lindsay blushes a little. Lindsay's an example of a character they tried way too hard to make likable and kind of made more annoying than anything. I can understand a little bit of that. At the same time, I do think I also see why, Tenwin, and I can sum it up pretty simply. Not Paizo, sorry, Alcat did not want horny bard. They needed a bard. They wanted a bard in the beginning of the game. They especially wanted a bard in the early companion list, but they wanted to avoid as many of the bard tropes as possible. So they just went, okay, what can we do? I know, overly excitable, good aligned companion. And they just said, fuck it, let's do it. And they took that character thread and they just ran with it straight off into the sunset. Does it work? For the most part. Can it be annoying? Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. As you will see when we get to the end of the prologue, when I give my character's justification for his actions in the prologue, and we won't be seeing Lindsay for a while. And if you've played the beginning, you know exactly why. You're writing a book.
Damn, I should have led with that. Please, just let me explain. You know what the trouble with most heroes' biographies is? They're always written years later, based on the tales of, best case, people who saw things from the outside. Worst case, someone heard about it from their brother, who heard it from their friend, who heard it from their cousin, and so on, adding a new batch of lies each time. Every time I read about a heroic journey, I think to myself, why didn't they just bring a bard with them to write it all down properly?
Also, I will give Alcat credit. This is an amazing motivation for a bard to go on an adventure. Aside from just the usual, I'm a bard, I want to either fuck things or kill things. This is and it's a perfect motivation for a halfling bard. Who, let's be honest, a halfling is usually not going out there just for the benefits of killing and or having sex with things when it comes to bards.
And then I thought, I could be that bard. I just needed to find a suitable hero and volunteer to follow along on their glorious adventure. A great plan, huh? And here we are, with a heroic journey lying before us. Who's going to be the hero? Some dwarf who keeps muttering about how we'll all die? Or maybe that horrific scythe lady? Or, God's forbid, Tartuccio? No way.
Let's be brutally fair, the whole bard fucking around is 99% a player-produced meme. Not to say bards weren't charmers, but you get my point. Yes, but at this point, it's become so baked into the cultural DNA of the class that... let me put it this way. I think there's a reason that Larian did not make any bard companions in Baldur's Gate 3, because they knew damn well what the memes were going to be. I think there's a reason that there's no bard companion at all in Alcat's second Pathfinder game. Again, it's so baked into the design, or not the design, into the mimetic status of the build or of the character class that there's no escaping it. Like, Lindsay's probably the closest I've seen to someone to a bard character NPC that does. And that's really saying something. It actually does make me wonder what Alcat would have done with a bard companion in Wrath of the Righteous, because they obviously prove they know how to write one that isn't just memes. That's not a bad plan, then. I will accomplish mighty feats, and you'll write them all down.
Deal. All right. I'm going to my room to write about tonight. See you in the morning.
And if I recall, nobody else has any dialogue in here. It's all just, yeah, what game is Jumanji playing? Tomorrow our glorious adventure begins. I don't need layabouts. Got a Miri over here. Idle talk is over. Think Jumanji doesn't have anything. Yep, go and rest. I'll double the guard for the night in precaution. You got Harim over here, who is The expedition is surely doomed. Yep. And yep, there we go. The rotation mod works, so we have full control over the camera. Which is nice because, honestly, while the graphics are not the greatest, I just feel like the art style fits very well. They could have made her an elderly man, full Deckard Cain historian vibe, or a stout, casual dwarf male with heavy ace energy. Yeah, they could have, but again, they knew what the memes were going to be even if they didn't write the character that way. And I do think that's why a lot of companies avoid that.
To plan.
Northern architecture is beautiful, but very heavy. In my native land of Kadira, palaces are furnished quite differently. Yeah, sure. I don't know much about the land she comes from, but I do know that the more European-centered nations were obviously the more fleshed out in Pathfinder. Click play. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. I'm going to have to see if maybe there's something I can... Because I think that's camera rotation. No, that's just something that it does. Oh, well. When I DM'd the Rune Lords, I had a bard who homed in on the lore gathering aspect and actively resented when people assumed he was horny. It was a little sloppy because he acknowledged the bard stereotype in character when it was largely a meta thing. Q and E are set to slots. Oh, okay, that's why. Hold on, one moment. We can clear that out real fast. There we go. Action bar. Just unbind. Oh, no. Where'd it go? Where did it go? There we go. There we go. No more clicky noise. Thank you, Tenman. Let's go have a relaxing evening. Surely nothing will happen. There will be no instigating event on this adventure. Thank you very much.
Help! Help!
Lindsay bursts into your room and looks quite scared. Her face is smeared with soot, and she's holding a weapon in her hands. What the hell's going on?
The mansion's under attack. We need to help. Some villains broke in and started killing everyone. I barely made it. Hurry, we have to help the guards fight off the attackers, or we'll all be cut down one by one.
As if to lend credence to her words, a scream echoes from across the hallway. I love that she says that and then immediately dips, just in time for one of these guys to come in. Right. Oh, right. I
Enemy
forgot.
approaching.
We need to take these off because I do not use such pitiful weapons. No, 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 no. I have claws for that. You think I'm going to kill you with a crossbow or a basic spell? No, my good sir. I am a draconic scion. I'm going to come up to you, I'm going to tear your throat out, and I'm going to disembowel you with my bare hands.
This should do it.
As soon as the timer goes. There we go. Slice. Headcanon, you were mid-evening masturbation when she texted. I have too many clothes on for that, Tenwin. It's a decent way of doing level 1 combat. Throw absolute jobbers at the players in slowly increasing numbers. Yeah. Like, it is a good way to set the scene. The enemy has made their way into the palace. They've also split up to hunt down all the people that they are trying to kill. They don't have a reason to stay grouped up together, and given their stats, they're obviously not being employed for their overall competency. Let's just go ahead and swipe all of this. Yep, the journal. Lindsay. I do like that it is canonically all of this is written by Lindsay. I do like that. It's going to make things a little awkward when she's not with us, but okay. Yep, and then...
That is not far.
We come over here. We've got some... they've got someone we have to help. And look, it's Tartusio. They're running. Get him. What do we do with this one? We'll finish him off later. He won't get away. We do have... I do need to adjust this. We don't need that on here. We don't need that on here. Having restoration is nice. Dismiss spell is good because that is one thing the mod added, which allows you to dismiss your time spells that are out on the ground. Aid another. We can put that over there. We have our basic cantrips. And we have our shield and magic missile. Let me see here. 6 and 2. Let's see if we can kill him first. Tartusio's design inspired my Wrath of the Righteous character, a purple-haired gnome. Yeah. Run in. Oh, we missed. Ow! And of course, we immediately get hit. There we go. Ow! Really? Twice?
You're just in time. A bit longer and I'd have been... Whew, I don't even want to think about it. Can you imagine what a terrible loss this would have been? But it's all right now. I'm safe, sound, and unscathed, ready to lead you to victory. Lady Jamandi's holding the line in the banquet hall. You know, the one where she had us gathered before. We need to
Throws
make our way
Tartusio
to
out
her.
window. It would be
And
nice,
along
wouldn't
the
it?
way, we'll try to save some of these dummies who are supposed to accompany us to the stolen lands. Speaking of dummies, take this ring. Quiet now, so that little fool doesn't hear us. She might try to steal it herself. It's magical. It'll
Sure,
protect you.
Tartusio.
You'll need it while you work to defend me.
The gnome looks back at Lindsay and starts whispering as he takes a ring off his finger, handing it to you. And yes, I already know about this ring.
should be.
Don't worry. As I said, I did play through the opening. I have played through the opening several times. Let's just go ahead and set it up. I guess I'll take point. Unfortunately, the shield spell is kind of useless at this point because it only lasts 1 minute per level. And well, we are level 1. So it does not last very long. We did take 2 damage for that. What ways can you handle the ring again? Is it just that you don't wear it or you can get rid of it another way? If you don't wear it, it changes how the final dialogue of the prologue goes. Whereas if you do wear it, it makes the check there harder. But if you don't wear it, it's easier. Let's just go ahead and grab that. Also, can I just say that while this inventory system does have its problems, the fact that it just piles everything in and it calculates your party's total carry weight is so nice. What if you leave it in a chest or something? I don't know. You could just take it off before the last scene. I know. I just leave it off out of principle. Yep, companions, Alt 1 to Alt F6, select all characters plus backgrounds. Great. Go ahead and do that. If I recall, there is...
All according to plan.
There we go.
My patience is running thin.
Mercutio. Oh, you have a lizard from the... Oh, okay, so right. All of those things that we did for our character do apply to him. So... Oh, he has hatred for reptilian humanoids. He has the obsessive trait. He also gets the usual gnome lineup of things. Favorite class is sorcerer, obviously. What even is his bloodline, actually? Oh, he's a red dragon blood. Oh, that explains things for when all that stuff happens. You may cast a spell with a range of personal on your familiar as a touch spell instead of yourself. Ooh, okay. Lizard's Master gains a +1 natural armor bonus to AC and a +2 bonus on perception checks. Oh, we may as well throw that out there then. Does that actually... Yeah, that actually puts him as a higher AC than me. Actually, Lindsay has the highest AC, believe it or not, since I don't have my shield spell activated yet. Now, let me see here. If we... There should be 3 guys in there.
Enlighten me.
Let's see here. Tartusio, I need you to throw out a sleep spell, if you would, please.
So tired.
Come on.
Dare to attack me?
There we go. Who's left? We need everybody to focus on the guy who's awake. Yep, advanced combat. They're capable of casting spells. I am aware. Abilities. Yep. Attacks of opportunity. Don't run away from the enemy when you're engaged with them. And tactical mode, hold shift space when the game is paused. Wait, really? That doesn't seem to do anything. All right, whatever. Wow, did we...
Leave this one to
Please
me.
focus fire on him. Thank you. All right, now go for the guys that are on the ground.
Let's try this way.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but decided to do it. Oh well. Let's go ahead and let me see here. We got healing potions. We've got just some basic equipment. Yep. You probably don't need advice, but I like to use the small folk here as daze casters to interrupt enemy actions.
Follow my lead.
Yes. I mean, it's one of those things like sleep still has the same problem in Pathfinder that it does in D&D, which is it's useful for the first like 2 to 3 levels, and then it's literally useless for everything ever. Oh no, is everyone dead? Pathetic. They couldn't even defend themselves, and they thought they could conquer the stolen lands. So, trying to keep up with all the dialogue that's going. Let's go ahead and grab anything that they dropped. What is that? Tinzia ink, gold coins, take it all.
In due time. I know what to do.
So I should be... We do have some scrolls, which I can use. That's good. No potions, though. May as well just pop that on there. I also do like that they actually bothered to model that when you have stuff on your character's belt, it shows up on their belt. Little scroll cases, little potion bottles. I actually really like that. It's a nice little Oh, is that Tartuccio's lizard pet? Oh, it's adorable. Look at that little ugly thing. It's adorable. All right, what's in here? I can't believe it. That could have been us. What do we got? Heavy mace, hide armor. Any real importance here?
That is not far.
Daze is useful. Tartuccio having sleep right off the bat is also useful. Okay, we can loot that. I think that's just supplies. Ah, yes, the Cooking Almanac of the Inner Sea by Jubilos Narthrop. Can't wait to get Jubilos. He's one of my favorite characters in this game. Do you guys want me to read the books like I did in the other CRPGs? Because I do remember most of the books in this game don't matter at all. Like, they don't contribute anything aside from some basic world knowledge. Livesy from the Russian version of Treasure Land, you know, the Fonk Walk meme. It is perhaps Avastan's most also, we just played right through the ad, didn't we? God damn it. Oh well. It is perhaps, let me, hold on. How does Jubilos talk? I'm trying to remember. Kind of the uptight, academic. It is perhaps Avastan's most, no, that's too British. Nah, I'm gonna have to wait till I hear his voice again. I can't, it's been too long since I played it to remember how his voice sounds. It is perhaps Avastan's most popular dish. In the capital of Cheliax, it is baked in a cheese crust and sprinkled with lemon juice. The local fishermen use a different cooking method in Kadira, which is on the opposite end of Avastan. There you will find it finely chopped and mixed with cold ingredients. The exact origin of the dish remains unknown, but it is generally believed that it has been invented by Andorin and spread around the globe by seafarers and pilgrims. It is served as plain pâté in most basic versions. To prepare it, you soak the herring in a spiced marinade, then mince it into a spreadable paste. Add a mashed tart of green apple, hard-boiled quail eggs, the freshest butter you can find, and half an onion. The list of ingredients does vary in the inland regions. In the region of near Mathras, beef or lamb is used for this snack, and I once tasted a highly original and equally highly disgusting version that was cooked with milk and mushrooms upon the borders of Druma. Yep, that sounds about right for Jubilost. Man just spends his time traveling the world and writing books about all the places that he's been. There you are, Amiri. She gonna go smack a bitch. Get in there. We need to go help her. And exploded that man. You gonna get another attack off? Oh, nope, we sliced that one up. Just run those claws across his neck.
Oh, it's you. Stay up from under my feet or I'll strike you down.
The barbarian's face is distorted with rage. She grinds her teeth and sweat drips from her forehead. Noticing Tartuccio, she nearly swings her sword, but stops it just in time.
Blood for Gorum!
Amiri barks out. Swinging her bloody sword, she runs towards the sound of battle. I can give you a brief synopsis on the regions he mentioned if you're curious. Sure, by all means, Lord Brownbear. As long as we're not interrupting your cooking the meatballs and stuff, don't go burning those. Gorum, also known as our Lord in Iron, is the god of battle above all pursuits. It is said that he would rust away to nothingness if there was ever a time with no more conflicts to be fought. His faithful believe he is present in every iron-forged weapon of war that is made.
Barbarians.
I think that's exactly how heroes should be.
Oh, Lindsay, you're adorable.
What? Stupid, sweaty, and always looking for something to gobble up or lop the head off of? Calistria, save me from such heroes.
Calistria, the savored sting, the unquenchable fire, goddess of lust and revenge, who takes on many faces and guises. She's held in especially high regard by elves who identify with her mercurial moods and changeable nature. A fondness for wasp has earned this vengeful deity the title of the savored sting. Such creatures live on after harming their enemies, a trait Calistria's followers hope to emulate when pursuing their goals.
As it should be.
Let's go ahead and loot all these poor saps. What we got in here? Oh, right, these poor bastards. There they are, the assassins. This is your last chance. Drop the weapons and we'll spare your lives. Generous. I'm afraid I can't offer you the same courtesy. Get in here, you ugly mug. And they dead. I do like that the giant just steps on one of the assassins, just squish. It's even more humorous because of the way the ragdoll, not pure ragdoll physics, but the way that enemy bodies just kind of crumple when they die. It literally looks like it stepped on him and snapped him in half.
All according to plan.
Well, we'll take that. Thank you for your contributions to my future war chest. Nearthamas and Andoran are both previous Cheliax colonies that broke free when the Empire fell. Nearthamas is actually broken off from the larger nation of Multhun, has been locked in contentious war ever since. Andoran managed to establish democracy and avoid a culture of senseless violence, but they're not immune to corruption. Yeah. Nice. Thank you for the lore drop, Lord Brown Bear.
In due time.
Yep, and then he crashes the gate over here, which we cannot use to go through. The passage is blocked. You can't make your way through this. You gotta go around. Yep, skill checks. We all know how this works. Dexterity. Who actually has the highest dexterity? I think it's Lindsay. Yes. Wow, he starts with a... Oh, right, because gnomes get a +2. So he starts with a 20 in charisma. Damn.
What troubles you?
Lindsay, you can get us across here.
Victory is certain.
There we go. That puts us over here.
You deserved it.
Let's go ahead and team up on the guy who's about to attack.
Dirty
Have
again.
you found any windows to punt him out of yet? Unfortunately not. I think we're on the ground floor. So even if we did, it wouldn't matter much. Ah, yes. Low-level combat where everyone deals 1 damage because the dice hate us. There we go. Find a tower and use those windows. I will.
Follow
Don't
my
worry.
lead.
We also have taken a little bit of damage, so... Oh, Tartucci, you don't need these potions, do you? In fact, you don't need the crossbow either, because you're using your cantrips, so I'm fine with
I
that.
am prepared.
Let's just go ahead and... Go. Chug. Unfortunately, it will be a while before we get our hands on a dedicated healer. The armory, I'm sure Jamandi wouldn't mind if we borrowed some weapons.
Anything else?
What else is in here? Ah, Druma is a desert trade nation ruled by a group of aesthetic trade lords called the Prophets of Callistrade, and their standing military is a group of mercenaries called the Druman Black Jackals, or the Blackjacks. Ooh, mercenary nations. Yep, interactive toggle. You know that. We've got some banded mail, which we can't use, and some half plate that we can't use, and a tower shield that we can't use, and a watchkeeper's key. There we go. Oh, wow, that is actually stacking us up quite high. Travel speed slightly reduced, fatigue period closing in. We should be fine. Oh, is that actually...
Focus on the goal.
No, we're still moving at a decent rate. It's just going to affect our world
What
speed.
have we here? This chest is full of gold. I guess it's for the guards' salaries, all things considered. Well, those freeloaders don't seem to have been working too hard for it. Maybe we should pocket it instead.
A lot of groups in-game have archetypes or prestige classes dedicated to them. The Blackjacks have a fighter archetype, and the Prophets have a prestige class. Oh. Bertuccio looks at the chest on the table, rubbing his hands together.
What? No, we're heroes, not thieves.
Who said we were stealing it? We'll just take the gold for safety so the assassins don't get it. And then we can heroically return it to Jamandi when this is all over.
Thing is, we're lawful evil. Stealing from a person who is essentially right now our benefactor is not a good idea. You would steal from a sword lord in her own mansion. She'd have our heads.
How would she know it was us and not the assassins? Unless someone planned on telling her.
The gnome throws a sideway glance at Lindsay.
Don't drag me into this. You do what you want, but I'm not taking a single coin.
So now it is stealing, basically. But at the same time, I already know that we can get out of this with a dialogue check, so... And our dialogue, what did we have right now? We have a +7 to persuasion. We should be fine. We're just gonna go ahead and take that. Consider that a forward on our royal treasury. Don't steal it. Be better than letting him manipulate you. No, because he is right. We do need gold. Yes, encumbrance. I know. We're about to get another character which should make our encumbrance issue go away.
Familiar
There
faces.
she is.
I hope you're not so frightened as to swing at every shadow. It's me, Jathal. I don't recommend.
I actually
advancing
love the
down
delivery on that
hallway,
because it just
assuming you
sounds
value
so
your life,
bored.
of course.
It's
There were a
me,
few people with
Jathal.
me, and you can see what happened to them.
And just how did they all end up dead while you don't seem to have a scratch?
Tartuccio eyes Jathal suspiciously.
I'll answer but briefly and just once. Further scares and explanations will wait until we aren't being hunted by a group of assassins. Deal? All right. I'm undead. These traps are deadly to the living, but they're harmless to me.
What do you mean undead? Really? Like Zombies or skeletons or...
Obviously not to that extent, Lindsay, or she'd look significantly more decayed.
As I said, further explanations will wait until later. All you need to know right now is that we're on the same side, and we have to fight off a small army of hired assassins. Let's get to it.
No, she's totally a skeleton, obviously.
Oh,
Now, if I recall correctly, yep, perception skill, trickery skill. The mod, yes, the mod does change Jaethal to be more of a dedicated dex combat build. So it does reduce some of her other stats and equalize her. She's a bit squishier because of it, but now she's much more of a dedicated combat character. And we will be trying to keep her with a scythe simply because I always feel that that works for her. Wow, who nerfed Jay? So we are using the Call of the Wild, Britnoff. Also, welcome. The Call of the Wild mod does change some stats and starting character stuff. I think it also changes Lindsay a little bit. It gives her a slightly higher charisma by dropping her constitution score slightly while upping her intelligence and dexterity. It still keeps them within the same realm of their points buy. If you're wondering, Jaethal is just an elf with undead traits. Yes, I am aware. But this does make her more of a dedicated dex build, which means we will need to get her fighting finesse in order to take full advantage of that. Also giving her a... Let me see here. Do we have a lighter armor that would work better for her? That's 4. Would this actually... Hold on. She's at an AC of 20. That takes her down to an AC of... No, either way, it's still going to be 20. We just need to figure out a better method for her. She's a vampire? No, she is not 10 win. You should give Lindsay a short bow. Would put her further away from her weight limit. She's fine on her weight limit. The individual character weight limits are perfectly fine. Jaethal's the one who's the closest to that. We can take those scrolls off of her right now to give her a little bit more room. You can use a longbow, so I guess they pumped her dex with that in mind. From what I read, no. I mean, she is still an Inquisitor. She's meant to be melee. She is an elf. We could transition her to, what is it called? The Elven Curved Blade, which is a two-handed weapon that can be used with weapon finesse, if I recall correctly. That would also still be fitting for her heritage and her style. Plus, she is an Inquisitor, so it still kind of works. We'll have to see what they changed with her. Yeah, she has Elven Weapon Familiarity. She gains a +1 bonus on all rolls for confirming critical hits, and she has Warrior of Old, which gives her additional initiative. Her Inquisitor abilities also work with a bow. That's true, but I don't like using her as a ranged character. Also, eventually we're going to run into Ekundayo, and he will handle all of our range. Ekundayo and Octavia can handle all of our ranged problems. And it did give her favored class. That's nice. She should have, yes, Ergotha as her... She does keep the favored weapon as a scythe, though, so that might still be good. Yes, there we go. Undead creature. Immune to bleed, death effects, disease, paralysis, poison, sleep, and stun. She is undying and will rise at the end of battle should she fall. She gains a channel resistance. Very nice. That doesn't really help, but okay. Legit, they just gave her undead traits and immunities. Committing her to a specific undead trait would likely affect her personality way they didn't want to implement it in writing. Yes, and to be fair, she is a unique form of undead because of how she got it from worshipping Ergothoa. Ergothoa? I don't remember how to pronounce it. She's much better as a tank, at least she was until they took her charisma. Yeah. No, in this, she's not going to be as much of a tank. We will see about who will be the frontline tank. I think Ragongar, with the build that I'm going to be going for with Ragongar, he actually ends up being a bit more tanky. All according to plan. Because he can get access to that heavy armor. We're going to go ahead and put So Jaethal does have a 20 in AC right now, which means she is still very good on the front line. We're going to go ahead and move us around so that she's in front.
As it should be.
That. Oh, right. There we go. And then we need Lindsay. Fix that for me, if you would, please. Thank you for that.
In due time.
There's like 3 of these things in this hallway, if I recall correctly.
Applause, please.
What a surprise.
And disarm.
Anything else?
Yep.
That is not far.
And there's a little bit more loot over here. Chainmail and a shard. Good. Urgathoa, the Pallid Princess, she who was mortal but rejected her death and is the god of undead, disease, and hedonism. I recall reading in one of her descriptions, she ate the brains of infants to taste their innocence. If you want an idea of what kind of deity.
Follow my...
Yeah, she's the laughably evil one. Or one of them, at least. She's already automatically proficient with rapiers and short swords. Go for one of those. Yeah, rapier buckler build wouldn't be the worst. Just imagine if Merkel were more fun at parties. Yeah. Yeah, we found a scroll.
All
I get it.
according to plan.
And there should be... Ah, yes, these dipshits. What are you dallying for? I'm telling you, Jumandi's cash has to be around here somewhere. Well, hurry it up before... Shit, someone's coming.
Can you make an epic pose? I need inspiration.
Group up here. Let them get a bit closer. Engage. And half of us missed. There we go. What did they say about the cash? Curious. I vaguely remember how to do this puzzle, so hold on.
State your desire.
Jathal, I need you to go stand in this room. And then I
No
will
mistakes.
come over here. Okay, so firstly, we take the stuff that's out of here. There we go. Oh boy. All right, so I need to quick save here because there's I don't remember how to do this exactly. So there's one secret room when all the swords are up, and there's another secret room when all the swords are down. Okay, so this one affects these two.
Request.
Okay.
Ready for anything.
Oh, that affects all of that, doesn't it? No. Have
You
Jathal
have
do
my
this.
attention.
I know what to do.
Shit. I'm not good at puzzles like this.
Share
Like,
your
I'm really not.
Time's not waiting.
Shit. Well, that's all but one of them. Fuck. You can always brute force a bit. Hey, while you do this, any other lore requests? Not that I can think of off the top of my head. Yeah, I honestly do not remember how to do this puzzle at all.
Focus on the goal.
I got all of them except this one again. Good lord.
State your desire.
Okay, so that one moves just those two. That one moves just those two. That's all of them. Wait. Oh. Okay, that's one of them. There we go. There we go. We got the down one. Now I need to get the up one. So that moves those. That moves those. That moves those.
I will
So
grant
we need
your
to
request.
get them all to the upper position. Right? Son of a bitch. I've got it down to one again.
Ready for anything.
So hold on. If I can get... If all three of these are at the same time, I might be able to make this work.
Request.
I am prepared.
We need to...
Time's not waiting.
We're going for up. Right. I need to remember that. We're going for
You
up.
have my attention.
No, not that one. Not that one. Is it this one that... Yes, it can change that.
I know what to do.
Ask.
No mistakes.
Damn it, I've got it to one again. Ah! I'm not good with visual
Share
puzzles
your
like
will.
this. Oh, well, we brute forced it and it worked. I don't even know what I did. Moving on. Took enough time with that. Let's just keep going. All right, so we've got two rooms to check out here.
Dispatch them and move
Oh,
on.
a news. I don't even remember this thing spawning. Ever. I don't remember this being here. Well, regardless. Good damage. And we grab some, there we go, potions, some cave beads, silver metal, very nice. We can grab the gold, some card figurines. Is there anything else in here? Yes. Some more items we can sell. Some more items we can sell. Very nice. And then there's this one. Hey, Tragic, welcome, welcome.
As it should be.
I didn't get a chance to check it this morning, but I did see I got an email from VGen saying you're starting work on the commission, or I think that's what it said. But thank you again. Oh, good. The bouncing works. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Tragic. All right, that's all looted. Everything's taken out of here. We can leave now. I think we're picking up Harim next, if I recall correctly. Let's go ahead and open. Yes, we're in the courtyard. It's gonna be Harim.
In due time.
Fucking nihilistic. All right, this is another one where Mercutio, I'd appreciate it if you would just put these guys to sleep, please. And cast, please. There we go. There we go. We got two of them. That's good. And slice. Oh, right. No, she's on our side. There we go. For a second, I was really worried there. I forgot that, no, she's on our side.
Everything is so much fun with a little fire. What a night, huh? I thought I was all alone. It's good you're here. A bit boring, chasing fool assassins without anyone watching the show.
The tiefling girl you saw at the reception before the attack stops nearby and waves her tail with a bit of excitement. While we're here in Avestan, halflings are highly valued as slaves. The reason being, you spend less on... Oh, wow. And halflings have an inherent sense of optimism that makes them less likely to desire an escape from slavery. Wow, okay. Jesus. I didn't know that always plays a halfling in D&D. Well, to be fair, it's Pathfinder, not D&D, so not the same setting, but still, that's dark as shit.
It's not fun at all. Many people have died for nothing.
You sound like a Kelishite, am I right?
Of course. I'm from Kadira. But tales of hot deserts and shady oases can wait until the fighting's finished. But if you'd like to share a dinner and pleasant conversation, just say the word.
I don't think we've met.
I am Kayesi, one of the many here who seek a better fate, answering the call of Lady Jamandi. But unlike the others, I never dropped my guard, day or night.
Love how Harim's just over here, constantly complaining while we're talking. There's also the Bellflower Network, which exists to fight slavery in all its forms. Oh, so Harpers that aren't assholes. I just realized something. In BG2, the base romances, all of them are elves. Aerie, Viconia, Jahira, an Avariel, a drow, and a half-elf. For the male character, yes. If you're playing a woman, you get stuck with Animan. Sorry, what was she saying? That's why I'm still alive. Yep, they're assassins of the prowl. Let's go.
I don't know where you're heading, but I'll be at the entrance to the main hall.
I know, I told you that. Yes.
Join me there, if you wish.
But yeah, there's no bait. Well, wait, I thought you could romance the nobleman's daughter or whatever her name was. We never used her because she was basically a worse version of Imoen.
Grotus.
Oh, here we go.
I can sense your silhouette hovering over me. It won't be much longer. Soon we shall meet, O Lord of Oblivion.
I really don't like Harim from a, character. He's weird. I both love and hate Harim. Nalia isn't romanceable? I don't remember. I honestly don't remember Britnoff. I honestly don't. That's Nira, but she's another half-elf, not in Baldur's Gate 2. Really? Huh. The way they had her written at the beginning, I just assumed she was romanceable, but then we never used her, so I never really investigated beyond that. Huh. But it's so funny. Hey, you're a guy. Obviously, you only want to bang the elves. No short stacks, no humans. Yes, we know you want to bang the halfling paladin in Baldur's Gate 2. Or no, sorry, Tenwin said that, not Lord Brownbear. The wild man, she's romanceable. Yes, yes. You guys put your names back to their both being red, and I misread that again. Damn it. The dwarf is lying on the ground, staring into the dark sky. He doesn't seem to have any severe wounds, but his trembling whisper is weak, as though he were at death's door. Oh, it's going to use Tartuccio's stats for this since he's technically got the higher diplomacy right now. Quit the act. Stand and fight, or I'll easily send you to your final rest.
I can't hear
Oh, wait,
you.
we failed?
I'm being taken away into the darkness.
You're being a bit premature. Look at yourself. You have barely a scratch, man. Stand
That's
up.
impossible.
I will not hear any halfling slander here. I'm watching all of you. No one's slandering the halflings. In fact, we liked, again, I'm horrible with names, so I can't remember her name now. But the halfling fighter in Baldur's Gate 2 was great. I liked her. She was really nice. We just didn't get much use out of her. I won't slander the halflings. I'll just... Tedwood, why are you saying the one? Now, why? Okay, apparently both of them are going on about this now. I actually really like halflings. One of my recent 1 to 20 characters for a game was a tiefling halfling. Oh, yeah, I guess you could do that. That's impossible. The dwarf lifts his head and inspects his body, then tries to move his hand and feet.
It seems I will live. I suppose I must postpone meeting my god. Not for long, I'm sure. But while we remain in this transient world, Arim is at your service.
Harem. I prefer pronouncing it as harem, because harem just doesn't sound right. Well, welcome to the party. You will not be in it for long, because I know exactly how the final dialogue event of this area goes. There should be some stuff over here.
Something out there.
There we go. Grab that, which leads into here. And I think there's just some random loot in here, if I recall. The heavy gate is securely locked. There we go. A masterwork longsword and a gold. Not the best, not the worst. The game took place in Cheliax, so on top of being a tiefling, he got talked down to as people expected him to be a servant.
That is not far.
I'm not actually short, by the way. I'm very tall. I just need to know. It's okay, Tragic. If they're... Okay, I hope nothing we said has made you uncomfortable, Tragic. We're just poking fun at the halflings
As
in the
it
game.
should be.
I think there's anything around here. No, we already cleared that out. This leads to the next area. It's okay. I'm just joking. I know. See, this is part of my problem. I'm very bad at parsing tone from text, so I get a little paranoid whenever I think somebody's getting into an argument or something in the chat, because then I get worried that people are actually angry. Less than 4 feet is small size for a humanoid. Where is he? Keston, there you are.
Run and get an axe. You, bring more water. You, stay here and hold our defense. Those assassins are still around here somewhere.
The stout man's unshaven face is covered with scars, and there's blood on his armor, but he doesn't even seem to notice. Notice his wounds as he confidently gives orders to the rest of the guards. I enjoy partaking in tall people activities.
Aha! Some of our guests survived. Good. You need to get to the banquet hall and help Lady Jamandi.
Who are you?
Keston, House Gares, a fighter in the service of Sword Lord Jamandi Aldori. Right now, I'm in charge of the mansion guards. As you can see, there's a lot to do.
If I were a rich and influential lady like Jamandi, I'd also get myself a manly captain of the guard. Or two.
I mean, on the one hand, you're probably not wrong. On the other, Jamandi is a sword lord. She could probably bench press Keston and fucking destroy him in a fight. Horny Kaesi being horny. Yes, I mean, that is literally her early characterization, if I recall. You cannot pat tall folk as easily. Do we know what's going on?
Someone opened the gate, let in a group of assassins in the middle of the night. Now they've set the mansion on fire to cut off access to the hall. They don't want Lady Jamandi to get reinforcements. We cleared the passage so you can get through. Just try to avoid inhaling the smoke. We'll be right behind you. We just need to put out the fire first to save the mansion.
Considering Lady Jamandi's fame, I'm not surprised that a whole pack of assassins were unleashed on her, including a giant. But what's at stake? What could anyone hope to gain?
The tiefling squints, obviously curious and thinking quickly. Do we need to help put out the fire?
No, we'll manage. I've got my best people here, those who still live. Your place is by Lady Aldori's side.
It doesn't seem right. What if some of the guards are wounded? We need to help them.
Where's the hall?
You'll have to run through the fire. We've almost put it out at the entrance, so your main concern should be to not inhale any smoke. Hold your breath and take the first right, then head straight down the hallway.
All right, let's get going.
Fire doesn't frighten me. thanks to hell's blood running in my veins. I'll go ahead and wait for you on the other side. Catch up!
The tiefling girl starts off and dashes through the fire. Right, this is the actual... I forgot to comment on Harim. Everyone forgets to comment on Harim because it's Harim. Again, like, I'll dive more into him when we actually get to his quest because I like his quest. I like the idea behind him. But Harim as a character is just annoying. He's nihilism to the extreme, and I get tired of it very quickly. The plane of hell, the ultimate expression of the evil order of the great beyond, of the weak subjugated to serve the strong, of complete obedience and unquestioning faith. Its tortures are not willful and random like the torments of the abyss, or purely sadistic and spiteful like those of Abaddon. Evil and obedience are honed to a razor's edge in service of a greater purpose, that of bending the will of souls and the very architecture of creation itself to the great glory of the Lord Asmodeus and his perfect order. Divided into 9 distinct layers, each ruled by an archdevil and loyal to Asmodeus alone, hell is the home of myriad devils and other evil outsiders, and sadly, the final destination for countless mortal souls. Feels like one of the 2 companions in the game who's written sort of independent of the story at large. Like, he could fit in any campaign, and I feel like his story is weaker for it. To a certain extent, because I feel like his story is one of the better ones of the companions as far as a complete arc goes. But that also does mean that it doesn't quite mesh as well. I'm going to hell too, baby. Yeah, a lot of characters end up down there in Pathfinder, unfortunately.
Abaddon keep you safe.
Ah, and there's our god, the god of cities, laws, merchants, and wealth. The god of walls and ditches in the Eastern Dragon Empire is known to be a patient deity. Maintaining a strong neutral stance in his actions, he set forth to expand civilization and order among the people of Galeria. All right, let's just, if I'm remembering correctly, it just does a little event when you run in here. There we go. Illustrated book episodes. We know all about these. Jubilos is the only companion that doesn't fit in, not Harim. To a certain extent, he is a traveling, like, literary figure, so I can kind of excuse Jubilos just being like, I came to your country to write a book, and now it's more interesting to write about you, so I'm just going to stick around for a while. It's funny you say that because Jubilos was an NPC in the original Adventure Path. That I did know. That I did. As our adventures, technically all of these literary sections are done by Lindsay, but I'm not going to be able to do a Lindsay voice for all of these, so maybe I should do like a generic epic narrator voice. And so the adventure started, earlier and much more tragic than we'd expected. The whole team who'd gathered in the hall yesterday had been reduced to but a handful of brave souls, led by Tarendil, and not at all by the scoundrel Tartusio, no matter what he might have imagined of himself. Jamandi Eldori was waiting for us, but to get to her, we'd have to march through fire. As we approached the burning building, You have such a good narrator voice. Thank you, Tragic. Everyone else has been expelled in some way other than Jube, who's exploring, and Ekun, who's out for revenge. Ekun's kind of a double. He's out for revenge, and he's been expelled in some way. He lost his original home, and then lost another one. Always splash the bucket on your head. Yes, I am aware to do that. Where the heck is it? Yep, drenched ourselves with some buckets of water, and then covered our nose and mask to rush in. His village is destroyed, so yes. It was a good thing we hadn't wasted any time. After entering the building and taking just a few steps forward, the wall behind us slanted and crashed down with a terrible crackling sound, blocking the way back. While we may not have planned on going back, if we had come in but a little later, the flaming logs and red-hot bricks would have fallen right on our heads. Regardless, we were left with only one path. Actually never noticed that, though he does sort of come in later, so it makes sense the expedition itself isn't of interest to him. Yep. Valerie, Amiri, Lindsay, Jathal, and Harim are all exiles. Yep. The hot air burned our lungs. Our eyes watered from the smoke, but Tarendil led us stubbornly through the flames, while Tartusio did nothing useful at all. I do love that all of the written segments are from Lindsay's perspective, because it's so nice. It's so nice that she just keeps putting in all these little notes. We made it to the hallway leading to the banquet hall when we heard someone call for us. It was Valerie, one of the guards that I chatted with a bit in the banquet. But then, in that calm setting, I had been stunned by her beauty. But now, amidst the smoke and flame, she looked more like a celestial avenger, an armored deity menacing but beautiful and merciful, descending from the higher spheres to aid us. I have never understood Lindsay being just totally simping for Valerie at all times, though. Never understood that. She held a burned, barely living guard in her arms. "There are 2 more, she shouted as she passed by us. "They are wounded. Help me pull them out." Cartuccio grumbled something about how Jamandi was waiting for us, while Tarendil rushed to save the guards from the fire. There we go. Saving the poor fellows didn't take long. Together we lifted them up and carried them away from the fire. Only then did Valerie pause to catch her breath and wipe the sweat from her face. Thank you. That was truly noble of you. We must rush to save the Lady Aldori's aid. Valerie is the other party member who I feel was written separate for the campaign, but I'll talk more about her later. Yeah, we can talk more about Valerie later. I have my own issues with her. Ensuring the guards we'd rescued were relatively safe, we made our way to the hall where the battle was already in full swing. Why are the guards halflings? They're not. I think that was just the art design being a bit weird. Yeah. Now, if I recall correctly, yes. So this is another change. This is another Call of the Wild mod change. This is, Valerie is no longer a tower shield specialist. She is now a vindictive bastard, which is essentially a partially fallen paladin, which fits her design much better and actually allows her to make use of that damn charisma score that she's otherwise wasting a shit ton of points on. I'm trying to remember exactly what it is that... So the Vindictive Bastard, she does keep shield focus. She has Fate's Favored, so she gets an additional luck bonus whenever she has that. She has Threatening Defender. When you use Combat Expertise, reduce the number you subtract for the melee attack rolls by 1. She has Combat Expertise, so she should always be fighting defensively. And she has Vindictive Bastard. Each character begins play with a single favorite class. Oh, right, that's not his. Vindictive Bastard proficiencies. They get all of the Paladin proficiencies. They get Detect Magic. They have Vindictive Smite, which is different from others. Vindictive Bastard is particularly ruthless against those who have harmed her or allies. Once per day as a swift action, she can smite one target within sight who has dealt hit point damage to her or her ally. And she adds the Charisma modifier to her attack rolls and her Paladin level, which Vindictive Bastard technically counts as, to their damage rolls against the target. In addition, while Vindictive Smite is active, the Vindictive Bastard gains a deflection bonus equal to their Charisma modifier to their AC against any attacks by the target of the smite. The Vindictive Smite effect remains until it is dead or the next time they rest and regain the use of the ability. At 4th level and every 3 levels thereafter, they can invoke it one additional time per day. And they do have deity selection, which I think hers is atheistic. And so the whole thing with Vindictive Bastard is that they keep they do lose their divine spellcasting, but they keep the smite and they get some other abilities. And their main thing is that they get free teamwork feats. So they're meant to operate in tandem with other people. The Vindictive Bastard is actually one of many fallen class archetypes released in the anti-heroes canon. Among them is the Planar Extremist Druid, Channeler of the Unknown Cleric, and my personal favorite, the Sim. They do get some additional abilities, though. We will be getting them eventually. So yeah, instead of the Paladin aura that just adds their charisma to their saves, they get to choose a bonus feat from amongst the different save style feats. Fortitude, Iron Will, and Lightning Reflex. My personal favorite, the Simp. But yes, their whole thing is that they get the free teamwork feats, which is going to work out quite well for them. Especially because Owlcat really made the teamwork feats pretty effective in this game. I'm not going to be taking any, but we'll make sure to have at least one other frontliner. Probably Jay Thal, because she also gets free teamwork feats. So these two should pair up quite well together. What else does Vindictive Bastard get? They get Gang Up. Spend half their Vindictive Smite bonus against a single target, so all allies can gain the benefit of it. Then Swift Justice can now use Gang Up as a swift action. Character uses Menta. She makes a Fortitude or Will saving throw against an attack that has half damage on a successful save. She avoids the damage entirely. Simmonk has an absolute bastard of a capstone. Instead of counting as a true outsider, you count as an aberration. If you die, you come back as a level 20 Sin spawn under the DM's control. That's a massive incentive for the party to keep you alive, at least. Aura of Self-Righteousness. At level 17, a Vindictive Bastard gains damage resistant 5, lawful or good, and immunity to compulsion. Each ally within 10 feet of her gains a +4 morale bonus on saving throws against compulsion effects. Aura of Self-Righteousness functions only while they are conscious. And then lastly, Ultimate Vindication. If a foe knocks the Vindictive Bastard or one of their allies unconscious, the Vindictive Bastard musters a Vindictive Fury. The next time she hits that foe within 1 minute, they can channel the effects of a Disintegrate spell through their weapon using their Paladin level as their effective caster level. Whether or not the target succeeds at its save, it is immune to this ability for the next 24 hours. So basically, an Uber Smite, essentially. So yeah, it's still not the most effective of builds, and she is losing out on being a fighter and getting a whole bunch of feats. But if we focus in on her teamwork feats and focus in on her still being very tanky and just taking hits, because her dex is also going to be a max of 10 once she gets rid of that fatigue. She's very much built for heavy armor. We will see how we can go. We will see how we can go. Overall, though, I think we're going to get more use out of this than Tower Shield Specialist because, good lord, Tower Shield Specialist is just not very good. Oh, right. I completely forgot that they also changed Harim. He is no longer a pure cleric. He is a war priest, if I recall. Yes, war priest, Sacred Fist, which I have no idea what the difference of that is. He has Chaos Blessing and Destruction Blessing, so he keeps that. Oh, right. They count as having monk abilities. Yes, improved unarmed strike, which I guess does fit if you know more about what goes on with his story later on. Valerie was originally an Eldori defender, but they changed her late to be a tank. Even though technically an Eldori defender is a tank, it's just a dex tank. And unfortunately, a dex tank works way better than most other tanks in Alcat's games because of the way they did their designs. So yes, Harim can use, can just be a punching character. Sacred Fist is sort of a pseudo-monk war priest, which does match him more than a typical cleric. Yeah, that's another reason why I liked it. But he does keep his casting spells, so we will see about where we want to go with him there. It does occur to me, did they actually... No, Lindsay is still a default bard, so we don't have to worry about that. And she is still a default inquisitor. And of course, Bertucci is a sorcerer, but that won't matter here pretty shortly. Also, we need to adjust again. Let's get Valerie and Jathal up at the front because they have the best saves. We'll move Harim and me to the midline, and we'll keep Tartusio and Lindsay in the rear.
That is not
There
far.
we go. Are there... I think there are some... Let's see here. Go ahead with spells. That's 1 minute per level, but we should be able to cast it now and get the benefit on every... I respect her, and she does perfectly well with 13 dex. Eldori Defender wasn't a dex tank. Really? It wasn't. Oh. Eldori Defender still gets all the fighter proficiency. Oh. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and bless the whole party right now. Just get everybody hit by that. Oh, right. It doesn't affect Jathal because she's undead. Fine. Try to keep my lore ramblings relevant to what's on hand, else I'll never stop. Fair enough, Lord Brember. Again, I appreciate that you're adding. Just, yeah, like, I may not be able to read all of them depending on how things are going. Reinforcements are already on their way. Say your prayers, scum. All right, we need to get into range.
In due time.
I would appreciate it, again, if I could get Tartusio to unleash a sleep spell, preferably right there. Come on. Come on. There we go. And... okay, got 2 of them. Good. All right, let's focus fire on these guys. And we actually... so this is the final fight of this area, I'm pretty sure. So we should be able to start using some spells. So we'll go with that. Tartusio. In fact, can you give me another... No. I don't want to focus it on him. I want to just focus it on their back line. There we go. Give me another sleep spell. Lindsay. Ear-piercing scream. Actually, let's just go with Inspire Courage. There we go. What is... I have no idea what's going on with Kaese. Something is going on with her AI that is not working properly. All right, I'm going to go for the Rift Channeler. Jathal, hold back until Tartusio casts that spell. Valerie, move up. Harim, move up. Yeah, her AI is broken. I don't know what it's doing. It's trying to do something over and over again. Gives you someone that uses all the dueling swords that the game throws at. Ah, okay. Did you cast it yet, Tartusio? Yes, you did. Okay. Lindsay, move up and keep your casting. Let's go ahead and engage them. Jathal, move in and engage the bowman. Valerie, I need you to move up and engage the leader. Oh, he just cast a lot of spells. Fuck. There we go. All right, everybody focus on the leader then. He's really the only one left who can deal damage. And there's Amiri. There we go. Take out the bowman. And the last of the Rift Channelers. I do like that Jamandi just solos, or pretty much solos, aside from the priest she's got with her. Whatever they summon, like, she does not care. Let's grab all the loot. Oh, the Hydra's still alive. Well, I'm just gonna wait. I'm not getting involved in that. No. Oh, did that guy have... oh, he had loot. We'll take that.
All according to plan.
I think that's everything. Yeah. We are also, we're going to be massively overweight because I know we're going to lose Harim and Lindsay after this conversation. But we will get Amiri, so it won't be too bad. Yeah, Dory Sword Lords are protective of their fighting style. Those who teach outsiders are committing a serious taboo. The students of these deviants, however, are given a chance to join and learn the style.
You were stronger, and that means I made the right choice. Just as I thought, there were worthy leaders among you. I'm especially grateful to them for the courage and common sense they showed while defending the mansion. But this attack means we have even less time than I thought. Someone already knows
overweight fat ass. Hey, it's not my fault I'm carrying 550 pounds of loot from all the guys we killed. As Jumanji catches a breath, she looks over the trashed banquet hall and salutes the survivors.
Lady Aldori, please, I know who arranged this attack. The vile king of Pitax, Iroveti. What's more, I know who among us works for him. Hey, you! Show everyone the ring you're wearing. You think I wouldn't recognize Iroveti's seal? That's why he wasn't killed. The bandits recognized him as one of their own by this signet ring.
After his dramatic pause, Tartusio points a finger directly towards you. You mean this ring? The one you gave me?
In the middle of the attack, he took off the very ring that would guarantee his safety just to
Really?
set you
We
up?
rolled a 1 on our very first diplomatic
but
check?
Not convincing. There's definitely a spy among us. But
Fuck
who?
you, game.
All I have is one word against another. I'm afraid you're both under suspicion.
They both came to your aid, Lady Jamandi. But a liar's cunning knows no bounds. I've never met these two or their companions. For all I know, they're all conspiring spies.
How could you say that? We fought together. We literally went through fire together. And then you vanished into thin air. After you promised you'd wait.
I'm not going to say anything about the tieflings in case there's people who don't know their story, but we will get to them eventually.
My words might be rash.
The tiefling appears obviously embarrassed.
I bet my life despise anyone but this man. I saw how he dealt with those creeps with my own eyes. A true warrior. I'd go with him through hell and high water. This purple crook, on the other hand.
This might mean more if Amiri had actually been in the party when we went through the prologue rather than just running ahead of us. Amiri spits on the floor with contempt.
Lady Aldori, don't listen to this thick-headed barbarian. She doesn't know what she's talking about. During the attack, our leader showed his true colors. He forced us to break into the armory and rob it. And not just that. Upon finding the guard's salaries in the armory, he immediately pocketed it all.
We were not trying to take the money, but to keep it from the bandits. I'll gladly return it.
Considering the circumstances, that was more than reasonable.
That was a sound decision. Sometimes one must act at one's own risk and peril until crossing the boundaries of what is allowed. Showing initiative is no crime.
Well, of course, theft is not to be condoned. However, when the fire burns around you and you are but one step away from death, is it not insane to worry about laws and rules?
I love that this is like the most rational Harim is for like 90% of the game. Because he's just going to descend into total nihilism after this.
What about that trick he pulled right before we came in here? He knew very well you were fighting the enemy, but instead of rushing to help you, he dallied as long as he could, dropping everything to save people from the fire, even though the guards were handling things just fine. He was obviously hoping to show up too late and find you already dead.
Hammering in the moral option here feels a little forced. The only one that feels forced is this one right here, and we're about to see why. Because given everything that Lindsay has set up to this point, her decision here makes literally 0 sense. Even if, well, we will be picking this because we are lawful evil. I wouldn't have saved those men without good reason. Dead soldiers are useless. The wounded could still help Keston defend the mansion, or at the very least buy the rest of us time if more assassins were on their way.
Cruel, but true.
It was perfectly reasonable. Just the way a leader should think.
How could you say such a monstrous thing? Is that the way the hero of my book would talk? You sound more like a villain.
Enough squabbling. I'm still not sure which of you I can trust. However, the risk of entrusting the whole affair to a spy is too great. Here's what we'll do. 2 teams will head out. That way, I'll know at least one group can be counted on to serve my interests in the stolen lands.
Lady Aldori, most of those who are to set off for the stolen lands have been killed. Those who yet live will require help. Please allow me to join the expedition.
I'm sad to lose such a talented warrior. But you're right, Valerie. They have greater need of you right now. Go. And may
I mean,
Abadar
it also
keep
still
you.
works because
Which of the two
Valerie
teams
doesn't make
would
much
you
sense as a
prefer to
guard.
accompany?
She's too good for that, but her fighting style also means that it makes no sense to train her as a sword lord. At least based on what we see now. Apparently, if she was supposed to be an Eldori defender, then I guess it would have made more sense.
If my leader allows, I would join his team. He seems a worthy commander in my eyes.
Commanders, military leaders, all these laws and rules are but dust and vanity. I suppose I will accompany Tartuccio.
I like how our leader does things. Efficient, and without unnecessary spiritual agonizing. I'll go with him.
Efficient? I'd say heartless. Would the protagonist of my book do such a thing? No. I guess I'd better go with Tartuccio.
See, and that right there makes no goddamn sense.
As for me, I know neither of these two. At least not well enough. And I have no wish to become an unwitting pawn to an unworthy leader. If Lady Jamandi allows, I'll
Doesn't
remain
like the
in
evil guy,
Restov
goes
and
with the
help
other
mend
evil
the
guy.
wounds that
Doesn't
the
like
attack
the
has
one
inflicted.
evil decision.
But who
Goes with the
knows?
guy who's been
The
making
road
evil
may
decisions
bring me
the
to the
entire
stolen
time.
lands,
That's why it's
but not
stupid.
yet.
I don't even need to think. I'm coming with this man.
You never do,
As for
Amiri.
you,
You
Purple
never
Sword,
do.
Just wait until we meet along the way. I'll be sure to hang your rotten spy guts from the trees.
All right, we have two teams. To avoid unnecessary conflict on the road, you'll each take a different route to the stolen lands. Tartuccio's team will go through Navakta's crossing. The garrison commandant will provide him all the help he needs. You will take your team to Oleg Levitin's trading post. He's been complaining about the Stag Lord's bandits for a while now. There, you'll be provided with all the necessary travel supplies.
Let me see here. Nivakta's Crossing, a village at the very southern edge of Rosslyn, protected by a wooden palisade. The South Rosslyn Road runs through the village, as does the road leading to the newly established settlement at Varnhold. This place is home to trappers, anglers, hunters, and tradesmen. Locals are a serious bunch, and it's highly suspicious of strangers, especially those from the stolen lands. Meanwhile, Oleg's trading post is an abandoned border fort at the southern edge of Rosslyn, founding a new life recently. Oleg and Svetlana Levitin, a couple from Restov, have built it as a trading post. This place is now one of the few hospitable shelters to travelers in the surrounding wilderness. I think Lindsay should have been guaranteed and Amiri should have been the good and evil choice. That would have at least been a bit more understandable, and given the fact that Amiri doesn't really talk to either you or Tartuccio at the beginning, she could have at least justified it a little bit better. I do know where you can pick up the next companion from Tartuccio, so it wouldn't have even been that long, and it still would have fit with Amiri, where she's just like, ugh, I made the fucking wrong decision. I want to kill this guy now. And then you show up and be like, hey, I got openings on my party, and Amiri just be like, fuck yes, let's go.
I'd like to believe you, but I know all too well how convincing traitors and spies can be. If you're truly innocent, I hope you can forgive me this precaution. While you're away, Keston will investigate the night's events and learn who in Restov is working for Patox. But you should know that it isn't just Patox we need to worry about. The Royal House of Sertova may also interfere in our plans. I've managed to keep this affair a secret from them so far, but that can't last long. By my estimations, you have no more than 3 months. After that, any feats you accomplish will be pointless.
Long a haven for thieves and smugglers, Patax is a hub of trade in the River Kingdoms. It aspires to be a center of culture and higher learning, but cannot escape its more unsavory origins. And the House of Sertova, the current ruling family of Brevoy, the oldest of the Brevik noble families and the most influential. Their original holdings are the environs of Port Ice on the north of Nicaea and the shores of the Lake of Mists and Vales. The Sertovans are known as careful and cunning diplomats. Before Coral the Conqueror came, the Sertovans were known as pirates and raiders. The family still has many connections with the pirates and brigands of the region, many of whom are distant relations of the Sertova clan. Their family motto is, "Ours is the right." Does this mod change Amiri as well? It does change her. I don't remember. It changes her to an invulnerable rager for first off, so she does get a different subclass. and I do think it adjusted her stats slightly. The House of Sertova and the Eldori Sword Lords are bitter rivals in Brevoid. They'd still be fighting if it wasn't for House Regarvia. Of course, now House Regarvia is gone. Yes, and this is what ties into the larger plot of the Riverlands with Kingmaker.
And now, farewell. This battle was but the first ordeal along your path, and you overcame it as true champions of Restolf. May the obstacles that follow also fall to your feet. Fear nothing, my friends, and return victorious.
Ba, 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 ba.
Surviving a terrible night, our small team set off to brave our fate. Beware, Stolen Lands. Heroes are on the way.
We'll be able to check in a second, Britnoth. There we go. Yes, actually. In fact, she starts at... So she has a... Go away. She has a base value of 17, but then they gave her the racial modifier from humans. So she starts with a 19 in strength, a 12 in dex, a 16 in con, 10 in intelligence, 12 in wisdom, and an 8 in charisma. And she starts with the invulnerable rager class. So she gets even more damage reduction than the standard barbarian does. I don't remember what she drops for that, though, because I don't remember exactly what's there. She's been min-maxed fairly hard. To be fair, she needs it. Like, the barbarian class is not bad in Kingmaker, but it has some problems. Yes, she picked up a bastard sword proficiency? Oh, I guess, yeah, her ginormous sword does count as a oversized bastard sword. She loses danger sense, which isn't much at all in a CRPG. Yes, but she also loses uncanny dodge, I think, which is a bit more valuable. So let's take a look here while the ad is getting ready to play. She gets weapon proficiency bastard sword. She gets bred for war, +1 to intimidate checks, and a +1 trait bonus on CMB because of the greater size. Chilled by brutality. Gains a +2 trait bonus on attack rolls against giants and against saving throws against fear effects. Okay. She picks up power attack at level 1, and she has the favorite class of barbarian, which perfectly fits her. And there's the ad. Okay, as per usual, we're going to take a short break here. I'll just leave it up on Amiri's screen, and we'll continue in a few minutes. Do I need to refill my water? No, I'm good on water right now. I just need to get up and stretch and use the restroom, and we'll be back in a moment. Okay, there we go. Ad's just about done. I knew we had some people who didn't have subs, so I wanted to make sure I used up the whole time before I started talking again so everyone could hear me. But yeah, she loses immunity to being flat-footed and flanked, which the flanked is a bit of a bigger issue in the CRPG simply because Alcap made flanking really easy in Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous. But also she is still damaged. I didn't even realize that. You can't see it. Sorry, I realized that it is blocking someone, but Valerie's still damaged from when we were doing that earlier. But yeah, overall, I think she'll be just fine. I think she'll be just fine. All right. Now, I know how this goes. There's going to be one random encounter with some wild animals, and then we get to the fort. I know how this works. There we go. I should have taken the equipment off of Lindsay and Harim before we left, now that I think about it. All right, Amiri. You got 6 rounds of that. Your attack is only a +3 with that because the ginormous sword. So I'd actually appreciate if you turned off power attack because you're already, yeah, that's already a bit of a problem. We need to get that sorted. Jathal, you go after that one. My claws should still be on. Yes, you and me. Actually, Valerie, if you could get in front of me. There we go. And then you will engage.
This way.
Valerie, what are you doing? There we go. Jathal, please. And of course, Amiri immediately gets critically hit. There we go. And down. Nice. Yep, we will rest when we get to the other place. Don't worry, game. Yep, and then she's exhausted for 1 minute. That's fine. I don't think anybody has. Okay, we got one of the skins. It's better than nothing. How's our equipment load? We are actually very close to being too encumbered. We need to get rid of all of this. That is a Wand of Magic Missile. I'll take that. Always good to have some backups of that. That's all junk. I can use the ring now, which will get me another AC without having to fear taking a problem. Not that it mattered because I got fucked over anyways. I think the bracers, they do stack with the ring. Good, so that gets me to an AC 14. Like guarded stance for her. On release, this force encounter was wolves. Really? People were wiping on it because the wolves got free trip attempts. Oh, that sucks. Okay, I was unaware of that. Do we have a heavier armor for her? I don't think we do. No, banded mail is the heaviest that we've got right now. And she does not get a dex anymore, so there's no reason to be worrying about her max dex. This, however, has a higher max dexterity, which gets her to an AC of 21. Very nice. And then Amiri, if I recall correctly, she has fast movement, so she can afford to have a medium armor because she does have fast movement. Do we have a better her dex maxes out at a 12 once the fatigued modifier goes off. So I think that means we can go with the chainmail for her. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Alrighty. Let's keep moving.
It should be.
Yeah, I do remember. I didn't hear about the wolves, but I do remember the spider caves. She can use heavy armor. Is that from her subclass? Can she? Yeah, she can. Actually, yeah, that. Oh, because she only has that. Oh, but that does still reduce her speed. So until we get, until we get. Yeah, so she loses some of her class abilities when she's in heavy armor, but she can use it. Biggest enemy both in Pillars and BG1, wolves. Yeah. I think it did. Hold on. Light, medium. No, she does not get heavy armor. Wait, am I missing something here? Favorite class range. Is it in the class options? They keep barbarian proficiencies. Yep. Martial weapons, light armor, medium armor, and shields. So I guess she can use heavy armor, but she doesn't get anything to compensate for its weaknesses, so it's still not very good for her. So we're just going to keep her in medium for right now. I think that's fine. And then, yeah, she has her oversized bastard sword that also deals additional damage and is enchanted. Amiri's favorite blade. Unless she took it as a feat, I don't see how she'd have it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. To be fair, I'm not going to be putting her in heavy armor, so I don't know. Like, yeah, no, she doesn't have it in feats. It's not part of her initial setup. So I have no fucking clue. I have no fucking clue, guys. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I got nothing. Because it says that Jaethal can wear heavy armor too. So, but there's no point because she's a dex build. If you give her mithril heavy armor, it counts as medium. Well, we are a long way off from that. But we do have the item crafting mod, so we will be able to improve armor that we get. Yeah, it's taking us a while to get to the fort, unfortunately. There we go.
We should gather our strength.
Oh, right. Now we're all exhausted. I forgot about that. Oh, well. We'll deal.
In due time.
We should be fine. Actually, what I do need to check, because I do remember vaguely how this encounter goes, I need to make sure everybody has a ranged weapon. Longbow, longbow. We have another longbow. We have a composite longbow, which is actually really good, because that will be better, because it will use her strength to add to her damage. I don't need a bow. I have magic.
That is not far.
Yep, there goes Boken. Save yourselves, fools! Looks like you'd equip items you lack a proficiency for. In what case, in that case, does it reduce your attack roll? Maybe? I don't know. Yes, it does. Chain shirt, armor -2. So if we go over to Amiri, yes, she takes a massive, yeah, armor -6 banded mail. So yes, there's still massive penalties for not being proficient in it, but you can equip it if need. Use an item you lack proficiency, you take the armor check penalty to attack rolls. Yep, that seems to be what they were doing. Why? Oh, Amiri is in the front. We need to change that. Okay, hold on. Jaethal is actually our highest AC right now. Followed, so we're going to do you two in front, followed by Amiri and me. There we go.
All according to plan.
All right, let's go ahead and quick save.
I tire.
In the name of the Stag Lord, the lawful authority of the Stolen Lads, we demand this week's taxes and beer. And where's that pretty wife of yours, Oleg? Maybe she should be serving us dinner. Quiet down, you dimwit. Oleg, we're just here for the tax. You hand over the money, we'll be on our way. So when you're out of spells, you can put armor on, pretend to be a fighter. I mean, I am playing Draconic Sorcerer with a mod that lets me use the claws unlimited, so we are going for a Gish build, Britnoth. Do you want to drink some of my blood too? I'm sick of you all. Locusts. You think you control everything around here because you put up that painted rag of yours? You come here, you squeeze us dry, and come again. Oleg, a large man with a rough face, stops talking as he finally notices you. And you must be the guests from Restov. I'll spare you the trouble and be collecting this tax myself. You could try to stop me, I suppose. It might even be amusing. The Sword Lords have sent me to wipe the filth from this land, and in the name of Abadar, bringer of civilization, I intend to do exactly that. Oh, I'm actually starting to enjoy your company. Oleg clenches his fist. It seems the guests are worse than the bandits. To the pit with you then. Take the money and leave us be. The woman looks you up and down. Stranger, you are lucky we don't have the rest of our crew with us. Go ahead and keep the money, but you can be sure that I'll tell the Stag Lord about what happened here. Oh, wait, that actually ends the... Wait, that actually ends it? I've never actually done the evil event. I always killed them. I feel like I should have killed them. I kind of wanted to kill them. I assumed the evil fight was going to kill them. Wait a second. That's not how this is supposed to go. Wait a moment. No. No. They die. I don't want them to live.
All according to plan.
There we go. Neutral. Lawful neutral, I guess. You're lawful evil, sir. Eat the bullet and be evil. But then I would kill them. Why would I let them go? In my tabletop game, I'm really proud how I handled this. The map of Oleg's outpost had some out-of-work ballistae on the walls. I rigged them to fall down the incline and barrel into the bandits as they arrive. I got a hero point for thinking of it. Be evil. But I want to kill the bandits. I can be evil and still kill the bandits. This is why I blame Alcat for this. Because I'm sorry, I would combine this one, number 3, and I know you can't see it, unfortunately, but there's a lawful neutral option to just attack and kill the bandits. Be evil. Fine, fine, I will take it, and we will move on. Fine, there. Everybody level up. Violence is the answer. No, what is the quote? Violence isn't the answer. Violence is a question, and the answer is yes. All right, level 2 sorcerer. So there's no point in taking bonus spell, which we need 2 levels of our favored class to get anyways, because we can't learn any new cantrips. I was too busy giving away lore, couldn't tempt him the other way. Try not to take the alignment dialogues too seriously. Some are a bit wonky. I know. My main thing, Britnoth, is I am trying to roleplay lawful evil. So even if a conversation option is set for like neutral or something like that, I will try to give my own take on it in a lawful evil aligned way. To be like, here's how a lawful evil character would pursue this same line of thought. So for right now, we're going to go with the bonus hit point. Every little bit helps as far as bonus hit points go. We're going to grab Persuasion. We're going to grab Knowledge Arcana. And we get nothing else. Thanks, game. Valerie's going to pick up level 2 of Vindictive Bastard. I see there's no reason not to just go bonus hit points with her. She starts with Knowledge World and Persuasion. Well, we do not need Persuasion. So I'm going to keep her with Knowledge World, and she is going to be a high strength user, so maybe athletics. She can be our one of our main... The problem there is that, yeah, she takes massive penalties from the armor check. So maybe another... I'm not super fond of how they handled skill points in this game. To be fair, it was Alcat's first attempt at porting this over, so I can forgive a little bit. Also, trying to directly translate Pathfinder / D&D 3.5 skill list into a CRPG would make no... Like, half of them would be redundant and useless. No Dazzling Display Monkey for Valerie? No, Britnoth, because I'm going Dazzling Display. I'm the Persuasion character. I'm the dragon who runs forward and claws you to death before biting your throat out. That's the build we're going for. We're going to be going Sorcerer Draconic Disciple, Britnoth. I am going to be coated in the blood of my enemies, and I'm going to enjoy it. Admittedly, we could do the same for Valerie now that you say that, because it would at least take advantage of her charisma. Actually, yeah, that's not a bad idea, now all things considered. Okay, yeah, I guess we're going to have 2 Dazzling Display people in this fight. Fine with me. And then she gets... Oh, hold on. What is her... Her weakest save is always going to be her reflex. But at the same time, will... This is Pathfinder. Will effects are always going to be the more dangerous. Dazzling Display leads to Shatter Defenses. Yep, and Cornugan Smash. And Intimidating Prowess. And I think... There's a couple other ones that you get that go with it as well. As for Jaethal, we're going to keep her... Where is it? We're going to keep her going down the Inquisitor line. She's going to pick up Cunning Initiative, which adds her Wisdom modifier to her initiative checks. Should we go... We're going to be taking her for 20 level... No, wait. The build I have... What is it? She takes 16 levels of Inquisitor and 4 levels of Fighter. Actually, I need to double check the... character build that I have for her. Oh god, it's gonna show... Oh, I can't pull up stuff without... Shit. That's annoying. I can't pull stuff up without minimizing the screen. Fuck. Oh well. It's not very professional of me, but sorry. Let me see if I can find... Where did I have her build? There it is. There it is. So, okay, yes, it does suggest taking a fighter for level 2. So we are going to do that real fast. Now, the build does say you can choose between going standard fighter, because you're only going to get 4 levels of it. It's just to get the basics of armor training and some additional feats. But they do say you can also get two-handed fighter. Let me see here. Adds double their strength bonus on damage rolls. Bonus combat feat. Ooh. What does she start with? She starts with precise shot. Really? That's her starting feat is precise shot? Maybe they do want her to go ranged. That didn't even occur to me. Huh. Oh, I need to pull my... this is not very professional of me, guys. I'm sorry. I just don't know how to get it so that this game doesn't try to minimize when I select off of it. Which is unfortunate. Yeah. So they suggest going with a Fashard. But do they ever give her... Hold on, because this build is from the base game. So let me see if they ever give her Fighting Finesse. I need to actually check. They do not. Okay, so this build is useless. This build is useless. Never mind. We're going to go pure Inquisitor. And I guess we're going to build her as a ranged fighter, essentially. All right, let's do it then. She'll keep the scythe as a backup, I guess. I don't know. Let's just roll. Well, I mean, we don't have to. We could give her Fighting Finesse. I think she qualifies for it. Hold on. Let me actually see. If I go up to... Where was it? Where's Fighter? Oh, it's literally right above it. If I go to Fighter, and let's just assume I go regular Fighter. Well, first of all, that tanks her fucking skill points, which is unfortunate because she's one of our best perception people. I can always exit out of this before taking it. So if I go down to... Where would it be? Fighting Finesse, wouldn't it? Yeah, Weapon Finesse. With a light weapon, Elven Curved Blade, S-Stock, or Rapier made for a creature of your size, you may use your Dexterity modifier instead of your Strength modifier on attack rolls, but it doesn't apply to damage, which is the problem. Okay, yeah, I guess we're building her as a ranged Inquisitor. I didn't know we were going to do that, but let's do it. I do not mind the moth today. Yeah, I have Juniper as my background, so I hope y'all like bug girls. All right, yeah, we'll go with that. We'll go with the bonus Inquisitor spell because bonus spells are almost always a good choice for your favorite class if you have access to it. And yes, she gets 2 skill. Oh, she does get 3. So again, not really much point in persuasion for her. Let's go with perception, mobility. Oh, I don't have a trickery specialist right now, do I? To be fair, we're going to pick up Lindsay fairly early, and then we can switch her out for Octavia when we find her. So yeah, we'll keep the mobility, we'll keep the perception. I guess we'll go with lore religion for her. Because we have knowledge world with Valerie, and Amiri can start taking lore knowledge. Inquisitors do get a bonus to intimidation checks. Yeah, but that would be 3 people going down the dazzling display line, and that's just getting a little ridiculous. Because I think what we're going to do, she starts with a high enough dex. We could just start pumping her wisdom to make her spells and her judgments a lot better. Oh, but then, hold on. Oh, but that means most of her teamwork feats aren't going to be as good because she's not going to be in melee. Yeah, we could still pick up Weapon Finesse at a later date. We'll operate under the assumption that we're going to be going for ranged for right now. But yeah, we'll go with Lore Religion because I don't think anybody else has that right now. Why is it not? There we go. I have just 2 points in that, so yeah, no, it doesn't. Yeah, we'll go with Lore Religion for her. That'll give us somebody to cover that. As for her spells... Let me see here. Divine Favor and Inflict Light Wounds, she already has. True Strike continues to be absolutely fucking useless because it only lasts 1 round. The fuck? When I click off the screen, Tenwin, Pathfinder automatically minimizes, so everyone got to see my Juniper Actius background that I have on my main monitor. True Strike is amazing. I mean, in turn-based mode, maybe. The fact that it only lasts 1 round means I can never time it right. Not in the real-time with pause mode, at least. Okay, so the Call of the Wild mod did add Lend Judgment. You create a conduit of divine knowledge and outrage between you and an ally. That ally gains the benefit of one of your active judgments, as do you. If you cannot use a judgment, or change judgment, the ally loses the benefit. If you have multiple judgments active, the ally only gains 1, chosen when you cast the spell. Okay. Command is a standard will. True Strike is how you do the spider cave safely. Oh, I guess that makes sense. but I stay in turn-based mode. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid that just to avoid how long some of the combat in this game can take. Maybe we'll use it for some of the fights. Same thing with when we get to Wrath of the Righteous eventually. There are some fights that trying to do in real time with pause in Wrath of the Righteous is just, ugh. Bane isn't the worst. Cause Fear isn't the worst. And the problem with Cause Fear is that, again, it's a 6-hit dice cap. Lend Judgment. Protection from Alignment isn't the worst. Sanctuary, Shield of Faith. Honestly, Shield of Faith is probably best for her. She's still solid on the front line right now. I mean, I guess we could do True Strike. It is level 1 spell. We're going to have plenty of options. Fine. I'll take your advice on this one, Britnoth. Let's go with True Strike with her. She gets Cunning Initiative, so her initiative is now a +10. Good lord. And then lastly, Amiri with her Barbarian levels. Oh, really? Oh, no, she didn't take that. Bonus hit point. There we go. And then she gets 3 skill points. We're going to go ahead and grab Athletics. We're going to go ahead and grab... Why does it put a point in Persuasion for her? Are they just setting up everybody for a Dazzling Display build? This is ridiculous. No, give me Perception and give me Lore Nature. Good lord. I think she also gets Ear-Piercing Scream, but that's replicated with Lindsay. Yeah. Now, if I recall correctly, I need to show unavailable. So first of all, Call of the Wild adds in a lot of Barbarian Rage powers that were not in the base game. Spirit Totem, fucking Demon Totem, Celestial Totem, Atavism Totem. It goes through the whole 9 yards. But the main thing, if I recall correctly, where is it? Is Beast Totem. Because when you get to the Beast Totem 3rd level, the Greater Beast Totem, she gets Pounce, which is basically one of the best things you can give a martial character ever, especially somebody who gets multiple attacks. To be fair, the original game did not have too many feat trees. Yeah. Well, in some ways, it's worse than that, Lord Brown Bear. They had incomplete feat trees, which is almost worse. Because then you had people going, oh, I can build a character like this. And then they get to higher levels and go, oh, wait, the feats I need to actually make this work aren't in the game. But yes, I think the first one is we will go ahead with Beast Totem Lesser. It doesn't really do anything for her because she can't really use claw attacks while wielding a weapon. But we need it in order to get the next couple of levels of Beast Totem and eventually get her Pounce, so she'll be able to do the absolute most damage on the charge. As for which stance we go down, I don't know what else they added. You also have Ferocious Beast. That's if she has an animal companion. Ghost Rager, which allows her to hit incorporeal and ghostly creatures. I don't remember what else she has. Right, she does have Reflexive Dodge. That's the guarded stance that you mentioned. The one I saw that was interesting, I had her swap to Unarmed when raging. It's really good in Act 1. Yeah, that might actually be a good idea given her weapon choice. I did see they added Superstitious, which is really nice. Or the abilities you get after Superstition is good. Superstition itself is a problem because it makes it so that Amiri doesn't take buffs automatically. She still rolls to resist friendly spells, which is annoying, but it opens up access to, where is it? There was one that was, I remember where was it? Where was it? Not that one. It's part of that though. Where is it? No, I know it's down here somewhere. Haunting Sensors, Spellbreaker. There it is. Which allows her to get free opportunity attacks every time someone casts a spell within her reach. Yeah, normal enemies only prompt a attack of opportunity if they fail to cast spells defensively. With Spellbreaker, it doesn't matter. Anytime someone tries to cast a spell and she's within range, she still gets an attack of opportunity. The problem is, again, is that you have to go down the Superstitious line, which makes her nearly impossible to buff with other people's spells. Yeah, gains a +2 competency bonus on saving throws made to resist spells and spell-like abilities. This bonus increases by 1 for every 4 levels. The Barbarian cannot be the willing target of any spells and must attempt saving throws to resist all spells, even those cast by allies. At the same time, this sounds very fitting for Amiri, if I'm going to be honest, based on what I know about her backstory. She seems like the kind of person who would be very suspicious of magic. So I don't know if that would actually still kind of work. Plus, there's a lot of enemies in this game who cast spells, and having somebody who's dedicated to just running in and getting free attacks on them is pretty good. What happens if the spell doesn't have a saving throw? I think she just rolls it anyways. I don't know. I think we're going to go down that line, but first we're going to grab Beast Totem. That's the main thing. Most buffs are friendly only, so have non-listed. Yeah. I'm guessing it would probably be a generic will saving throw or something for most of them. But we're going to grab Beast Totem Lesser to get her started. She gets her first point of damage reduction. She gets her bonus hit point. She gets her Beast Totem, and we're good to go.
Done with waiting.
And I think... All right, it's only when she's raging. That is the other part of the thing, is we have to be careful, because she does not have many rounds of raging to begin with. Much to begin with.
In due time.
All right, Oleg, I know you're going to be angry with me. Oleg looks at you as though he'd hoped you and the bandits would cut each other to pieces. So the rats bailed, huh? Better than nothing. That won't keep them away for long. They'll be back with help, and they'll raise this post to the ground. So what the hells are we gonna do? He notices a fair-haired woman approach from behind. My dove, why are you out here? I told you to stay hidden. It's over. I saw it. And I needed to be sure you were all right. The woman looks at her husband tenderly, though with a hint of sorrow. Oleg mumbles something as he looks away, embarrassed. My name is Svetlana, and I'm sorry for your arrival to our trading post being so unwelcoming. Let's get to the point. The bandits are going to return. Who are they? And do you know when they'll be back? He waves his hand sullenly. Who are they? They're the Stag Lord's gang, his army, that's who. This land's teem with bandits like bedbugs in a beggar's hut. He just stirred them all up. They have a camp, not too far from here. I expect they'll return in full force. Half a day, maybe less. The Stag Lord won't take an insult like this lightly, and his henchmen are more like demons than men. Well, tell me as much as you know. How many bandits? What do they want? What do they want? The bloodsuckers think they own this land. They come here, they take what they want, they steal the better part of every bit of gold we make every month as a toll for their leader. They even broke our gate so we couldn't hide anything from them. No one knows exactly how many there are. Sometimes 5 or 6 come, sometimes it's the whole gang. I'd have shown them what for long ago if not for Svetlana. They claim they were collecting a tax. Why? The Stag Lord and his cronies. That damn lord fancies himself the king of these parts. He may have antlers for a crown, but all the troublemakers around here are happy to follow his orders as long as he pays. Of course, they charge an arm and a leg in their taxes, and they call their executions punishment for treason. Even those who swore allegiance to the Stag Lord. They're killed fast if they're lucky. If not... Oleg glances back at Svetlana. Dove, why don't you just go start supper while we finish this talk? I have no need to be protected from dark talk, and I'm not some blind kitten. I've seen what these people do. Svetlana lowers her head. Most of the gang is just simple bandits, but there are a few monsters among them. Especially those close to the Stag Lord. Ox and Dovin from Nisroch come to mind. They like to make a show of their tortures and executions. We saw the bodies. As rightful lord of... See, again, this is what I take. Like, lawful evil I get, but at the same time, she said nothing about having to listen to your whining. My character doesn't do that. He asked for information. These people are talking. You have nothing to fear. As the first of my subjects in these lands, I will deal with this attack. We will slaughter these bandits and drive them back, and then I'll find this Stag Lord and mount his head on a goddamn pike. I appreciate your good intentions. I may not have the best manners, but Oleg Levitin is the last name you'll hear accused of being ungrateful. If we manage to defend the post, I'll reward you proper. I need to hide Svetlana, though, and do not argue, my dear. We have to decide on a plan of action. Please, look around. There may be something we can use for the battle. There's plenty of solid traps around from the trappers in the area, maybe some tar, and a box of alchemist fire, I think. Alchemist fire? Put it by the gate, light it off with a burning arrow, right as the bandits arrive. But that could set the post on fire! Oleg shouts, surprised. Maybe if we cover just the walls with something to protect them. Okay, yes, that might work, but I'll be the one to shoot the arrow. I used to be pretty good with a crossbow back in the day. I need to know more. We've got other questions I need to ask. I'm afraid they'll come back while we're chatting, but what's to be done? Enough about the bandits. Tell me about yourselves. Oleg shifts on his feet uncomfortably. Well, there's got to be more important things to discuss, but alright. We're just honest people who moved here from Restov. We fixed up this old fort to house travelers and give the merchants a place to trade with the locals. We deal with the occasional huntsmen who prowl the area, and... What does any of this matter? When those bandits come back, they'll either drain us dry or kill us all. I did see someone run out of the trading post as I walked up. Who was that? Oh, that must have been Boken. He's a local alchemist who sells potions. He lives out in the forest like a damned hermit. But he comes here every day. He knows the trees and the bushes in the area, how they can help you, which ones to stay away from. The Stag Lord's gang tried to recruit him, but he lacks the courage to fight those bandits. He just won't walk away from us. Deep down, he's a good man, even if he grumbles a lot, especially recently. I need to see your goods as well. I don't know what good trading will serve if those bloodsuckers come back and take everything, but have a look. Well, I need to get rid of a lot of shit, so... okay, good. You could just double click. Thank God. I didn't remember what was the shortcut for this stuff. There we go. Just drop off all of this. Get as much money as we can for this. Sort by price. No one is going to be using a nunchuck. Absolutely not. The longsword, I think, will work for Valerie. Nope, she already has a masterwork longsword. Okay. So kind of no point then. The offer button and the cog next to it. Really? That goes... Oh, okay. Okay. Nonetheless, a Fashard was recommended for Jay Thal, so we might hold on to that in case I end up changing her to a melee. Nunchucks are one of the weapons in the game where the one class that can use them at level 1 are better off with their bare hands. Yep. Ever-burning torch, we want to keep those. Light, that's a masterwork light base, so we will hold on to that in case I want to give that to somebody. We don't need the masterwork longsword, I don't think. The great axe, if we are going to be going with the claw attacks on Amiri, that's not needed. She can either use her big sword or she can use the great axe. Well, actually, she does have multiple weapon slots. There's no reason not to keep it on her just in case. All right, we'll keep the axe. Everybody has a ranged weapon, right? Longbow, 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 and I have my cantrips. So we should be good. So we can go ahead and sell the crossbows. Sell the short bows. Regular longsword, regular longsword. We can sell those. Keep the Fashard. Sell the heavy mace. What is that? Quarterstaff? No, spear. And then sell all the daggers. We wanted to make sure a super special weapon was useless in the hands of all but a few. I guess making them nunchucks can work. Otherwise, they're not practical in any sense. Yeah. All right, that's all that. We don't need any of this jewelry. Would never sell potions and scrolls if we can avoid it. Unless we absolutely are sure. And then I don't think we need... The only thing we need to keep here is the camping supplies. Everything else is sellable. I'm pretty sure. Oh, wait. Those are cooking ingredients. Actually, we can keep those. I almost forgot. So sell the book. That is a cooking ingredient. Silver disc, the butter, the carved beads. There we go. Shiny scales, the maps. Was that just a... Oh, incense. That's what that was. There we go. That should be everything. Yes, that's everything I want to get rid of. 688 gold. Is there anything we can buy? We could get another composite bow, which would help with Amiri. A masterwork composite bow. Flyns, the Ubermensch of Knowles in this world, have a unique cultural weapon called Flynn bars, which are basically just heavy nunchucks. They aren't monk weapons, but their stats are a bit more practical. Interesting. Got masterwork. He's got mainly masterwork stuff, if I recall. Yeah, he does have a couple pieces of enchanted gear, but we really don't... Well, actually, we would have enough, but... not really. Not really. Ring of protection, bag of holding. We'll need to save up for that. Oh, always buy the recipes. Go ahead and grab those. Some of those are good. Some of those are really good. We'll save up for the bag of holding. That will help us. But yeah, I don't think there's really much else that we can get from him at this point. We should probably just be stacking. A regular bastard sword to take care of Amiri might be better, but the axe is still good. The axe is also worth 18 gold, which isn't much. And the bastard sword is worth 400. He should have full plate. Oh, I'm in the wrong section. Yes, he does have a suit of full plate, which would be good for Valerie. We could afford that, I think. No, we can't. That's just out of our price range, unfortunately. That's just barely out of our price range. We'll hold off on getting that, because we are about to kill a bunch of guys anyways, so we should get enough to buy that. Yeah, we'll just hold on to those for right now. We sold all of this, right? Yes, all that's gone. All that's gone. Keep the scrolls. We don't want to sell any of those. Okay. But Cohen is also here. Or Boken, I think. Copy recipe. There we go. Right, she has her lantern. So actually, hold on. So actually, let me go to weapons here. The composite longbow for a ranged weapon would be better. Oh, wait. Wait, she already has one? Composite longbow. Composite longbow. Oh, I guess we did. Oh, I'm an idiot then. Yeah, because even though her dex isn't very high, she's going to get the extra damage on that. Meanwhile, Jaethal gets both, yeah, long range and decent damage. Speaking of which, I'm going to just have her equip that.
I am yours to command.
And you should be fighting defensively at all times. So that way you get the additional, what, +3, +2? Yes, +2. Oh, right. She needs to put points in mobility. I almost forgot about that. Even though she'll never use it, you do want that if she's going to be using fighting defensively, because it gives you even more dodge AC when you get to that rank. Need to keep that in mind. All right.
Focus on the goal.
All right, Boken, we do need to talk to you. A frail, disheveled old man wearing a stained and tattered robe gives you a gloomy look. I'm Boken, local herbalist. What brings you here? Well, tell me about yourself, old man. What's there to tell? I'm a herbalist. I make potions. I sell them. Gather herbs, roots, berries. He sighs. I live in the forest. I live off the land. Ever since I left Restov for these parts, I ended up a merchant here at the post. They let me in out of kindness and help me with things. Give me water or firewood when it's cold, and the occasional barrel of honey. They're good people. We could really use the help fighting the bandits. Where's this coming from? Want an old man like me to fight? Fine, here's a potion. Consider that my help. Coward's excuse. How predictable. The bandits here bother you as much as Svetlana and Oleg. Maybe more. I'm asking you to help us get rid of them for the good of what is soon to be a new land. Boken scratches at his head, hums to himself for a moment, and puffs his chest out. All right. We'll show those troublemakers. Yeah, they'll learn better than to chase an old man around. Someone might even write up some verses about me, maybe even some heroic ones. I think I can also... No, we can't... Wait, can we... No, we can't access his inventory yet.
That is not far.
If I recall correctly, there's some things that we can grab and do around here to get ready for the fight. Old well has been renovated and cleaned. It even has a new roof. And there is some random gear around here, if I recall. Yes, heavy crossbow, longsword, bucklers. Oh, right. Maybe we could... If we go with, like, a buckler... If we go with, like, a buckler build for Jaethal, that might work. A rapier plus a buckler might actually be a really good option for her in melee. What else do we have around here? There's some disgusting slush in the pot. It seems to be tar. Spill the tar near the trading post entrance to help slow down the bandits. Yep. And then there's a heavy mace, some jasper, and some coins.
All according to plan.
Sloppy entrance, apparently. Rope. Never leave on an adventure without rope. You will regret it. The DM will find some way to make it so that you not bringing rope is going to fuck everyone over. And I believe these are the traps he mentioned. This rubbish seems unlikely to help. Oh, did we fail the check? I think we failed the check. Well. So we don't even get the traps. That's annoying. Oh well. Nothing we could do about it.
Due time.
I thought that was a guaranteed thing after he tells you about it, but apparently not. Let's get back to the possible attack. Okay, there's nothing else we can talk about here. All right. Well, if that's the case, I'm going to go ahead and sell... Well, actually, no. No one needs the heavy crossbow here, but I think Lindsay is good with crossbow. Don't forget the shovel. Yeah, well, unfortunately, that's not in this game, but yes. We can go ahead and sell those. Sell one of the bucklers. Sell the silver spoon. Sell the jasper. Keep the rope. Keep the potatoes. That gets us another 26 gold. Still not enough to get that heavy armor. If you respond to Oleg, I'll take a look around and figure out what to do with the traps. You don't need to make skill checks for the trap and tar, but I thought I did that. Let's talk about the packs. What do they want? They claim they're attacking. Yeah, yeah. See, I could have sworn I already asked about that. But that's why the tar...
That is not far.
I'm confused. Yeah, no, it just won't let us use it. It won't... There was no dialogue option. It won't let us use it. Oh, well. Well, we have the tar. That's the main important thing. And Bakoan, I think, throws bombs, so we should be fine.
As it should be.
It's the dialogue where you suggest to use the alchemist fire. But we went through that, and I went through all the options. So why won't it let me? Well, that's annoying. All right, well, there's nothing that can be done about it. I'm trying to avoid save scumming, so we're not going to do that. Is there anything else we can do right now? The bandit fight isn't hard. There's no big worry. I will say if everyone in your party can... Yes, I do know you want to do that first. That's a lot of damage. If you're greedy and want to keep them for yourself, this fight actually gets dangerous. Yes, yes. I am aware. I am aware. So I do have my Wand of Magic Missile, so I have plenty of ranged options. Valerie, let's go ahead and set you to your longbow. Jathal to your longbow. Amiri to your longbow. There we go. Everybody equip ranged weapons. Let's go ahead and quick save.
I know what to do.
Gather our strength.
We will. We got to finish this fight first, unfortunately, because the game doesn't really give us the option to rest until now. We will rest after this when we get inside, but until then. So I'm going to go ahead and preemptively cast a shield on myself, because I don't think much time passes between these, but I could be wrong. All right. Fear not, we shall stand between you and this scum. You are under my protection. Amiri flexes her shoulders. Finally, a fight. I was bored with the talking. I see your group is not so easily cowed. I beg you, just be careful, and don't let Oleg do anything risky. Svetlana, go inside. We're about to meet our guests. Oh no, time passed. Shit. Okay. Yoink. Alright, so one of them did get past. Gonna have Jathal switch to her melee weapon to engage. The rest of us, Amiri, do not... Oh, we did get a rest from that. Okay. Seriously? Hawk? Hey, it was either that or I get an AI to make an image because I couldn't find nothing that would fit this character with how I wanted to play him. Is Boken helping? Oh, crap, he is. Yeah, I know. That's why I need to get... Okay, so actually, I actually do want Valerie because I need you to step in between Boken and them. I'm just going to immediately start firing off... He's the important one that we need to deal with. I'm going to start firing off magic missiles. Amiri, stick to your ranged weapon and target the guy who's weak. Oh god, they're focusing on... Oh my god, they're focusing on Oleg. Oh no. They are all focusing on Oleg. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oleg aggroes them all and also in front with a crossbow. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I don't think he can die. It's like literally written into the game that he can't. They go down! So he's actually kind of functioning as a very basic, oh my god, they're so slow. And also Bakoan is just bombing his position. No, pull back. Let's go with another magic missile on him. Amiri, continue to provide fire support. There we go, he's down. Can you guys please kill this one bandit? Nope, stay out of there. Stay out of there. All right, Oleg is probably just about down. Everybody switch to ranged weapons. go with that.
Let us
Open.
strike as one.
No. You need to switch. Did you switch? Yes. Why am I moving forward? No. Acid splash. Oh my god, what is that man's body doing? There we go. Somehow Oleg is still standing. I don't even know how. Alright, we should be able to hit him from here.
Despicable.
There we go. I may or may not have almost died in this fight because Boken threw bombs at them while I was on the ground unconscious. Yeah, that'd do it. Alright, focus fire. You know what? Okay, I got through there just fine, so I'm going to close to melee range and try to stop this guy. There we go. Alright, now we can grab all the loot.
Ready for anything.
And cloak. Cloak of resistance. Nice. A bunch of composite bows, which is good. And some short swords and some basic gear. All of which we need to sell.
In due time.
Oleg is breathing heavily, but he shakes his fist in the air menacingly. You rats got what you deserved. Now they'll know better than to treat honest people like fucking cattle. And Boken here taught them a thing or two as well. So note on Hap's Bayan, I don't know how much about him. On the tabletop, he's a ranger with favorite enemy elves. Ooh. So he did have a little bit more to him than he did here. Admittedly, his entire job was to die horribly, so... Now, my lord, you can head on up to the guest rooms on the second floor. I think you all deserve some rest after that battle, and I need to clean things up. How about you, Bakoan? We sure showed them, that's what. Indeed we did. Okay, we can't sell anything to him just yet, so we need to go upstairs. There are some basic supplies in here, if I recall. Potatoes. Anything else? Svetlana? I'm glad they left. Now, please excuse me. We have a lot of work to do. We'll speak tomorrow.
How curious.
And some spare gold that they kept hidden under the floorboards. Thank you. And that's locked. Nobody can pick the lock. There's a random cat here. Why elves and not humans? Is elven anatomy that different? Is their spleen in a different location? I mean, to be fair, it's favored enemy, not like that he knows more about it. You could easily flavor it as he hates elves and does more damage against them. Oh, right. I remember this. So I think this was a backer reward. Somebody's cat died during the development of the game, so they immortalized the person's cat in the game, which I always felt was really adorable. And it gives you a +2 morale bonus on perception and lore and nature lore checks, which is pretty good. Ray of Enfeeblement, a Potion of Vanish. Let's just go ahead and collect all of that. And I think... Where does the cat show up? He does count as a usable item. We're just going to go ahead and throw him on my inventory because he's a kitty.
No mistakes.
And then we're just going to activate him so that we always have a cat walking around with us. Yes. He does give us a slight boost to perception, which is also nice. Which we will start putting points of perception after we get Knowledge Arcana up slightly. What's over here? We got some basic supplies. There's nothing else in here. So we just have one locked container over here that we have to worry about. Everybody go to sleep. Ahem. You wake from a nasty dream that's tortured you almost all night. In it, you saw a wall of unnaturally thick fog that surrounded you, slowly moving closer and closer. A quick look out the window and you find that the fog was not a figment of your imagination, not a dream. But then... basic anatomy vulnerability is covered with sneak attack. Favorite enemy may be more of a case of obsession. I'm honestly not sure, but because there are scores of humanoid subtypes, it's just fair for the ranger to choose them individually. Yeah.
Hear me. Please hear me. Can you hear me? Please.
Well, hello, my lady. Can you guys guess who we're going to be romancing? The half-transparent outline of a beautiful nymph appears before you. Even in a ghostly form, you can hear that she's exhausted. Her shoulders are slouched. Her large blue eyes burn within a pale face. Her voice, barely more than a whisper as she reaches towards you. Wouldn't? See, I just find... First of all, she's a fae, and we're lawful evil. That just screams we shouldn't be together, but we should. But we absolutely will. Secondly, yes, I know that she's... I mean, again, the marking on this stream is a semi-blind. There are things about this game I don't remember and things I haven't seen. But I do know exactly who this is. Still would. Romance of the Three Leaves. Oh, that's a good one. It seems that you and you alone can see or hear the nymph. Well, I'm glad that my adventure begins with such a beautiful sight.
Beauty is so tender. It can so easily be crushed under the blows of cruel fate. But you can save it from being undone.
Sparks light up and fade in the nymph's huge eyes. Who are you?
Who am I? Just a tear shed by the land itself. The bitter sigh of nature. I am a nymph, the guardian of this area. A defeated guardian. Call me the guardian of the bloom, if you wish.
And what is it you want from me, dear spirit?
Aid. Salvation. We have a common enemy, and long have I searched for someone who can defeat him. The one you call the Stag Lord. As a storm strikes ruthlessly with gusts and lightning, the Stag Lord wreaks havoc with the swords of his servants. And not just in the world of people. The land also suffers from the evil he brings. My forests and my flowers suffocate in this fog. Soon, even I will vanish, as the last ray of light fades at dusk.
The Stag Lord is the one responsible.
Yes. It hides his fortress as well as his dark deeds. But while responsible, he did not create this affliction. It is the work of a powerful druid who has betrayed even himself. I know not why the powers did not leave this renegade, but even I was unable to defeat him.
How can I help you?
This fog, it enshrouds, entangles, suffocates. If only I could learn how it was created. But my powers wane. I have barely the strength to call out to you. All I know for certain is that somewhere in this forest lies an old house, and it echoes with the remnants of a strange power. The Stag Lord and his druid were there. The fog hides this place from me, but I can point you to the bandits' camp near the Thornford. Make them tell you where this place is. Go there and listen to the echo, catch the whispers, search for anything that can tell you how the fog was created. Once the fog clears, nature will breathe again, and you will be able to easily find your way to the fortress of our mutual enemy.
I understand. I will free you.
I don't believe in fate, stranger. But our meeting seems more than a coincidence.
The nymph's whisper fades as she disappears. Okay. Oh, there is some stuff over here too. Guide for Travelers, Hunters, and Explorers. Of the River Kingdoms, Volume 5, Monsters and Beasts. Will-o'-the-Wisp, an amusing glowing ball which looks harmless and doesn't arouse any natural suspicion, pretends to be a guiding light in the marshes, but leads travelers to certain death. The agonizing fear of their victims is this monster's nourishing dinner. If you manage to resist their tricks, make sure you have some electrical protection. The monster electrocutes any visitor it fails to lure into its terror. Werewolves. Werewolves prefer to hunt in groups and attack lone travelers. It's entirely possible that a Varisian camp or troop could turn into a pack of bloodthirsty lycanthropes under the cover of darkness. Ordinary weapons stand little chance against them, but a silver blade greatly increases your chance of survival. Primals. Powerful creatures of the primal realm occasionally visit this world for amusement. 'Tis best to stay out of the primal's way. Do not fight it. It's extremely dangerous, but if life is at stake, resort to cold steel. Right, we still can't get into that, right? Sounds better than actual McDonald's burgers, honestly. Note, I have no idea what a primal is. Yeah, it didn't sound right at all, did it? Svetlana. Good day. I hope you're feeling all right after the battle. I can't thank you enough for what you've done. I definitely don't want to waste your time, but if you have a moment, I have a request. What did you wish to ask of me? It is a very personal request. Svetlana lowers her head. Maybe not important enough for your time. I understand if you say no, but the first time that the Staglord's thugs came here demanding money, they also took my wedding ring, tore it right off my hand. It's just a trinket, really, but it did mean a lot to me. I remember every moment of the day that Oleg came to me with that ring in hand to ask if I would marry him. I was standing in a fancy dress on the stairs of my father's home, fearing that I'd misheard him, or that I'd say something stupid and everyone would laugh. Svetlana interrupts herself, shaking her head gently. Nonetheless, if you happen upon my ring in the bandit's possessions, please bring it back to me. It's easy to recognize. My name is engraved on the inside of the band. She drops her eyes, lowering her voice. There's another thing. Among the bandits is a dark-haired woman who wields 2 axes. She's one of his better fighters, in fact, and can be extremely dangerous and cruel, but I beg you, show her mercy if you have the chance. I cannot promise anything, but if I come across your ring, I will return it to you. I understand, and I appreciate any effort that you can. Tell me of yourself and your husband. How did you end up finding the courage to establish a trading post in the Stolen Lands? Well, it was Oleg's idea, and I supported him. We didn't realize how dangerous it truly was, of course. In Restov, everyone respects the Sword Lords, and everyone's accustomed to relying on them for protection. Even the mention of someone like Lady Jamandi would be enough to fend off any street thug or any kind of out of the trouble. It would even work in some other places beyond, but not with the Stag Lord and his men. What can you tell me about the man? He is not some average bandit. If no one puts a stop to him, he'll turn the Stolen Lands into his own personal kingdom, a kingdom of nothing but fear and oppression. Fear always follows power to a certain extent. It would be naive to think that the Stag Lord is so much different than any other ruler. While it is preferable to be loved and feared, many rulers cannot manage such a thing. You may be right, but life without hope is just too bitter. She lowers her head. Honorial Eight Eyes, and this is where we'll be getting our mercenary for the run. The elf looks straight at you, through the tangled hair falling over her face. You're the adventurer, seeking your fortune here? You aren't the only one of your kind here. Take my advice. Keep your eyes open and watch your back. Sometimes the ones who call themselves your friend are more dangerous than any enemy. Judging by the elf's voice, it's obvious she had started the day with a jug of wine. Oh, there's the ad we're going to hold here right now. I need to do some stretches. We'll be back in a few minutes. You know the deal. Be back in a moment. I fully respect your lawful evil playthrough, but you must be removed. Hey, we're going to be leaning more on the lawful side of things for the most part, but we will be we are a follower of Abadar, Terrell. We must bring civilization to this stolen land by any means necessary. Common complaint among my friend in the Owlcat games was the lawful options always felt too harsh. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, to a certain extent, that's kind of what they need to be. I'm as zealous as you could ever imagine, just my faith is much stronger than yours. Like, to some extent, the lawful options should be. The thing is, though, is that lawful should also provide loopholes. Like, that's sort of the whole thing. Like, we'll see it a lot in Wrath, because in Wrath of the Righteous, there are several lawful options that are just borderline lawful stupid. Because your character doesn't even think for a moment about, like, wait a second, this is following the letter of the law, but not the spirit of the law in the slightest. Is there any way I could get around this? Like, some of the lawful good and lawful evil options are better at that in Wrath, but the lawful neutral options, as I said, some of them borderline a lawful stupid. And Kingmaker wasn't much better, if I remember correctly, but I don't remember most of the alignment options, so. We already read this. Who are you? The elf grunts. I am Honorial Eight Eyes, and once upon a time I was famous throughout Absalom as Honorial Eight Eyes of the Reckless Six. Glory passes quickly, and a few miserable decades later, no one even recognizes you on the street anymore. What a shame. Absalom. For nearly 4 millennia, Absalom has been the city at the center of the world, a metropolis-sized showcase of the greatest treasures in all of Galarian. The city not only holds a key strategic position for both commercial and military endeavors in the region, but encompasses the site of the ascension of 4 deities and claims to have been founded by none other than the last Aslanti, the god Aroden himself. Chaotic lawful, I follow an ever-changing set of rules. Wouldn't that just be lawful schizophrenic? Or lawful multiple personality disorder? And what exactly is a hero of such renown doing here? I sit here waiting for adventurers in need of aid. We may be sitting here in a backwoods tavern, but in Absalom I have several friends who are eager to make coin. They have brave hearts and shallow pockets. A little gold is a welcome change for them. I can send them a message. They will come through Absalom through a special portal we can conjure. If you're interested, give me a sign. We'll arrange everything right away. I can summon the tutors of the Pathfinder Society who can retrain you and your companions. They're quite willing to do this for a fee, but for free the first 3 times you request their services. After that, the price will gradually increase. Such is their way of doing business with new clients. Ah yes, the Pathfinder Society. The Harpers, but less stupid, quite frankly. Is a globe-spanning organization based out of Absalom. The members consist primarily of the Pathfinders, adventurers who travel throughout Galarian, usually inconspicuously to explore, delve, and otherwise experience the lesser-seen parts of the world. They send journals documenting their travels back to their venture captains, who assign their new missions to suggest new places to explore. The most exciting and illuminating of these journals are compiled in the Grand Pathfinder Chronicles, an ongoing series of books to collect the history and mysteries of Galarian for its membership and the general public. A lot is cheese-based. Yeah. Funnily enough, I did watch a video on that, it's a Skyrim-like game called like Avalon or something. Apparently there's an entire side quest in that does end up giving you a spell that turns enemies into cheese. And yes, the whole quest is basically a reference to Sheogorath. Why are you called the Eight Eyes? One must not covet the wife of another unless she has the eyes of the cheese seller. Once, long ago, I could spot an enemy and pin him to the wall before he could even think of attacking. They said I had 8 eyes that could look all around me at once. It seems I've outlived the nickname. She stretches her arm forward, her palms trembling noticeably. I drink far too much, and it's best I don't test my skills so often. And what were you doing in the trading post when it was attacked? I was out hunting. I got lost in the mist. First time that's ever happened. I should go easier on the drink. But don't you imagine that I'd be scared of a good fight. If I'd known I was missing the action, but I see you had everything under control. Would a hero such as yourself be willing to join me? Ha! No. I have enough to do already. You'd manage better on your own. So a famous Pathfinder out here in the middle of nowhere. Why? The Pathfinder Society isn't super comparable to Harper's. They're not really moral. They have a focus on gathering lore information, but with sub-factions based on certain specializations. The biggest thing I have in common with the Harpers is their rivalry with the merchant consortium known as the Aspis Consortium. The Aspis Consortium is even more about money and being evil, unlike the Zents. One must show forgiveness the hour following the consumption of dairy produce. You want to know how one could exchange the life of a Pathfinder for being a sorry drunk in this rat hole? The light in Honorial's eyes goes out as if someone had blown out a candle. You lose all your friends because of one scumbag, and then you'll understand. I was the only one to come back from the final adventure of the Reckless Six, and whatever's left of me can't be called a seeker anymore. She remains silent for a long time, as if wondering if she wishes to poke at the old wound. You want to hear part of the story? Our leader, Vermelt, was the best of us. Wise, brave, friends with everyone he met. And one of those friends, a Divion Adrissant, sent him a disturbing letter. He'd stumbled upon the mention of an ancient book of the art of necromancy. Secrets like those are best left hidden, trust me. I've seen what that kind of magic can do. She bites her lip. To make a long story short, these volumes were hidden in the catacombs of Gallows Spire. We decided that the book should be retrieved, kept safe by the Society. We gathered in a tavern, discussed the expedition, and then proceeded to Ustalav. The immortal Principality of Ustalav is a fog-shrouded nation of countless horrors, a once proud realm that suffered under the clawed hands of the Whispering Tyrant for centuries. It was a normal mission, quick and quiet recovery. She smiles bitterly. Everything turned out to be much more complicated. We barely made it through the Witchgate Forest. The living trees, the undead druids, the arches of bone. It was a miracle we even got through it alive. We'd chosen the town of Wrenchurch to stop at, marked at Vermelt's map as a safe place to hole up and lick our wounds. Were that to be true. Vermelt was the first to perish, attacked by monsters hiding in the stables. It tossed him like a feather, threw him down an ancient well. His shout echoed for a long time, and I didn't hear the sound of him landing. And then, she pauses, turns away, hiding her eyes. Enough. I should not have opened this wound. Who am I to stir up others' feelings with my chatter? Forget about it. Maybe I'll tell you more someday, but not today. What can you tell me about the Society? What are you interested in? What is the purpose? It is the school of adventurers. We search for those who are eager to test their skills. We educate them, give them ideas about where in Galarian they may seek their fortune. They look for knowledge, secrets, lost artifacts. We are explorers, the aptly named Pathfinders. We are a mutual assistance club for the lovers of adventure. We exchange experience, knowledge, careful records, in case it proves useful to future expeditions. We publish books for thrill seekers and the bored urban teenagers of wealthy families. And what kind of members does the Society have? All sorts. We have representatives of nearly every race, religion, and belief. The Grand Lodge is located in Absalom, though there are many smaller lodges throughout Galarian. Actually, we haven't even read this one. The planet Galarian orbits a yellow sun in the far reaches of the material plane. Third of 11 in orbit, the blue planet contains vast oceans and lush green lands. It is the perfect environment for countless cultures. Indeed, Galarian is the most populous planet in its solar system. It is an innately hospitable and life-sustaining environment that presumably is the work of the gods. Astronomers sometimes refer to Galarian as the Child. Astronomers of other planets, however, often refer to Galarian as the Cage, in reference to its cosmic role as the prison of the mad god Rovagug, who lies bound at the world's core. Returning to college tomorrow, yay! The good thing, however, is that college in question is literally in this town, so I don't need to move out or anything. But still, yay. Yeah. Well, still, Tenwin, I'm glad to hear that you're doing that, and I hope everything goes well for you. Hopefully it's not too, well, I wasn't going to say easy or hard, but I hope it's not aggravating. I hope you get everything you need out of it. Galarian has a whole solar system and planets with their own inhabitants, not terribly relevant, most adventures. Yeah, I think usually it only comes up if you're dealing with elves, because they spent some time on one of those other worlds when everything on Galarian went to shit. Galarian and the adventure captains direct pathfinders to their goals from across the corners of the world. There are many renowned heroes in the Society, and scoundrels as well, whose service to the Society has brought them great fame. Who does the Society support? You mean who does it serve? None in particular. Greetings, O Seeker. Welcome, British. Welcome. British 1984. Interesting username there. Numeria has a lot of aliens lore. Ooh, cool. Yes, we are playing through Kingmaker right now, British. We are playing through Kingmaker. I have played part of it in the past, but it's been many years, and I never actually finished it. So some aspects of this are still blind to me, and other aspects I remember well. No one in particular. Pathfinders try not to get involved in the political quarrels of others. We serve the spirit of adventure, and sometimes save the world. That doesn't mean there's no black sheep among the Seekers, though. Alright. Well, I do need a mercenary, so we're going to be not doing that because we don't have the money for it. Never mind. Shit. All right. I got a concussion. Mild concussion, but still a concussion. Bumped my head on the corner. Oh, dear. make sure you get that looked at, Sanity. Make sure you get that looked at. Dear Lord, man, be careful. Take care of yourself. Don't be doing anything that might get you, that might hurt even more than that. Or don't do anything that might make that worse. Get some rest if you need to. You can always check out the VODs later if you don't need to be, here listening. You can, yeah, don't fall asleep until you, I mean, I'm hoping if he says it has a concussion that he's already gotten it taken looked at, which means he should be fine because they should have already told him that. Been lurking for a few minutes since you laid out oil for combat. You seem quite knowledgeable about D&D Pathfinder itself. I have some experience with both D&D 3.5 and Pathfinder, as well as we just got done playing through Baldur's Gate 1, 2, and 3. That was taking up most of this year, actually. You don't get mild concussions looked at, they go away on their own. Still, Sanity, be safe, okay, man? Just be safe and be careful, all right? But yes, British, thank you for lurking. We always appreciate lurkers here. They make up the backbone of the stream. Them and the regulars. So thank you. Thank you for being here. Although, to be fair, if you've been paying attention, Lord Brownbear is providing a lot of context for Pathfinder, because while I know the game mechanics, and while I am familiar with some of the story of Kingmaker, I am not very well acquainted with the overarching world of Galeria. Ah, so the Bandit Breaker arrives. Well, anyway, new day, new troubles. The fog that's closed in. Never seen anything like it before. The road to Restov looks like someone spilled milk and it just hung in the air. I don't see anything about the soup, not even the torch. Feels like witchcraft to me. I bet the Stag Lord's involved somehow. Rumors say he deals with all kinds of black magic. I've got to ask though, like, why would you open a trading post in such a dangerous place? I dislike the noise. The floodgates is open and I cannot close them. Know the online map of Galarian in the style of Google Maps? Ooh, that sounds cool. Oleg answers reluctantly, I'm from Restov, and cities are complicated. Lots of people, each with their own places on the shelf, bow before this one, fear the other. Don't do business with the third, be extra nice to the fourth. Smaller villages are just better. Everyone likes to stick their noses in each other's business. I just wanted a place where I could be my own master, so I ended up here. I need to take care of the Stag Lord. What else do you know about him that could help me find him? Oh, that's quite a task you've got. The Stag Lord has a fortress somewhere in the area, but only a few of his chosen from the most trusted of his rabble are ever invited. The location is a heavily guarded secret. With this fog hanging around, I imagine it'd be even harder to find. Once 2nd edition was released, I sort of tuned out from any new releases. I have not actually looked much into Pathfinder 2nd edition as far as its rule set goes, but I'm too much of a fan of the modifications and the customization of characters from the 1st edition, so I'm not exactly the target audience, shall we say. Suppose you could try to follow the river. They attacked a post there before. Who attacked the post before? They came from the southwest, on this side of the Thorn River. The Thorn River meanders through the northern parts of the Gnarl Marshes. Slow, fetid, and teeming with light, the muddy waters flow sluggishly through the flooded lands and dense thickets. The locals do not dare drink from the river, not just because of the filth of the stench. Ravenous beasts lurk in the murky depths, laying in wait and ready at any time to pull their prey from solid ground into the bottom of the river. The fortress might be there, or at least some large camp of theirs where you could find more information. The cure is rest and stillness. The more severe a concussion, the more you need. Yeah, I think Tenwin is just saying that as long as you've already gotten that as an official diagnosis, just make sure you get your rest. Tenwin, I think Sanity's saying he has gotten a diagnosis. He knows it's a concussion. He knows he needs to rest. Let's just let him do that. Nonetheless, thank you for being here. Just keep yourself safe, man. Really, really, please. What else can you tell me about the Stag Lord? Not much. Not like I've sat down and shared a cup of wine with the damn bastard. But I think he arrived in the Stolen Lands just less than a year ago, from what I've heard. As soon as he got here, he took over everything. I wrote to Restov, tried to warn them that the Stag Lord wasn't your typical gang leader, but none of them listened. The rumors about him have only grown worse. He'll kill a man if they so much as disagree with him. He never reveals his face. Those who've seen him up close report the same thing. Ugly scars covering every inch of his skin that he isn't clothed in. The Stag Lord's past is a mystery. Just arrived one day. He was immediately a power to be reckoned with. I guess the most surprising thing about him is he has so many followers who admire him. He has minions who obey him out of fear. He has some inner strength to him, or an inner madness, perhaps. There are many who seem to follow him because of that madness, like it was some kind of virtue. I need to see the rest of your wares. You look to pay me with wares from the same money you took me. Is that funny or what? Yeah, shut up, Oleg. All right, we're going to keep the composite bows because those are generally pretty good for just about everybody. But we'll go ahead and sell the short swords. Keep the buckler. We can sell all the padded armor. We don't need that. It's not worth much, but every little bit helps at this stage of the game. The random ring that we found. Keep all of this. We'll keep the acid flask and the alchemist fire. Sell the book. Keep the cheese. Sell the gems. Keep the rope. Keep the rest of the food. Was there something else I was looking to buy? There's the plate armor. We could afford the plate armor, but that will set us back from getting our mercenary. Fun fact, the Stag Lord is actually the title of a lawful good Imperial Lord who would be pissed to hear that a bandit took the title. Yeah, I imagine. I cannot imagine that that goes over very well if he hears about that. Wait, that was it. I was thinking of picking up a... Does he have one? A Masterwork Rapier. If we give Jaethal the Rapier as her main weapon, because it is finesse wielding, which doesn't actually say, but it does mean that it should work, right? Yes. All right, so we're going to grab the Rapier. That'll go with that. That is going to cut into our money quite a bit, unfortunately. But that's just the nature of the game at this point. We just do not have much in the way. I'd also like to go ahead and grab... I'd like to keep an even number on this, so let's go ahead and grab 4 more camping supplies. There we go. That way we've got a nice spread of that. We're going to go ahead and exit. There you go, Oleg. You just made back all the money that I took from you. All right, Cloak of Resistance, which... There we go. Then we're going to go over to Jaethal. Let's go ahead and give you this. What? Oh, there we go. And the Rapier. So that gets her to an AC of 22, which is actually... Yeah, that, I mean, it's only a +1 over where she's at with the Scythe. So we can keep her on the Scythe for now, but as we get better bucklers and rapiers, if I can get her the finesse wielding, that'll also be great. Because once we get Masterwork Finesse, that'll go from a +2 to a +5. Didn't you want to save for the Bag of Holding? We have to save for the plate armor, the Bag of Holding, and to get a mercenary so we can take advantage of the crafting system. We're a long way off from all of that. That's a lot of money we got to save. But for right now, we'll go with the Rapier and the Scythe for her. Masterwork Longsword and Heavy Shield for her. That's fine. We can go ahead and swap in the composite bow so that when we do have to engage at range, she's got better options. I will just go ahead and give Amiri the axe, because let me see here. She's got a +5 with 9 to 23 there, versus a +6 with 7 to 18 there. So she doesn't take that much of a damage hit, but she still gets the full advantage of doing her two-handed weapons when the sprite isn't bugging the fuck out. We could keep her on unarmed when we want to do her or to use her rage, but either way, it's going to work. This is still solid. And it does give her a +6. All right, I think that's everything we can afford. I'm keeping the Fashard in case we do end up using that. Lightwork Mace. Keep the rest of our composite bows as well. We also want to keep the torches because I know... Well, we want to keep the torches right now because of a very specific quest that we're probably going to maybe not do right away because it'd be a pain in the ass. Now, the question is, do we spend the better part of the next hour trying to talk to everybody about their past? Because we could do that. I don't think there was any boxes we missed. I think everything got looted. Or do we just go out on the adventure and do the chatting with everybody later? And then there's Bakoan. He puts his hands on his hips. Ah, old Bakoan still knows a few tricks to impress those blood-sucking dummies. Ah, enough hiding in the damn bushes, I say. What do you do here? What's there to tell? I'm an herbalist. Make potions and sell. Yeah, he's already said this part. Show me what you have. I don't think he actually has anything that we need right now. He does have alchemist flasks and acid fire, or alchemist fire and acid flasks, which are useful. He has a lot of cure potions, a lot of inflict potions, which are also good because Jaethal needs that in order to heal. On transmutations and bodily poisons, honey, mushrooms, wand of snowball, wand of mage armor. That would be useful, but it's still expensive. And wand of jolt. Why would you ever buy a wand of a cantrip. That is stupid as hell. All right. Oh, regular longbow. We can go ahead and sell that then. We'll keep the composite ones though. Deal. A little bit more money. Well, actually, I mean, if you don't have access to it, I suppose. Pretty straightforward. The biggest change, of course, being the prologue. Yeah. Do you have anything that you need to have done, Boken? Boken glances at you, suddenly interested. Well, since you're asking, there is a cave nearby. I used to pick berries from there, but the place has been completely overrun by spiders. The berries are small, red, look a lot like raspberries, but they're called fang berries. I'd be real grateful if you could get a basket of them and bring them back. Just be quick if you do. They spoil quick. The spiders in the cave, though, are mean. Here, I can give you some alchemical fire. Crafted it myself. Just burn the spiders to a crisp. That'll teach them for taking over my cave. And I'll need a bucket of moon radishes. They're a rare and mysterious plant. I don't actually know where you'd find them, but I know the kobolds gather them and value them highly. It's not a huge deal, really. I'll do it myself if I were younger, but if you're willing, then I'd be more than willing to pay you. I need 3 portions for the berries and a purse full of coins for the radishes. Why do you need fangberries and moon radishes? The AP usually begins at Oleg's post. It's acid hand. I definitely know why they would give it in this game. Yeah, there's a good reason to have that specific one, but I'll save the spoiler. Oh, I'm pretty sure it's been added by a mod, though. It probably has. Why would you grab the lightning one? That doesn't... Okay. If it's spoilery, don't talk about it. I'll figure it out, and I'll probably rage about my inability to imagine this scenario, and I'll be angry at myself for not thinking of it. You want to know? I'll tell you if you bring some to me. All right, I'll see what I can do. He glances at you, hopefully. Just watch out, all right? And don't turn into a spider's lunch. All right, how about this? We'll do one of the characters' conversations, and then we'll move on from there. I don't want to sit around and do all 3 of them, because that could take the better part of an hour with having to read everything. Let's start with the boring one. Greetings. Everything is well, I hope. I am ready for orders. Well, tell me about yourself, Valerie. What exactly would you like to know? I was born to a noble family, though I did not remain long at my family's estate. My father sent me to the Order of the Eternal Rose, but I left once I realized that it did not match my principles. Yes, Shellen, the Eternal Rose, the Eternal Maiden, the Incorruptible, goddess of art, beauty, love, and music, half-sister of the dark god Zon-Cathon. Shellen focuses as much attention on internal beauty as external aspects of her role as goddess of beauty. She also promotes the creation of art and the composing and performance of music. Clerics of Shellen frequently are artists themselves. As the goddess of love, she encourages the proliferation of that feeling in all its forms. Of note, she is not the goddess of sexuality, lust, or fertility, and makes a very clear distinction between love and sexuality, though she does not in any way discourage erotic love. The few paladins who worship her practice their own form of courtly love. Just saying, Valeria, 7 out of 10 at best. Yeah, like, I'm not even going to say that I don't find her character concept interesting. A person who is given up to a paladin order who's just the way that they think is just not fit for a paladin order. The problem is it makes her stats nigh unusable, and it made her practically useless in the base game. I recall reading about Shellen, it mentions that she's no prude. I mean, of course she isn't. In this game, swarms are affected by energy damage even if it's single target, meaning that if you're hopelessly ill-matched to fight a swarm, a cantrip, wand, or a torch would be your last resort, which we do have. Where were you from? What was your childhood like? I was born in Brevoy, but in fact I have not seen much of the country. I spent my childhood in a remote estate owned by my family. My father is a respectable philanthropist and benefactor of the Church of Shellen. He's a renowned private collector and a great admirer of the arts. My mother saw to my education. From my early years, I learned proper manners, how to behave at the dinner table, proper form of words for every occasion. I also learned the difference between true nobles and low-born upstarts, and I learned how to treat each of them properly. Our home was always under the protection of several paladins of Shellen. My father donated a handsome sum to their order. One of them, a man of venerable age with a grey beard, once let me touch his shining armor. I do remember the admiration I felt when I touched the polished steel. She smiles. Of all the memories of my childhood, it is that one that is somehow still the warmest. Her stats work fine for an Eldori Defender, terrible for a shield tower. I can only assume they changed her class quite late, but forgot to update her stats to match the new class. Yeah. And again, her charisma, unless you go for the ever common dazzling display debuff build, it gets no use. At least with changing her to a vindictive bastard, she at least is going to get some use out of her charisma. And I don't want to hear some bullshit about, well, you could always use her as the party face. It's like she still doesn't do very good there either. You want at least a 16 to an 18 for a party face. Valerie's supposed to be this amazing hyper beauty that people would not stop writing poetry about, to the level where she got frustrated with it. And over there is Jathal, whose portrait is 10 times better in every way. Persuasion is quite useful even without dazzling display. I am aware, Britnoth, but this is something that I have a problem with in pretty much all the CRPGs I play, which is if I'm going to be playing the main character, I'm going to be the one who's taking the persuasion points. I don't see a reason to outsource that to another one of the NPCs. It just feels wrong. I'm the party leader. I'm the one who does the talking. So it feels very strange to go in that direction, if you get what I'm saying. Why were you sent to the Order? As you can imagine, my first days I was surrounded by crowds of servants and nannies who never stopped praising my heavenly beauty. The paladins of Shellen who used to visit our house echoed these praises. In the end, general consensus overwhelmed my father's better judgment. When I turned 6, I was brought to the church and told that this would be my new home. I have the opposite issue. If you're in a party where your roles are kind of equal, I think it's fair that someone besides you be the face if you dump those stats. I had that issue with Neverwinter Nights. Yeah, I guess just part of the problem is that no game really reflects that very well. I guess Baldur's Gate is probably the closest. And that's because they were also very smart to include a lot of dialogue options that were affected by race, your religious choices, and your character's class. Like, I actually looked up, and you can play a paladin who doesn't put any points into intimidation because there's just a lot of dialogue options where your paladin just goes, I'm a paladin, I'ma kick your ass. In my party, I often have 4 or 5 that can use persuasion. Yeah, I don't do that. And I also feel like it's a bit of a waste because if I know I'm going to have to use points of persuasion, I want the other party members to have skill points in other things. Do not pity me, I beg of you. Many who hear this story immediately assume that my parents were cruel and had no love for their child. Her eyes become very stern. My parents had respect for me. They taught me something that has supported me all of my life, a sense of self-esteem. Besides, they never fully abandoned me. Every 6 months, they would come and visit me in the Order. We had tea, had an hour to walk through the garden. They would then take their leave as etiquette demanded. What did they teach you in the Order? A variety of things. Some of them appealed to me, and others I simply could not accept. I enjoyed the physical activities, the swordsmanship, but the arts, the calligraphy, the painting, the poetry... So many other ways to simply waste one's time. She sighs deeply. I guess the deep in my heart, I always knew that I would never be a true paladin of Shellen. Wielding a sword felt far more naturally to me than handling a paintbrush. I understand the argument, but I think Valerie's stats are matching quite well from an RP perspective. Yes, from an art... See, this is where we get into the fundamental disconnect between a CRPG and a tabletop RPG. In a tabletop RPG, Valerie is perfect. She has an interesting story written as a background. She has a good reason for being lawful neutral. She has a religious conflict with both her parents and her former order. She's essentially a fallen paladin, but without the usual mwahaha evil. In a tabletop RPG, she could be great because a DM can work with that. In a CRPG, where the loot tables are static, where the computer is the DM, and where everything's been written out ahead of time, it doesn't work. I did that actually. Cleric Paladin multiclass that dumped charisma for wisdom. The point was to make a war cleric early and roleplay a paladin of tier. Ah. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that happening. Totally disagree. It makes 0 RP sense. No, I think a fallen paladin does work, Britnoth. I'm going to be very honest. I at least see where they're coming from. Why would anyone teach her how to fight? Look at her average strength and dex, but high stamina. You should use a door as a shield that requires huge strength and equally godly dex. Okay, there is also a difference, Britnoth, between metagaming and in-universe. In-universe, it makes perfect sense with someone like, okay, you've got average combat abilities, but you know how to handle a shield. Let's stick you in the heaviest of armor and give you the largest shield so that you can have the highest chance of surviving while attacking the enemy. there is a difference between taking, see, hold on, what's a good way to phrase this? Because I'm not dismissing what you're saying, Britnoth, because there is an argument to be made as far as actual stat problems. I feel deep down, Valerie's problem is that she feels like she has the Minsk issue. In Baldur's Gate 1, Minsk was specifically patterned off of someone else's roleplay character. His stats had problems with them because that was how 2nd edition was. Valerie has kind of the same issue, but 1, she's not as lovable as Minsk, and 2, it's harder to forgive because the Pathfinder system is much more like, hey, we literally gave you enough options. You could have made this work, but you chose not to. Galarian lore actually reinforces that full-on paladin to anti-paladin corruption is extremely rare, save for the demon cult of Pazuzu as a cult responsible for facilitating this corruption the most. Minx needs strength. Minx has strength. Yes, but he's technically supposed to be a ranger, so he's also supposed to have fairly high wisdom, and he's not supposed to be a, let's be honest, just above borderline drooling idiot. I mean, it's so bad, Britnoth, that most people don't remember that he's a ranger to begin with, and they assume he's a barbarian or a berserker. Why did you leave the order? Because of my heavenly beauty. Valerie winces in contempt as she says it. According to Shellen's laws, all art is sacred, regardless of the form it takes. Severe punishment awaits those who would dare to harm a painting, a sculpture, or a poem, no matter how worthless the drivel might be. My looks attracted unwanted attention from every pilgrim and acolyte in the temple. I received my first poem, dedicated to me when I was 9. The author was some wealthy geezer. Valerie's lips thin in contempt, and that was but the beginning. Minsk is a barber ranger. There we go. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. I was trying to pronounce it the first time you wrote it, and I couldn't do that. I think that they might have just been nice. Minsk is meant to be a berserker, a talent he possesses in addition to his ranger skills, though it is rarely used as it is risky. Berserker wasn't implemented in the game, so they made him a weird kind of ranger, but his stats fit how he fights. Valerie needs 20 plus dex to make use of her shield spec, but she has 13. Yes. To be fair, again, that is also partly because Owlcat took a system that already prioritized dex as a tanking stat and then made it even more prioritized as a tanking stat, because a lot of the ways to tank outside of it, such as barbarian HP tanking and other such methods, were not viable in Kingmaker. They only became even somewhat viable in Wrath, only to then get immediately shit-canned because the enemies can deal so much damage in Wrath, it's almost impossible to tank outside of a dex build. Which is why Camilla, when we get to Wrath of the Righteous, is probably going to be our main tank for most of the game. Because she's the only one who's built for it. Sculptures, pictures, poems, I was drowning in them from a young age. My admirers mobbed me, I had to respectfully accept all of their garbage. The clerics of the temple were magnanimous, for my suitors made generous offerings to the church, but eventually, I just snapped. And to be fair, Tenwin, I think she could have hand-waved it as they were being nice at first, but if it got as bad as how she's describing it, that just starts to come off as insanely creepy and abusive, as even by the church. Like, not in the you know, capital A abuse that one might assume with women who are underage, but definitely a form of abuse. Anyone who gets paid, I'd say, from the way it's presented, I get the feeling she's chosen the profession herself, but yeah, it's interpreted, involved, and your opinion is valid as well. Yeah. It's part of the problem of the way stats are handled in D&D, where it's, and the way that Dex interfaces with armor class. I'm more just joking about your character being honest about her appearance being a 7 out of 10 at best. To be fair, that's part of what builds your rapport with Valerie, even if you don't go down the romance route, which is you treat her like a normal person. And for her, that is immensely refreshing. Barely suppressed anger begins to glitter across her eyes. Some wealthy fool had dedicated an extremely untalented poem to me, and he had the nerve to read it directly to my face, holding my sleeve. The hour was late. I was on my way to get some rest after a boring lesson on rhymes. I had lost control. I tore the poem from him and tore it apart right in front of his eyes. I wonder how she'd react if you could be honest and say you're mid, but only after 6 pints and a curry. Oh, wow. Harsh, Britnoth. Harsh. Admittedly, I also do like that you can tell that she's not an idiot because she even says an extremely untalented poem. It's not that she sees all art as equally bad. It's that she's very easy to tell that most art is bad. She is an idiot. I mean, she has an intelligence, even in the base game, I think of 12, so she's not an idiot. I lost control and tore the poem apart in front of him. Her unmodded stats of 9. Oh, wow. So yeah, they changed that a lot then. Never mind. Never mind. Oh, that also explains why people don't like her for the tank role, because you need at least an intelligence of 13 to get the good tanking, like, feats and whatnot for fighting defensively. I can see why people get annoyed at that. Fair enough. The boss of Book 1 of Rune Lords is an Aasimar who's the daughter of a cleric of Shellen. He kept her separated from her village and constantly demanded prayer and reverence. The loneliness led to her snapping and burning her hometown with her father in it and fleeing to a city where she was taken in by the cult of Lamashtu. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Maybe with a mission accomplished, she intentionally doesn't make any effort to look pretty. Yeah, something like that. I could see that being part of it, because if I recall correctly, you later learn that she cut her hair. Like, she purposely cuts her hair badly so that, one, it doesn't get grabbed in combat, and two, because she just got sick and tired of people talking about it. But yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, yeah, she's a 7 out of 10. Like, yeah, she's fine. I don't care. You already know who I'm gonna romance. It's nobody in the party. Ahem. Valerie raises her head proudly. The paladins wanted to impose some punishment upon me. I don't exactly remember which exactly. They wanted me to repent. Instead, I gathered my things and left. And what did you do after you left? I set for Restov. I wanted to get as far from as possible from Shellen and the destiny everyone seemed so ready to force upon me. Besides, the school of swordsmanship in Restov was quite a decent reputation. Honestly, I was simply hoping for an opportunity to learn from the famous Eldori masters. Her jawline is more square than my paladin. Yeah, I do notice that. To be fair, I don't think they do her any favors by having a portrait that is a straight front shot on her face. I feel like if they had angled her face even slightly, they would have been able to make it look a little more presentable. By having it just be dead straight on, it just makes it look worse. I think it's a makeup sort of issue. She's a 7 out of 10 because she makes an effort to be. I mean, she doesn't, though. That's even referenced in her later dialogue, is that she doesn't make an attempt at all. She's just naturally a 7 out of 10, even when she doesn't try. I wouldn't even complain about her jawline. It wasn't because of the story, if it wasn't the story insisting that she's divinely beautiful. Yeah. Here's the thing. I think they could have gotten away with it if it had just been Lindsay and the Paladins of Shellen who show up later. If those were the only NPCs that went on about it, I'd almost be willing to chalk it up just to a personal preference kind of thing. But yeah, there are other NPCs who comment on it, and it just starts to, like, it doesn't work. Eventually, it would become clear that their technique was not a good fit for me. They work around avoiding impact. I prefer to simply raise my shield. But my abilities and skills, which I had learned in the Order, were enough to make the Sword Lords take an interest. They offered me a chance to join the mercenaries who served them, and I accepted. It seems that your beauty inspired many in the Order. Her gaze suddenly becomes cold. I had hoped to avoid this question. She exhales loudly. Let's get it over with, once and for all. You should understand that I am perfectly aware that most races, orders, and genders find me physically attractive. It is beyond my power to change that, but I have never been given a potential admirer any reason to start a conversation. It does not stop them nonetheless. After leaving the Order, I took a dagger and cut off the long hair that they used to praise. And now I get letters praising the beauty of my eyes. It was because of my appearance that I ended up in the Order, though I never wanted to be a paladin. It was because of my beauty that an infinite number of suitors have pursued me, all of them confusing simple politeness with hints of affection. Valerie clenches her fist. Do you know what I really want? I would like people to stop treating me as a piece of art. I want them to notice me as a person, that I am capable of something more than smiling for paintings, where I sit wearing a lacy satin dress, holding a basket of peaches in my lap. Is that too much to ask? The last question comes out in a shout, though Valerie doesn't seem to realize it. Just wear a helmet. You know what? I thought this before, but it came back to me with her rant there. I want you to imagine this. Imagine you recruit Valerie, but she's wearing a helmet. In her character portrait, she's wearing a helmet. You never see her face. You just hear her talk about this. She never reveals her face until the battle with the Shellen Paladin, And it's more than just a scar. Because if you know anything about the story, she does get a scar from fighting one of the Shelyn Paladins later in the story. I want you to imagine that the Shelyn Paladin goes overboard and completely like burns half of her face. And then the only reference point you have for her appearance is what she looks like after the fight. And you never see how she looked before. So you can make a definitive judgment call, like, especially if you romance her. Like, even if you're in the starting phase of the romance, she still never removes the helmet around you or the rest of the party. And the only time you see her face is after the incident. I think that would have been a good way to do it and still be able to sell the ethereal beauty that everyone goes on about by having it so that you never see it before it gets damaged. It also even, I think, would add to her romance because you're essentially still loving her. Like, you heard about her divine beauty and all that shit, but you never actually pursued a relationship with her till after she was forced to reveal her face. I think that would work. I think that would work from a story writing perspective. You're a true friend who I can trust with my life. Why all the shouting? It was a simple question. I know what you mean, but still, you shouldn't drive away. No. I thank you for your honesty, and I understand it. I hope to call you a friend and one who I can trust with my life. Then I am happy that you understand. Thank you. Valerie smiles at you gratefully. The smile is that of a warmth you did not expect from someone as stern as her, and you suddenly realize that you're smiling back. Let's change the subject. What can you tell me of Shelyn and her paladins? She makes an effort to be less attractive, but is still 7 out of 10 regardless. Well, I mean, that's sort of the point. That's sort of the point, is that even when she doesn't try, she's meant to be attractive. Shelyn is the goddess of love, beauty, and arts. Her paladins are something akin to armored artists, or at least that is how they like to think of themselves. She tries to contain her feelings, but her inner contempt seethes into her words. They are fanatical defenders of the worthless, the inartistic paintings, and meaningless opuses, if you care to know my opinion. Maybe just me, but that portrait 100% seems to use makeup. Again, I think that's part of the point, Tenwin, is that she doesn't, but she looks like she does. She's literally, I think in universe, essentially, she has quite literally been blessed by Shelyn. Like, that is indisputable. She just doesn't like it. You truly speak with the goddess of such contempt. What did she do to earn your anger? The goddess has been trying to ruin my life, she snorts. The goddess of everything useless that has ever existed in mortal life. The beauty in the world, the art, the soulful sighs in the moonlight, they have never fed a single family. And I beg you to please restrain from offering your opinion on this. I have heard everything you can tell me more than once. Nothing and no one can change my mind on this. She looks at you with suspicion. As for Shelyn, she is naught but the goddess of idlers. I almost joined her preposterous entourage, and I am just glad that I was smart enough to denounce her while I still could. So then what do paladins of Shelyn usually do? They wander, seeking the next pile of garbage, and when they find it, they call it an immortal piece of art and admire it until they're blue in the face. You may not believe this, but the paladins of Shelyn are not allowed to slay their enemies if they beg for mercy. Can you guess why? Because a bandit, a rapist, or a murderer who has been put to the sword will never be able to create something beautiful in the future. And so a paladin of Shelyn overpowers their enemy in battle, then inspires them to create a masterpiece. Valerie's face reflects extreme disgust. It might sound hilarious were it not true. I'm genuinely curious what would happen if you called her ugly. Like, you look fine, I guess, average at best. To be fair, I think, if I recall correctly from her romance, we'll get to that, Tewin, because it does come up. Let me put it that way. It comes up later. Valerie's exaggerating slightly with the anti-killing rule. That part can vary from paladin to paladin, but this must have been prevalent among the ones she knew. Yes. And to be fair, if you're someone in a life or death situation and you watch a paladin just spare a guy, I mean, let's be honest. She doesn't just say a bandit. She explicitly points out rapist or murderer, which tells me it wasn't just a paladin forgiving a bandit. It was a paladin or not forgiving, I should say, but sparing someone who she considered irredeemable. And I can definitely see how that would cause resentment. Plus, all of Shelyn's followers are obliged to practice some form of art in his or her free time every single day. No matter what is going on, even if you're feeling sick or hungry or sleepy, otherwise, according to their clerics, you lose your connection with the goddess. A simply preposterous notion, wouldn't you agree? The ones she was with sound like absolute mubbis. Well, this actually, I think, provides a lot of context. Remember, she was given over to the Order at the age of 6. I would be willing to bet that some of the restrictions the Order placed on her was from the perspective of, oh, she's a child. We need to instill the proper discipline in her immediately. Because I think that a Paladin of Shellen would even say, oh no, if you're feeling truly sick or something's wrong with you health-wise, of course you should skip working on your art to take care of yourself. Shellen's a good aligned goddess. She's not going to want you to do that. But teaching a child, if you're teaching a child and you want them to build habits that will last for the rest of their life, you make it seem like they have no choice so that hopefully over time they build that habit and then you don't have to provide the negative incentive to prevent them from doing so. The problem is Valerie never got past that. In some ways, she is still kind of stuck in that childish mindset because of how harsh the Order was on her at first. And it's doubly worse because, as we see, Valerie is her alignment is lawful neutral. She does want discipline and rigidity in her life, but the rules they placed on her specifically went against how she herself viewed her life. It's not that she can't fit in with hierarchy. She craves it as a lawful neutral aligned person. But she wants that rigidity of her own choice. And she was not given that with the Order. They placed rules on her that seemed completely arbitrary. And in some ways that's worse. It's one thing when a chaotic aligned character gets laws placed on them or rules placed on them. They just lash out. Valerie wanted that rule. She wanted that structure. She wanted that hierarchy. And it grated all the more that it was a hierarchy she could not fundamentally agree with. I understand that not every piece of art is good or even decent, but surely there must be at least a few great works among them. Is that what you think? She curves an eyebrow in mocking amazement. Yes, many share that delusion. Even I was deluded for that for a while. Now, though, I consider all works of art useless. People create this garbage because they have nothing better to do. A peasant does not paint a picture. He plows the earth to feed his family. A soldier does not have time for sculpture. He must defend his homeland. Idlers, slackers, they have plenty of time to waste, so they smear their canvases with paint and imagine that they have done something worthy and valuable. Valerie shakes her head in disapproval. Well, Valerie really doesn't appreciate a hobby. In her mind, practicing for combat is a hobby. Her 9-int, she does speak, for 9-int, she speaks a lot of sense. Well, the mod has bumped her up to 13 to make it so that she can actually access a lot of the defensive stats that she needs. But yes, otherwise, yeah. You said that every paladin must practice some kind of art. If I might ask, what did you pursue? I used to embroider, and I still do from time to time. A treacherous blush covers her cheeks. 'Tis nothing artistic, I assure you. A simple task to keep my hands busy and keep the gloomy thoughts at bay. It is nothing special. And see, because that's the thing. She draws a distinction between a hobby and an art. So she's a hypocrite too. A little bit, Tenwin. Not gonna lie, a little bit. To be fair, that's why the class that the Call of the Wild gives her is Vindictive Bastard. Deep down, she does know that some of her beliefs are more just out of spite than out of any logical argument. So you're an atheist. You refuse to worship any deity. She isn't claiming it's of any value, it's just a personal hobby. Yeah. I need no guidance from above. I have my own good conscience and my leader's orders to live by. You know you don't have to... No, we're lawful evil. My character is enjoying the fact that she's maintaining good manners while speaking with me. We're not even going to mention this. So you say you had plenty of suitors. She rolls her eyes. Sadly, you are correct. Even here in these remote lands, one can find the offspring of many a noble houses, and all of them consider it their duty to kneel before me and beg me for a walk in their garden. Valerie's voice overflows with contempt. Were words to be poison, you would be dying a horrible death. And do not forget about the village oaks. They understand the concept of nobility perfectly well. They realize they'll be punished if they dare to make an advance, so they prefer to stare from a distance and drool. Believe me, I can very well imagine what they discuss in the taverns. Valerie shivers and jerks her shoulders as if trying to shed the sticky, disgusting stares. It's worth noting there is no deity choice for character creation in the game, though there is one in Wrath of the Righteous. but each character does worship or not worship a deity as it will come through their dialogues. Look at me, Gorum. Yep. Amiri is Gorum. Jathal is Urgoatha. Lindsay is she Shelyn? Or she might be one of the other gods who deals with like bards. I think they are just hungry, Valerie. Not everything is about you. See, that is the part of her character that can be annoying. She does have an ego about her. No doubt about it. Lindsay worships Shelyn. That's what I thought. Yeah. Nope, we're not going to mention number 6. You're so eager to follow my orders. Why? What do you mean, why? She looks at you in bewilderment. I have agreed to join you. I follow your orders. I've joined your campaign because I have faith in your cause. I believe your intentions to be noble, though things may not always turn out as you've planned. You are my commander. Your orders are law, and it is my duty to follow them. She hesitates for a moment. So long as you do not order me to do something absolutely dishonorable, but a man such as you would never do that, I hope. Amiri looks a bit more appealing than you. Hey, I'll be honest. When I first played the game, and I did not know Amiri was one of the, what are they called? No, not archetype. There's a word Pathfinder and Paizo has for their canon characters of each class. I did not know Amiri was that, and I was honestly shocked there wasn't an Amiri romance path. And Iconics, that was it. Thank you, Britnoff. Yes, the iconic characters. I was just like, yeah, I'll romance the barbarian tomboy. Fuck it, yeah. And then it's like, yeah, no, she has no romance option. It's like, wait, what? Why? They intentionally avoid. Yeah, I know that they did. I found out later about the iconics and Paizo and all that. I get why they did it. I get why they did it. Thank you for the conversation. As you wish. She nods with dignity. All right, we will save Jathal and Amiri's conversations for another time. We already took way too long with that. Let's get out and about, shall we? Yes, we've got a handful of gear. Let's get moving. The exit should be down here, right? We can take... why is the cat... Isn't the cat already active? Use. Right? Or is it not usable here? Oh, whatever. Let's get moving.
That is not far.
We'll grab our team. We need to go find 2 more people because we need to fill up this this group as quickly as possible. The Thorn Fort is over here, and the Spider Cave is over here. In my first playthrough, where I actually got anywhere in Pathfinder, because the first I ever got was past the troll boss, I actually romanced Valerie. Not sure why. I don't know what it censored there, Tenwin. I have no idea. She just sounds obnoxious. Yeah, she kind of does. I'm not gonna lie. She kind of does. All right, I don't think... Oh, God. I do love this. I do love just how big the map is. Oh, it's so nice. All of this will soon be ours. We will build a nation to be unrivaled. We've got Numeria up to the northeast or northwest. I'm pretty sure Pitax is down here somewhere. Yeah, Pitax. The Gnarl Marches are all no man's land, which all of Act 1 is going to take place in. The Comlands, the Shrike, Varnhold, and the Dunsward region. Ah, I do like that. It just happened. I actually think some features of the map are mirrored compared to the official map for some godless reason. Whatever. It largely fits. And yes, the area cut off by the fog is the maximum extent of Act 1. So let's get moving. Does the map seem blurry to you guys? I don't know why. It feels like some of the... Like, everything that's, like, highlightable is fine, but some of the areas seem blurry. I don't know. Okay, so... let me see. I vaguely remember... We can pick up Lindsay somewhere down here, and then we need to go... It's called No Film Grain. Oh. Is a harem more lawful, evil, or chaotic? Joking about harems being seen as hedonistic and depraved. It would depend on your character's culture, I would imagine. If your character's culture has a long history of polygamy, it could be considered a lawful action, but you would need to treat it properly. Usually that would mean you only have one wife, but several concubines. Failing that, you could be a full-blown polygamous character and marry multiple people, which I would define as more chaotic. Okay, either way, we need to be heading in this direction because we need to track down 2 more characters to actually fill out our party. Oh, right, random encounter. I almost forget about those. A jittery old man in squalid clothing shuffles up to you. His gray hair is unkempt, and he continually clenches and unclenches his wrinkled, freckled hands. When he stops and looks up at you, his eyes widen and he tugs at his beard. Actually, speaking of polygamous, Tenwin, the tiefling does have a polygamous route with her sister, if you choose to go that route with them, which is interesting. Strange weather, invisible fog, creeping out of the woods, soar beyond the sky, obscures the sun and moon. Strange. The old man shakes his head, his eyes shifting about seemingly at random. And then there's that wizard and their open relationship. Yeah. I mean, technically I think you can technically romance them both as well. But yes, it is an open relationship. We'll be getting to Octavia and Ragongar soon. Probably not today. We only have about 2 hours left, but probably tomorrow if we... Well, no. We need to level up a few times before we go get them because the fight to get them is a pain in the ass. I don't like the look of this old man. Looks like the kind who can cast the evil eye. Move along, old man. We give no alms. Who are you? The old man freezes for a moment, staring at you. I'm Remus, but that won't help with the fog. More pain in the ass than Ragongar. Ragongar's fine. Ragongar, I actually like Ragongar. He's chaotic evil in a way that actually works with the party. And you can get him to bump himself up to chaotic neutral so he's less of a jackass. What are you doing? Oh, ad time. We're gonna rest right here. We'll be back in a moment. I need to go refill my water. I found him annoying as sin in my playthrough. You didn't play off of him then, because I like some of the dialogue options where you actually run with his jokes and he's a little bit more tolerable there. All right, we'll be back in a moment. Found him annoying as sin. Ragongar's well written. He has a justifiably rough exterior. I think he does. Is the Ragongar y'all talk about another Asterion situation? He's kind of in a similar archetype, the bad boy kind of feel to him, if you know what I'm talking about. He's the token evil teammate. Well, I mean, Jaethal kind of also fills the token evil teammate role, but not in the same way, especially given who she worships. Ragongar, we'll get to Ragongar, as I said. We will get to Ragongar fairly soon. Probably not today. Maybe tomorrow if we make good progress. But we will see. We will see. Oh. His story is similar to Asterion, but he's less monstrous. As long as you don't indulge him constantly. And to be fair, I mean, like, it's hard to beat Asterion monstrous if you, if you let him go through like I did with his transformation. Like, that's going from 0 to 1,000 really fast there. Ragongar doesn't quite get that kind of moment. I have zero problems with him being evil. I have problems with him being a horny motherfucker. Oh, then you're not gonna like Ragungar. He is, but his is not like suave seduction. His is more like, fuck, killing all those people was amazing. Who wants to bone after this? Like, he's much more, he's a half orc for one thing. So his relationship with sexuality is much more like aggressive, shall we say. He's like a fusion of Karlach and Asterion, but evil. Yeah, that's a good comparison, yeah. Damn, that sounds awesome. See, okay, so you won't mind it too much when we get there. What are you doing here, old man? The man raises an eyebrow curiously. I do nothing. Breathe, walk, observe. The fog looks visible enough to me. I see more than ever. I've never seen so much before. The old man wipes his hand across his face and sighs wearily. But someone must look, and no one else can. Does that mean you can find your way through it? The fog is wrong. It hinders your legs, not your sight. I wish not to try. I have no more time to listen to an old fool's nonsense. Be gone from my path. Bold dog barks loudly, while cunning one readies to bite. Cunning, short, stubborn. He is now in the ancient tomb south of the post, searching for power that once gave joy and now brings death. You don't want my nonsense? You will hear sobs. You will hear screams. Once stolen, the land must be reclaimed. Once reclaimed, bound the claimer shall be. Yes, bound, merged, joined by unbreakable ties. Claim the land. Claim its pain. Claim its death. And that will direct us to where Tartusio is. If I recall correctly, that is, yes, down here, which we do want to get to. Can we handle that at this level? I think we can. All right, let's head that way then. I don't remember how all the trails work around here, so... Oh, right. Blackberry Meadow. You do have to mark these, though, because once we get our land, we'll be able to grab those as resources. Oh. Let's go ahead and fight. What have we got? Pause. Oh, there we go. Another thylacine. How do we want to start this off?
Waiting.
First off, pet, please. Thank you. Don't want to use a magic missile just yet.
Don't hesitate. What you want?
Miri, you don't have very good accuracy. Should we just form a firing line to start with? We might be able to deal a lot of damage if we do that. Let's just go with that.
Waiting.
I am prepared.
All right, so if I set that to you... Oh, there's multiple thylacine. Okay, we need to be careful then. Everybody else, open fire.
Enemy approaching.
There we go. Okay, that's one down. 3.9 seconds. If we try to engage with them, make sure our claws are on. Let's just go with acid splash. Yep, I'll run in. Ow. That's fine. Everybody shoot him. Please. Okay, we're all gonna miss. All right, fine. Fine. Switch to a melee weapon. Can't fucking trust you people.
Unworthy.
There we go. Okay, Valerie, switch to your melee weapon. Guess I have less problems with Asterion being horny on its own, more so with him being unable to say more than 3 words without sounding like he's gonna give you head anymore. Yeah, it's the performance. Ragungar is not like that. Ragungar is much more like, yeah, let's fucking kill these guys. Total dude bro style of talking.
All according to plan.
As I said, he starts at chaotic evil. He is not a nice man to begin with. Let's go ahead and skin that. Okay, minor damage. It's fine. It's fine.
Share your will.
Let's go ahead and head out. Random encounters. I like random encounters. Most part, I actually like random encounters. And to be fair, we need every bit of experience we can get, because it's going to be a while before we level up. There we go. The ancient tomb. Okay, now if I recall correctly, we need to be careful with this. There is a fairly large combat encounter coming up. Summon monster, protection from chaos, some gold, some jewels.
As it should be.
Yep, there we go. Tartusio's mercenary, Harim is here. Okay, so we want to
focus
let me see here.
on the
I'm
goal.
gonna need shield.
I am your shield.
You're still fighting defensively. Good. Jaethal, I want you to switch to your rapier. I want maximum defense.
Here I am.
Mary, keep the great axe. I'll have you rage when we start this fight. I think that'll be good. There we go. I've got my claws out. We're good to go. I'm just gonna down a potion just in case. Where's the cheap stuff? Thank you. Okay, quick save, just in case.
That is
Forward.
not far.
Move forward. Move forward. There we go. A gnome in gaudy purple garb seizes your attention at the center of the room. Of course, it's the scoundrel Tartusio, who you know from your time in Restov. The vile gnome is standing on a small hill, expressing his discontentment in every way he can muster.
Let me guess, you're still dawdling. Should I make some tea in the meantime? Bake a pie, perhaps? Plant a small garden and harvest some cherries? Perhaps you'd be more comfortable wearing fool's caps and colored trousers. Then at least I'd be able to sell tickets. Come one, come all! Feast your eyes upon the slowest and the most ridiculous buffoons in Golarion.
You know, it's truly a shock that Tartusio has managed to live as long as he does with how he talks.
Why hurry? The same end awaits us all.
Digging through a dusty dungeon, searching for I don't know what, and all this frowning. Scold, scold, scold. This is not how I imagined adventures with the future Baron. What am I ever going to write my book about? How we labored to open a chest filled with dust?
Quickly now, if we don't find that artifact soon, someone else might seize it. Someone who's standing over there watching you right now, you fools!
Tartusio turns his angry gaze upon you and he nods to his guards to draw their weapon. Lindsay, do you not think that this is the perfect time to throw away that silly draft and start on a real book? You already have the proper protagonist. Me.
Yes! I shall overturn a new leaf, and on that leaf I shall pen a wonderful, thrilling story of the victory of the future Baron and the bitter defeat of his malevolent, flatulent rival. Nah.
She sticks her tongue out at Tartusio while jumping for joy.
I see my magnificent rival will stop at nothing, even at stealing the servants of his enemy. Let us see if your fools are even more useless than mine. Draw your swords and cover my retreat.
Be victorious.
Man, literally. Oh, right. You don't have control of Lindsay in this fight, which means she immediately aggroes half the enemy party. Amiri, I would appreciate it if you would rage. Jaethal, I need you to go help Lindsay before she dies. Valerie, actually, if you could do the same with their mage, I will deal with the archer. I have more than enough capability for that. And Harim is running for it. Wow, did you miss? Seriously?
Me, please.
I'm working on it, Lindsay. Maybe you should have run away rather than... Okay, whatever. Okay, I'm pretty sure she doesn't actually die. She just gets knocked unconscious. Valerie, please charge the mage. Okay, that was great. First attack of the enemy, dealing 8 damage to one of my highest people. And we've... Did you just get one-shotted? Yep, natural 20. Jaethal got one-shotted right out the gate with an AC of 22. Gotta love it. God damn it. All right, she's fighting defensively. Please stop him from casting. Nope, he still managed to cast. Mary, oh my god, she's already burned through half of her fucking rage. There we go. All right, the mage is down. Valerie's almost dead. Because of course this guy got his fucking... There we go, he missed. Everybody missed. Everybody missed. There we go. Well, Amiri's already used up 3/4 of her rage. Welcome to low-level Pathfinder, indeed. Jathal's already almost dead. Valerie's almost already dead. And Lindsay... they didn't change her class, did they? No, it's just standard bard. Okay, I do have a build for that. Where is it? Lindsay, maximum support build. There we go. Let's go ahead and pull that up. Give me a second. I can't see the chat right now while I've got this up. I just need to check to see what they're doing with her. So the main thing I would do with this is because apparently the cannon build for Lindsay using the game's auto level is very bad because it tries to turn her into a ranged damage dealer, which she just does not. She's not able to do very well. So instead, what they're suggesting is go with level 2 Bard. We'll go ahead and grab the bonus hit point because that's usually the best choice for these kind of things. She gets 4 skill points, and they recommend 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so Call of the Wild does change things a little bit. We don't get as many skill points for some of these classes, so we're not going to have enough for that. I do have plenty of people who can do perception. What do they suggest for her? They suggest athletics? Really? Why? Hold on, I'm confused. Why would you... Oh, for the sure-footed. Wait, no, she already has sure-footed. Why would we do that then? I'm confused. So I guess the point is just to make her a skill monkey and support. Ah, okay, and then once you get enough of her skills high enough, you use heroism and inspire competence, which can take most of her skills into the 35 plus range. Okay, I see what they're doing here. I'm going to go ahead and not do athletics though, because we've got strength characters who can handle that. We're going to give her a point in mobility, a point in trickery. We'll give her lore nature because she also gets... Oh, do I have... Valerie has knowledge world. I have knowledge arcana, at least for now. We don't need persuasion on her, so let's go with use magic device and perception. And then they recommend... Wait, why is it saying to get a... Oh, right, versatile performance. Mobility? I think is... No. What? What the fuck is... I don't know. Hold on. Let me bring the chat back up because I can read this already. Sorry about that. Calling the halfling a monkey? Easy. As a bard, she's an efficient skill monkey. Yes, yes, that's the point. So it would be versatile performance mobility? She uses a number of ranks in the skill equal to half her bard or skull level. In addition, she uses her charisma modifier in place of the ability modifier the skill would normally use. Can immediately retain all of her ranks in excess in the selected skill at no additional cost in money or time. So she's going to get 1, 2, 3, 4. She's going to get all of these eventually. The canon slur for halflings and Galarian is called a slip. On the one hand, I don't see why. On the other, just saying that out loud made me feel like it was wrong. But we're going to go with mobility. And we're going to grab... Where is it? Wait, what did they suggest? Hideous laughter. Will negates, causes them to collapse for 1 round per level. Okay. I see how it is. I see how it is. Back? Welcome back, Britmouth. Welcome back. Alright, she gets well-versed, resistant to the bardic performances of others, and a +4 bonus against bardic performance, sonic, and language-dependent effects. I would suggest Grease if you use turn-based. Well, we're not. I'm trying to avoid using turn-based. I don't know. I just feel like I'm trying to go through it with the way that the game was designed. And I know that they did add turn-based later, but still. All right, we did bring up the scorched fragment of the necklace. We did grab a longsword. Did we actually identify the longsword so I can use it? Yes, longsword +1. That's just going to go over here to Valerie. There we go. +1 to her damage. What else is around here? Yes, after a mod shamed them into it. I mean, to be fair, I get what Alcat was trying to do. They're like, look, this is a game in the avenue of the OG Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate didn't have a turn-based mode. We won't either. The image carved in the stone is almost completely worn away over the ages. One can still distinguish a sickle, a sword, and a skull. Please bring that back up. With a single eye socket covered with a coin. If I recall correctly, these are all Cyclopean ruins. From the ancient Cyclops Empire. And on closer inspection, one can discern the outline of a head with a single eye. Judging by the outline, this bas-relief once depicted the sun and moon, and now it is almost completely corroded. Okay, and then you had another composite longbow. Yes. Speaking of which, Lindsay, you mainly use crossbow, so let's give you the heavy crossbow. That's a little bit better. As far as a melee weapon goes, we'll give you the longsword. I think you're capable of using that. Yes. If I get another... Oh, we do have a shield. Good. So she can wear that. That is put her at medium, unfortunately. Oh. Okay, maybe we take that off for now. It keeps her light. There we go. Eventually we'll get her a buckler. And we don't need the scrolls necessarily right now, so let's keep those off of your inventory, give you a little more weight. Leather armor is a +3. Your dex isn't that high right now, so let's go with something... Oh, that does medium armor. Shit. Fine. Keep the padded. Never mind. Baldur's Gate also didn't have things like attack of opportunity, which does change things quite a bit. That is true. That is true. Nothing else we need from here, correct? Nope. All right, we're good. So, Lindsay...
What troubles you?
Oh, we need to adjust the party. Oh, God. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Jathal, you and Valeria are still in the front. Then Amiri. Then me. Actually, it'll be me and Amiri in the midline, and then Lindsay in the back. There we go.
Follow my lead.
Now, if I recall, there are some traps and shit in here. There we go.
This requires your attention.
See? Hey, ancient Cyclops coin. Pretty sure we need those for the storyteller stuff that shows up later.
In due time.
I found
there we go. All right, Lindsay.
Anything is possible.
I would appreciate it if you could do this without having us a problem. That would be great.
Applause, please.
There we go. You will get applause at the end of the adventure. Bas relief of the sun long eroded. The vague outlines of 4 strange creatures have been carved over it. All right, nothing in there. Or nothing of real value. I think that's everything. Yes. And then this emerges out back onto the world map, or is it a book thing? Yeah, there we go, book thing. How sweet the first breath of fresh air after the stale, damp stuffiness of the tomb. Before us stretched an unending heath, replete with hills and gullies, patches of low shrubs, and already the trail of Tartuccio and his companions had gone cold. Cyclopean ruins, you say? Perhaps our halfling is the ancestor of their... What? Tenwin, I am not saying that out loud. No. What the fuck, man? What in the hell? You all can read that. I'm not saying it out loud. Fuck that. We would not give up so easily. Whether the trail had gone cold or not, it was one we had to follow. 6 or higher. There we go. No blade of grass was bent. It must have had enough time to straighten back up since whoever blast passed through, but the heath's dry earth preserved the prints of little shoes. Our eyes to the ground, we followed the trail. We walked and walked until we came to a huge gully, the dried up bed of a river of yore. But what is this? At the edge, the grass was trampled down and the soil turned up in claw prints, lots of them. We'd stumbled upon a fresh battlefield. Here, the trail split again. One set of footprints walked away from the battle and down into the gully. The brave footprints that faced down their enemies followed the path along its edge. Being unpredictable helps, yeah. We tried to imagine who or what left the claw marks. There we go. The claw marks were not deep. The attackers were small and lean. These creatures walked on 2 legs. The form of the prints left no doubt in our minds. We had stumbled into Cobalt lands. We tried to find any traces of magic in the surrounding. Traces of a spell apparently from an illusion school of magic near where the lonely trail descended into the gully. Okay. Yep, follow it down into the gully. To our surprise, we discovered that our little shoe prints turned into little claw footprints on their way to the gully as if someone from Tartuccio's band was wearing shoes and then either took them off or grew claws, then jumped into the gully to avoid the battle. Yes, we follow it down into the gully. The way down was steep and it took some time to reach the bottom. Walking on the loose soil was difficult, but the clawed footsteps were easy to spot. The bottom of the gully went downhill, deeper and deeper. Finally, the footprints turned, whirled up the step slope, and disappeared at the gully's edge. We couldn't but admire the animal agility and clever claws of the creature we were following. The slope before us was as tall as 2 men and ended in a hanging crest. Climbing such a slope would be no easier than climbing a sheer wall. However, a long, steady looking route stuck out from the ground from the top. Okay, Lindsay has a mobility of 11, so this is no problem for us. After tugging on the root, Lindsay took a deep breath, grabbed it with both hands, and began the descent. Pushing with her feet against the slope and grabbing the root with both her hands, she climbed higher and higher. Only her heavy breathing and the faint creaking of the root broke the deadly silence. Suddenly, dust poured from the top of the slope as the root began to slide from the ground. Keeping her wits, she shifted her weight to her legs and froze. After a tense moment, she continued her journey, and soon had reached the top of the slope. After catching her breath, she lay on the ground and offered her hand to help the next of us up. After climbing out of the gully one by one, we easily found the clawed footprints again and moved forward. The air grew tense. We sensed that we were approaching our target, and our intuition proved correct. So the exact origins of the halflings are a mystery, but given that halfling language has some resemblance to ancient Aslanti, some scholars speculate they were bred into existence as a servitor race for the Aslans before the Starfall. You risk your life for 9 XP. That's damn right we risk our life for 9 XP. Welcome to low-level adventuring. Oh shit, this leads right into a fight with a bunch of kobolds, doesn't it? Oh fuck. Do we even have any potions to heal you? We don't. Okay, so I'm gonna need you to heal yourself then, Jthal. There we go, heal light wounds. Or inflict light wounds, but you know what I mean. And then I'm gonna need you to down some potions as well, Valerie. There we go. Behold, the Kobold army. Yep, that's what's coming, I'm pretty sure. Fucking Tartuccio. Yep, there they are.
Listen to me. A dragon, huge, sparkling, flew down to me from the sky and told me a secret. A great relic that will win the kobold's glory is hidden somewhere nearby. Enough of this pitiful existence. Search for it. Search and bring it to me.
Honestly, I've never really understood the whole cure wounds, damages undead, cause wounds, heals undead. It's because cure wounds is distinctly holy energy and inflict is distinctly unholy energy. And it's kind of been just an established canon for Pathfinder and D&D 3.5 that unholy energy is needed to repair damage to an undead. Purple Toad is a pretty good voice actor, to be fair. Yeah, cure spells are positive energy. Yeah. In Pathfinder, it is literally spelled out as positive and negative energy. The kobold with an unusually purple scale stands a full head above his tribesmen, and they speak in a suspiciously familiar voice of the gnome Tartuccio. Dragon! Glory! Dragon! The voices of the kobolds rise in excitement. We know! The mites under Old Sycamore! They possess magic treasure, very ancient. I grow tired of your tricks, Tartuccio.
No! How did you find me so quickly? Tribesmen! Protect me! Cover my escape!
The kobold gives a start of surprise and almost drops the horse skull from his head.
Our victory.
And we're immediately in combat. Fortunately, let me see, hideous laughter. One enemy, that's not good. Yeah, unfortunately we don't have Tartuccio and his fucking sleep spell, which would be most useful. All right, how many of you? So we've got 1, 2, we got 4 archers is the problem. Go this way, Jthal. Let's go with a charge on you, Valerie. Let's go with a charge on you. Amiri, I need you to get into their back line and start dealing with those archers. Why can't you charge?
Doing it wrong.
Oh, you gotta move closer. Whatever. Lindsay, let's go with just move up and prepare to inspire courage. That's probably the best thing you can do right now. You mind drawing the swords, people? Let's go. Oh, they're all gone. Wait, they all leave? Okay, hold on. Amiri, you and Valerie deal with them. Jthal, you'll assist me with this guy. Lindsay, don't even bother wasting your stuff. Just go ahead and attack. No, ranged weapon. Not. There we go. Yo.
Let's try this way.
And Amiri already gets stabbed. And we missed. There we go. How much health do these things have? Wasn't there a way to inspect these things? There we go. Yeah, lawful evil. 18 hit points. 18! Because they do count as having a fighter class, which is another problem with the way Owlcat does their stuff here, which is they actually gave player character levels to every enemy, every humanoid enemy in the game. That is not how you do a D&D style adventure. That is a recipe for fucking disaster. There's an imprint in the ground near the empty chest. It looks like another chest of the same size recently sat beside this one. Got some supplies. I don't think there's anything else here. Or if there is, we're not finding it. Some of these maps you have to be careful. Yeah, because there's stuff out at the other edges of them. There we go. 10 things of port. Let's do a quick run around the map real fast. Here's the thing. Kobolds and goblins canonically are defined by class level. That's why NPC classes exist for the case of less significant monsters. Yeah. Ooh, ancient Rustlandic coin.
In due time.
So I am definitely thinking, hold on. Can we get you in lighter armor? Because your speed is actually starting to affect things. We want to get her in something that gives her the max. So hold on, she has 22 here. She only loses 1 AC with this, but she's going to get her full speed. And I don't have to worry about medium armor slowing her down anymore. I like that better. That is part of the problem with the heavier armors, is that you want the person in the front, but the person who's got the heavier armor is already going to be moving slower than you'd like. This being a video game, Owlcat only has to worry about building the monsters once. I know.
How
all according to plan.
There we go. Thank you for finding that. That'll be worth a nice pretty penny later. There we go. And if I recall correctly, this pops us up southwest corner. Did I get? No, I already got the one in the southwest corner. I already got that one. I got the one in the upper left and in the bottom right. Yeah, we already got the one that was down here.
As it should be.
Scare the shit out of me there, Britnoff. But no, we already got that one. No, it's okay. It's okay. I should have remembered before I panicked because you said something. That's on me too. Southwest. Oh my god. All right, fine. One more. I could have sworn we already got it all, but
in due time.
What a surprise.
There we go. No, you're right. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this one's just more alcohol that we can sell for money. That's literally all it is, but still. At this point in the adventure, we need all the cash we can get. Let's go. Okay, so we're doing okay on resources. The foreign fort is up there. We need to find... There's a temple over here where we can find our other major companion for this arc. Let's just go ahead and connect these dots up here. We don't need to go into the ancient tomb. Is it the film grain? Is there a film grain option? Because I don't know. It looks really blurry on my screen. Is there even a film grain option? Brightness, display mode, screen resolution, gamma correction, camera shake effects. It isn't an option. You need a mod to remove it. Okay, then that's just me. Yeah. No, I didn't mean to go that way. That was a waste of time. Boggart Hunting Grounds. Okay, we don't want to do that. I need a full party first. We definitively need a full party first. Ah, this is going the wrong way. The temple's somewhere over here. Maybe we should go to the Thornford first. Right, because there's an NPC there. I think he tells you about it. Let me see if we can go enter the Thornford.
Follow my lead.
Now, if I recall, there's one major encounter here, and then we have to deal with some... We'll deal with the exploration of the area after that. Well, I guess we can grab this one.
All according to plan.
Edible moss. Go ahead and grab that. Anything else up here? See, I do like this aspect of exploring the various maps in Kingmaker because it's funny. I liked it even before I played Baldur's Gate 1, but having played Baldur's Gate 1, it feels even more like the proper exploration adventure. Did you play this before they made changes to Act 1? I might have, but that was years ago. Britnoff. That was a long time ago. I don't even remember if I did or not. Like, it's been too long. Hey, some more supplies. Good. Doesn't look like there's anything else over here. I'm pretty sure the bandit camp we're looking for is just to the south.
In due time.
Be careful. Oh, I do love the fact that we can rotate the camera. It's so nice. Without having to be stuck with a singular, oh, there they are. Unfortunately, it did block us from seeing them. The dark-haired bandit is kicking the ground irritably. When she sees you, she squares her shoulders and clenches her axes. Well, look who's here. Requires good. Specific alignment required. Well, we're not getting that. They added the boggards in an update. The hunting grounds are fairly safe because there's only 4 hit dice enemies, so daze works on them. Ah. Looking for the Stag Lord's fortress. Perhaps you'd be willing to help. You can tell me everything you know about the Stag Lord and where he's hiding, or you can die. No. The Svetlana did ask us to show some mercy. We will give her a chance. But if she fails, we will kill her and all of her men. There's another boggart area that was added as a challenge. You probably don't want to go there. Yeah. I'm looking for the Stag Lord's fortress. Perhaps you and your men would be willing to help. Ha! You think I serve him for money? She smirks bitterly. Enough talk. Die. Who would hope to find honor among thieves? It would be a pleasure to cross blades with you.
Dad,
well,
you should be.
I gave her one chance. I gave her one chance and she decided not to do it. All right, Valerie, everybody is aggroed on you right now. Jathal, I want you flanking. Amiri, I want you flanking. He only has 2 rounds of rage. It's too dangerous to try and use. Rip Pressel. Yep. Hey, we're playing an evil alignment. And as far as I know, the only way to save her is if you are playing a good alignment. If you're playing any other alignment, she doesn't go for it. We're going to zap her with a arcane missile to start with. Let's let them get closer, and then I'm going to have Lindsay try to use her hideous laughter on them. Let me see here. We've got 2 archers, 2 melee, plus Cressel and her axes. So, Amiri. Let's see. Valerie, you're going in here. Jathal, let me see. +1 sacred bonus on all attack rolls. We're probably going to rest after this anyway, so I'm probably going to want to use these. True Strike, Judgment Protection. Let's go with Judgment. Attack. Amiri, once she's got them latched in, I want you to do that. You're going to Hideous Laughter on her. You come directly here, you talk with someone else, I think, so maybe there's another way. How? You have to go to Oleg's trading post, which means you have to encounter her, which means you can't come here before that. Are you gonna use it, Jathal? What's going on here? There we go. Attack. And then Amiri, I'm gonna have you run in.
I'm not doing it wrong. The spell is fly.
Oh, right, I forgot. When you're in real time, charge doesn't work very well. I'm just gonna skip that then. Here we go. And he's down. Very nice. Jathal, get in there and join the fight. In fact, if you got the +1 to hit... No, just keep the rapier. That's fine. Magic Missile dealt some damage. Good. Alright, they're missing for the most part. Who are you targeting? You're still targeting her, or you're still targeting her? Good. Sorry, Cressel. Ow. Valerie, hold on. Oh, there's another one over there, isn't there? Okay, can we please stop missing? Jathal, are you even attacking? How many misses? How many misses? She's gonna hit me. Yep, I saw that coming. Thank you. And now I'm being targeted by the archers. I need to run. There we go. Ow. Go ahead and down that, please. There we go. They're down. Good. Jathal, you go for that one. Valerie, you go for that one. Amiri... Oh, he is up there. That's not good. Magic Missile. And Lindsay, you go ahead and shoot at him too. Okay, as I said, we're gonna rest after this, so I'm just gonna keep using Magic Missile. Ow. There we go, they're down. And then switch to ranged weapons, and everybody start taking pot shots at this asshole. There we go. Open fire.
Tear them apart.
Come on, guys, please. I would rather not die here. Thank you.
Ready for anything?
Well, we tried.
According to plan.
I'm listening.
What is the shortcut to switch weapons? Because I'm getting a little tired of having to go into this every single time. You can, it's just not very sensible when they dangle Tartusio in front of your face. Ah, death is only the start of the journey. Yep. I tried. Yep, there's Kressel's, there's the ring she got from Svetlana, and there's the 2 masterwork hand axes that she uses, and the studded leather armor, which I do think is an upgrade. It is too heavy for Lindsay, unfortunately. But I do think, yes, it is a pure upgrade for Jaethal. That gets her back up to 22 AC. Yep. That takes care of them. Watchtower, the bandits seem to have planned this to seriously secure this area.
Follow my lead.
And then we have more composite longbows, which we do want to hold on to because we're going to need to equip pretty much everybody with some kind of ranged weapon at some point. Some random shit.
Anything else?
Thank you for unlocking that, Lindsay. And just some more random shit that we can sell. Here we go. Written orders. Let me read here. Kressel, a task. As soon as you're done with the taxes, find an old hut in the woods upstream of the Thorn River and burn the damn thing to the ground. It's the Stag Lord's wish. He literally said, burn, burn. It was originally going to be Dovin, but he drew upset when he learned nobody lived in the hut and said burning houses with no one in them was boring. So I said I'd send someone more reliable. It's a strange task, but try to finish it quickly. And no asking, what the, or why bother with this travel instead of preparing for war with Restov. Just, we'll get to that. Crazy that the game doesn't have its own rotate camera option. Yep. And then we have sweet pancakes that we can take, and notes of a traveling priest of Ithuliak by Tirandine. Imagine this, I'm gonna have to open this up. Imagine this, a girl whose name I shall not disclose comes to town and immediately purchases the most expensive suburban villa. This newcomer spends unfathomable amounts on charity, even returning several tragically perished citizens to life at her own expense. She's very young, her rough speech and manners indicate she's not of noble birth. This leaves the whole town wondering, how did this young lady come into possession of such a huge fortune, and why did she spend it so eagerly? Those secrets were revealed to me when I was invited to the mysterious girl's house to provide healing services. The young lady reluctantly displayed something she'd been hiding from everyone, terrible acid birds. She forestalled any question with a single word, Ithuliak. The monstrous black dragon's name was well known in the River Kingdoms. She'd lived in the region for hundreds of years, inspiring terror and emptying settlements. Many experienced dragon hunters had attempted to put a stop to her, and all had perished. No one knew where Ithuliak's lair was or where she would strike next. The wounds Ithuliak's acid breath left on many patients' bodies were terrible, but her soul was hurt much worse. The girl and her friends had found the lair of the dragon. They could have gathered hunters to destroy the monster, but instead they kept silent in search of profit. When the lair's mistress was absent, they would carry treasure out little by little. Ithuliak suspected something was happening, so she set an ambush for the thieves, and they were dealt with cruelly. My patient pretended to be dead, surviving while the dragon devoured the bodies of her friends. She had so much gold left at her disposal, but it came with such the burden of memories that recalled devastated cities and countless people burned by acid. Unable to tolerate the guilt, the girl tried to atone for ill-gotten gains with good deeds. I was able to heal her physical wounds. When we parted, she told me she planned to spend the rest of her wealth organizing an expedition to the lair to end the beast. I recently heard a rumor that the villa has been abandoned for quite some time now. It's possible the owner left for other lands, but my heart tells me her bones now lie in the lair of Ithuliak, the winged terror and plague upon the River Kingdoms. You see a dark-haired man of about 45, though the wrinkles on his face make him look 60 at first sight. He's currently a prisoner, judging from his tied hands, and he slouches a bit, squinting short-sightedly at the light as he moves his lips as though speaking to someone invisible. He jerks his head up as he notices you. Ah, praise Erastil! Erastil, known as Old Denai and the Stag God, is one of the oldest gods of the human pantheon worshipped in the Inner Sea region. He is concerned with family, farming, hunting, and trade. During the Age of Creation, Erastil was among the gods who battled Rovagug when he sought to destroy Galarian, and were eventually able to contain him in the Dead Vault at the planet's core. His religion dates back to before the Age of Darkness, when small farming communities and hunter-gatherers would pray to him for bountiful harvests and successful hunts. Legends claim that it was Old Deadeye himself who crafted the first bow and gifted it to humans to overcome the challenges of the world. Even as the accomplishments of civilization mount, Erastil continues to embrace and represent the simple pleasures life has to offer. Yeah. If I recall correctly, you basically had... It was... you had Erastil and Abadar, who are basically the gods of civilization and the wilderness, but in the good aspects of them. And then later on, Eroden joined in, who was basically the god of humanity specifically, but then Eroden disappeared. So you kind of... Erastil and Abadar are two of the mainstays of human worship in Galarian, if I recall correctly. Alongside gods like Iomedae and Shellin and Sarenrae, who are all about the various ways to fight against evil. Someone finally chased off those scoundrels. Thank you, stranger. I am Jod Kavkin, a priest of Erastil, from Galt. Those bandits attacked me as I was crossing the river, and said they wanted to take me to their leader and make me heal their wounds. Ha! Not a chance. The strength granted to me by Erastil is meant to help honest people, not robbers. Aradin was a human who survived Starfall, became a deity after interacting with the Starstone. His lifespan is incredibly short for a god. Yes, but he did basically become the head of the human pantheon while he was around. Hey, Harim is fighting evil, just playing the long game is all. Galt. This is our revolutionary France XP, if I recall correctly. A nation of freethinkers and radicals renowned for its brilliant poets, artists, and philosophers whose ideas have shaped the politics of Avestan. Galt was once a vassal nation of Cheliax, but after the death of Aradin and the rise of House Thrun of Cheliax, the people of Galt decided to throw off the foreign rule along with their own nobles who had colluded with them. The executions did not end the bloodshed, and within 5 years, the severed heads of the ministers of the first government would also roll down the steps of the guillotine. In the 40 years since, over a dozen governments have ruled Galt, rising and falling like the waves of a sea. Lawful evil. I hope you will not forget to reward your rescuer, old man. George shakes his head in disapproval. You think me some ingrate? I may have exhausted my supply of prayers, but I am ready to heal you or bless you once I have recovered my strength. I'm afraid an old fool like me won't be able to handle the mission that was given to me by Erastil on my own. How can I search for his temple when the bandits around here won't let me take a single step? I'll head to Leviton's trading post to rest and think on what to do next. Please, traveler, should you happen upon the ruins of the Temple of the Elk, come and inform old Jode. My gratitude will know no bounds. Thank you. Now we can finish exploring this area. I don't think there's any more combat here. This is the one problem with the rotating map is this. Oh god, can we turn it back to the north so I can actually see? Thank you.
That is
I need to make sure. It's good when you need to check on something. It's not so good when you're actually exploring because they, to be fair, they did design these areas with an immobile camera in mind. So need to be careful of that. I don't think there's another encounter around here. We might just make camp and rest though. The question mark key is the default to reset rotation. Thank you, Britnoff. Thank you. I need to remember that. And there's the traps. I knew there was going to be some around here.
I am prepared.
All right,
Just
Lindsay.
letting the ink dry.
Hopefully, don't blow us up, please. You triggered the trap. God damn it, Lindsay, run. Okay, Jthal, you have the most health. I need you in front. It's a summon monster spell, so we should be fine.
Despicable.
All right, everybody join in. There we go. All right, Lindsay, would you like to try again and not fuck us? Nope. Really? It's a DC of 17. She has an 8, which means she only needs a 9 or higher. Oh, it's still not high enough. Oh, well. Fuck me, I guess. Valerie, get up here. Jthal, get up here. Everybody else wait. There we go. He is targeted on Valerie. Good. And everybody missed. Thank you for not missing, Lindsay. Let's finish clearing this. Here I was thinking, there's not going to be any more combat. Skill boosting feats and abilities are good choices earlier, so low rolls don't fuck you. Yeah, I'm well aware.
In due time.
There's only so much we can do right now, though. Lindsay's our main trickery expert. I think Octavia is the only other one who's really good at it. It's going to take us a while to get there. Yeah, thanks for costing us the XP, Lindsay. Yeah, unfortunately. Right, I want you to reorient this. We should be cleared on this side, I believe.
Follow my.
If she has Inspire Competence / Lingering Performance, you can take quick hits of her performance for another boost. Yes, but I don't think she has Lingering Performance yet. We did not grab that. I think that comes... That's either a feat or that comes later. I don't remember. Well, Vers... Is that a feat we have to grab? That might be a feat we have to grab. Yeah, probably is. Yeah, we also get Inspire Competence next level, which will be also very nice. Which gives a +2 competence on skill bonuses. Jthal has the guidance cantrip. Right, I do forget that guidance was already a thing in this, wasn't it? Virtue. Where is it? Virtue? There it is, guidance. Yes, 1 minute or until discharge. Yeah, I should have done that. I mean, she still would have failed.
Time's not waiting.
Lindsay still failed that check by a fairly sizable margin. So, oh. There are more bandits. Shit. Okay. I think we could do this. If we send Valerie and Jthal in first, we should be fine. Yeah, let's send Jthal in first. She's got an AC of 22. Surely an AC of 22 will be more than enough, right? Surely the enemy won't get multiple crits on us.
Better ones.
Who's attacking who? Yes, they're focused on Valerie. Good.
How curious.
Guidance also works on saving throws and stacks with resistance. Cantrips can be pretty useful.
This is
Yep.
where I step in.
There we go. All right, everybody join in on this asshole. Take him down. Slice him up. Everybody misses. Thank you for not missing, Valerie. Or not Valerie, Amiri. Ah, low-level Pathfinder, where 90% of the attacks fail, and the one time you hit is when you deal 90% of their health and damage. Hey, he had a gnomed hooked hammer. I'll take that. The other guy didn't have any gear on him. We found a ring and a masterwork heavy flail. That's the two-handed version of flails. That should be, yes, a ring of protection. So that gets Valerie to a 21, or we can give it to Jathal and get her to a 23. So yeah, Jathal might actually be our tank for a while.
In due time.
Let's make sure there's nothing else on this side of the river. I think we're good. Yep, not detecting anything. No pickups. We're going to rest before we do anything else, though, because I am heavily injured and I would rather not use a shit ton of healing spells. Well, actually, we can mitigate it somewhat.
Adventures call to them.
Lindsay does have some healing left.
Yes. Share your will.
Jathal does not. You also don't need the dismiss spell and the aid another on here. Reject rage. I don't want you raging because you are a spellcaster.
No mistakes.
Same thing with you. I don't think we have any abilities that inspire rage just yet, but still, want to be careful. I don't think we have any other... Right, and she does not get lay on hands. I should remember that. The vindictive bastard does not get lay on hands. They just get smite. Do want to reject that. She also has solo tactics. At second level, Vindictive Bastard gains solo tactics as per the Inquisitor class feature. She can activate this ability, gains the benefit for 1 round. She can use it as a swift ability to gain for 1 round. She can use this ability a number of rounds per day, equal to half her paladin level plus her charisma modifier. Okay. All right, well, we're going to need to rest because Amiri has almost no rage left. We've used most of our spells.
Ready for anything.
And I cannot take a hit worth damn right now. So let's go ahead and camp. Oh, are we not? There we go. Set up the camp, everybody. Should we just use rations? I'm trying to remember how their camping system works in this. First of all, I need to see, what have we got here? Oh, sorry. Okay, so lore nature, stealth, lore world, and then perception is for that. Party meal is a DC cooking of 20. We could make some seasoned winged and thighs, which give us 1 temporary hit point per level for the day, which is fine by me, and has a much lower DC than that. Who has the highest knowledge world? 7, 6, 2. So if we put Lindsay here. We can use rations. Rations will save us having to use hunting, which hunting is what takes time, unfortunately, because as far as I know, the only way to do hunting and not take a shit ton of time is when you have massive bonuses to lore nature. Otherwise, it can take fucking dozens of hours for your person to hunt things down, which is a pain in the ass. And we can choose a special... You have a +4, -8, +2. Ooh, she's also one of the better ones for... Hold on. So who's the best there? If we put you in cooking, we put you in camouflage. Amiri sharpens weapons. Jathal summons undead guardians. 2 undead warriors come to protect Urgoth as chosen are allies. They cannot be used as guards in guard shifts, but will fight on the party's side in case of attack. That might be the best choice. Unfortunately, my perception is not very high, so... Yeah, news, healing spells, and abilities before resting. We can put you here and me here and pray to God we don't get noticed, I guess, is our only choice. I will get perception eventually, but we do need our first couple of skill checks onto Arcane so I can unlock Dragon Disciple. People never use rations as the only explanation for people being pressed for time to finish Act 1. Yes, the first time I played, I did not use rations. I saw hunting and I was like, why wouldn't I use that? And by the end of Act 1, I was like, dear God, I've got like 2 days left to kill the Stag Lord. Run, 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 run. It was not a good decision. Let's put it that way. All right, we're going to go with this. Begin resting.
I didn't get it. Why is no one hunting some meat?
We have some ration packs stored, Amiri. We shouldn't expose ourselves to risk by wandering here alone.
Of course, Amiri is bitching about there not being meats, and we failed to cook anything good. That's unfortunate. Please don't have us be attacked. We rested for 9 hours and barely gained any of our hit points back. Oh, right. They actually track the amount of time for this shit. I forgot. You can still hunt and pick up some extra rations, but without that, you have to fully hunt, then rest. Which takes ages. Yeah. And I forgot that this game does keep this game keeps full track of time. You have to actually select rest until healed, or else you only rest a standard length and barely recover anything.
I know what to do.
What you want?
Well, Lindsay, you're going to be using most of your spells to get Amiri back up and running.
Yes.
Yeah, 1 HP per level natural healing. Yep. Well, that'll have to do for right now.
Should be.
Rest is comparable to Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. Yes, but in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, you rarely had to worry about time. We do technically still have to worry about time right now. He wants us to worry about the temple, which if I recall is... The abandoned hut is up here. The temple's somewhere around here. We do want that because the companion we get there is good. As a concession to the player, if you get attacked while resting, you get a free full heal. Oh, really? I didn't even know that. And unfortunately, moving through the gnarl marches takes fucking forever. Because we move very slow here. The temple's around here somewhere, but I think we have to cross the river at some point in order to get to it. Fuck. I guess we could go there first. I don't think there's any combat there. I really want to find... What's his name? I can't even remember. Tristan. That's it. Oh, no. Oh, God. Except we are in the gnarl marches. I have a bad feeling about this random encounter if it's what I think it is. It is shit. A group of well-armed fighters approaches, one of them raising a voice and pointing. You, stop right there. Kalana, look at this one. Will he do? The group's leader lays her cold and watchful eyes upon you. This one, I suppose, but I don't like his snout. She studies your companions carefully and nonchalantly, as if examining goods at a market. This encounter is good to use turn-based mode on. Yeah, I know. Listen, you tramps. We are of the Technic League. Our slave died and we need a replacement. One of you will be coming with us. The rest of you are free to go. I advise against resistance. It would be a quick trick to kill every one of you. Choose now the one you will give. I like this event. I mean, it's a cool event. It's just... It's overtuned as fuck for the fact that you're a group of at max 5 level 2s and they decided to give all of these people character levels. There is no negotiation with slavers. Big mistake. Okay, right. And she immediately starts summoning because fuck me. All right, Lindsay, I need Inspire Courage. I am just going to... It's not overtuned. You aren't supposed to win. I mean, yes. Technically correct. Amiri, just go ahead and rage. Valerie, Jathal, focus on that one. Valerie, focus on that one. Are they focusing on her? Yes, but there's another mage and he's about to cast fucking... Ugh. And cause fear immediately cause Valerie to run away. Thanks, game. Hopefully that disrupted her spell. Just cast another one. Just cast another one. We need to do damage and get her out of the fight.
You never had a chance.
Thank you, Jathal, for actually being... Really? 2 damage? You piece of shit. All right. They've got her distracted. Get over here and engage. Valerie, you're back. Thank you. At some point, I took a shit ton of damage, and I don't have a healing potion. Oh, because their archer shifted targets to me.
Part of the plan.
And she just keeps summoning wolves, because fuck me. Luckily, Jathal's taking pretty much no damage. All right, Amiri, you go after her. Valerie, keep focusing on... Actually, no. Yes, Amiri, go after the... Oh my god. How many of these things do you summon?
Bring it.
Well, luckily we did, and then thankfully she ran away, which means all of her stupid fucking summons go away.
fleet.
And Lindsay has pretty much used up all of her bardic abilities in a single combat. Yay. Ugh. Well, we need to rest to full heal again. That's great. Thanks, game. Alright, an S-Stock, which is an exotic weapon, which basically makes it useless in this game. Because pretty much nobody wants to waste a feat getting exotic weapon proficiency. I don't think there's anything that actually spawns in here as far as random loot around the map, because sometimes they will do that in the random encounters. It's not often, but sometimes they will. Bum rush the summoner. I was trying to, but I suppose that is also part of my problem. It's a lot harder to tell when the enemy switches targets in this game. Because you're like, oh, they're targeting my frontline tank, and then suddenly they'll all be shooting at your backline. And you won't notice until said backline's health disappears. And oh no, her fatigue is already gone. Lindsay's already fatigued. Are you shitting me? We just rested! Or feels like we just rested. Ah.
All according to plan.
Go ahead and heal, please.
Yes.
We need a dedicated healer. I'm trying to find them. I guess we're resting again, because fuck me.
Time's not waiting.
He's only 12 con. Not her fault for once. I know, I know.
Focus
Do we
on
rest
the goal.
again? Lindsay's stats aren't that important. Like, her being low strength doesn't really matter. As long as she's not exhausted. Oh, wait, did that take her? It did take her to medium, which means that she's going to have trouble keeping up with everybody. Fuck. Welcome to low-level adventuring. It's a right pain in the ass. Unequip the sword, maybe. We'll go with this say... Oh, we don't have the rations now. Shit, I needed to buy more rations, I guess. Ah, fuck. Take you off of that. Put you on hunting. Pray to God that we do both. See, this is the problem. If I want to... How long does it take to heal? Multiple fucking days to heal. Holy shit. I forgot how brutal this system was. Alright, that's about the best we can do.
We will prevail.
And we got attacked while hunting. By bandits. Okay, Jathal's in the front. Amiri, I'd really appreciate it, Amiri, if you didn't get hit. Well, I can't get him away from it. Ow! Please stop getting hit! Everybody missed. Literally everyone missed. We have 2 additional units and we still missed. Well, thanks for the gear. Can we camp now, please?
Lindsay, what are you writing so diligently there? And why are you looking at me like that? Did you decide to write me an ode, too?
I think you walked past the old hut. I know we walked past the old hut. I'm trying to find Tristan and the stupid temple so we can get a healer.
Hey,
oh, God.
That's my ink pot. Don't throw it at me.
Have you not picked up on the fact that she doesn't want people to write shit about her? There we go. Okay, that healed a little bit of extra. Please don't let us get attacked. Oh, of course we got attacked. Wait. Yeah, the hut is part of the questline to the temple. Really? I thought it... Okay, I guess I completely misremembered that then. Can we just fall back and let the undead servants engage? Nope, they're not gonna conjure in until after the enemy's already there. All right, there we go. They're focused on them. Everybody focus fire on a single target. My character's not using his claws, is he? Right, because he was... There we go. All right, that's one down. Kill him. Kill him. Thank you. Ugh.
Would be nice, don't you think?
I'm working on it, Lindsay. Skin them. We didn't get anything, but we did get the meat, which is better than nothing. And I completely missed that the ad was playing. Again, I am... Ugh. Okay, we're actually healed. Good. All right.
I am prepared.
I have to reactivate my claws. Got to remember not to forget that. And we are given a temporary hit point for every level. Nice. Oh. Oh, right. I forgot. The insidious henchmen of the ominous Technic League have disappeared into the thick wilderness of the mysterious stolen lands, but not for long. Soon we'd be upon them, but we have to pick up their trail. To do that, we... Was that the Freefall Hill? Nice, yeah. The Technic League is a group of arcanists and other lore seekers obsessed with unlocking the mysteries of the Silver Mount, an ancient alien artifact that crashed long ago near the Numerian capital city of Starfall. Though they're indirect control over the nation's ruler, the Black Sovereign Kevoth Pool, the Technic League also has strong influence over the laws, policies, and economy of Numeria. Yes, because next door to essentially fantasy Holy Roman Empire that can't get its act together, the Riverlands, is nanobot alien monstrosities from beyond the stars being battled by an army of arcanist wizards. Because, you know, Galarian, kitchen sink fantasy. We literally throw it all together and pray it comes out looking good. We could use Knowledge Arcana. I have a +7 there. Knowledge World, +7 there. And Knowledge World is probably the best. Tried to find any locals who might have seen these despicable people. Failed. Well, that sucks. They are not let order a beer. In the whole area, we met only a single mushroom gatherer who seemed suspicious that we were armed, turned around and ran. All right, we'll try Lord Nature. That needs an 11 or higher. There we go. The henchmen of the ominous Technic League are truly insidious in the stolen lands of Mysterious Thicket, but true heroes think nothing of such things. We easily picked up the trail of those scoundrels and would soon find their camp. Oh, wait, that actually takes us directly to them? Oh. No, it doesn't. Thank God. Okay, back to the cabin. We will deal with that later. Supposedly how technology doesn't seep out into the rest of the world. Yeah, but it still doesn't really make sense given the way Numeria is. Like, there is straight up nanotechnology in that fucking place. They literally have monsters made of nanobots. Magical nanobots. All right, and that's weird. Why is it...
As it should be.
Oh, you are here. Please follow me. 1 second. Let's grab these herbs. Oh, wait. No. Grab it. I said to... I hate having to play the animation. There. Just grab them and go.
That is not far.
Even if they have nanotech, how would they even reproduce it without any of the intervening technology? The better question is, how does the nanotech not wipe them all out? There we go. Father, please. I looked for the herbs you asked for. There just wasn't enough to... Silence! You forget your rules. You speak when I say. Do as I say. Disobedience leads to... But, Father... 3 times! Enough. I can't. Enough.
In due time.
Staircase decayed and collapsed long ago. It cannot be climbed.
What a surprise.
Rotted wooden racks long ago used for the drying of herbs.
All according to plan.
I don't think there was any combat here. If there is, it's just like wolves or something. Yeah, there it is. Ferocious wolf, of course.
Done with waiting.
Let me see here. So fighting defensively does not actually come on until she gets in combat. So she technically has an AC of 22. Yes, she does. Jathal has the higher one though, so let's go with... Can we reach that from here? Almost. There we go. There we go. Jathal, get in front. I'll pull back. There we go. Block them all off. There we go. Everybody focus fire on the wolf. Amiri, go after that one. And I can't even get to the front line.
Stay behind me.
There we go. There we go. He's still missing. Everybody team up. And he shifted targets to me. See, this is the annoying part. He immediately shifted targets to me. And, I mean, maybe we'll hit him. I think one person... Jathal, please. Okay, that hit him, but now he's going to hit me again. Or not. We got lucky. There we go. Ugh. There are remnants of technological crafting stations and other things that allow the Technic League access to technology. Mostly they specialize in using the ancient tech that can be found in the ruins. Yeah, that's what I figured. And then there's this, which is Nugra's Old Notes. Ahem. In early spring, Willow's leaves are the same color as her eyes. His too. I barely hold myself from burning them out with acid. It's his fault. Despicable. Weak. If it were not for him, she would still be alive. He doesn't look to me. Looks away. He's planning something, I know. Have to gather forest herbs and make a hiding place. Hide my charms. He's a coward. He could steal and run. I'll punch it out of him. Everything hurts. I can barely walk. How? He'd never bring himself to confront me on his own. He says his name is now the Stag Lord. He says he'll not let me die. He'll let me go. He says I should not be calling him my son. As if I ever did. He told me to pack my things. We're leaving. He has his own people, his own fortress. I'm hiding the charms in the herb cache. I probably should not. I will not be able to escape. He won't let me.
How curious.
And another Rostlandic coin.
Follow my lead.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, the Stag Lord's dad is not exactly innocent in this at all. He basically spends he basically tortured the Stag Lord for his entire childhood. Where have you been? I told you to prepare everything for the ritual. You will never give me orders again. What? And then he smacks him. Summon your power. Or maybe you'd like to try the acid. I'm not your slave any longer. Not your toy. And then he kicks him, if I recall. Yep. Not your son. Enough. I won't kill you. Your powers will be of use. From now on, you'll do as I say. You speak when I say. Disobedience leads to punishment. Always.
In due time.
Small deserted timber shed. Got some more items.
Applause, please.
Masterwork Earthbreaker, Masterwork Dwarven Urgosh. None of that is very good.
That is not far.
Ah, my nose itches.
I have been waiting for you. The flowers, birds, and wind told me you would come. Oh, my poor flowers. They will perish before long in this bog.
The familiar outline of the nymph appears before you. It seems, once more, that only you can see or hear them.
Not many have heard a voice from above, and fewer still are those who followed it to a positive outcome.
Why don't you speak of yourself, my lady? I'd like to know more of my ally.
Do you really wish to know? Fine. I'll tell you a fairy tale. Once upon a time, there lived a young nymph. She lived in an enchanted forest, where 1,000 birds sung day and night, where the sun often left a spark or two hanging in the tree crowns, and where the starlight fell on sleepy glades like a glowing, soft haze. The young nymph loved simple things, like sitting by the stream with her friends, braiding each other's hair and adorning their braids with crystals made of dew, or watching the flowers blooming. But inside her soul, the young nymph dreamed of something more.
The nymph's voice is quite quiet but clear. As you hear it, you seem to sense the aroma of the forest glades, washed with the morning dew, mixing with the odor of a spring meadow aflood with blooms.
Oh, dreams. Nothing in any world can live without them. Even a seed that falls in fertile soil cannot sprout without the dream of the sun. The same was true for our nymph. She wished to turn her enchanted forest into a true fairy tale kingdom and fill it with thousands of wonders. But plans so ambitious rarely go unnoticed by greater powers.
New notes creep into the aroma of forest and meadow. You can smell the storm coming.
Those greater powers decided to punish the nymph for her boldness. They sent a horrible monster to poison the enchanted forest and kill the singing birds. The nymph was forced to flee, and finally she found shelter here in the stolen lands. Here she hoped to sprout the seeds of a new dream, even as she mourned the dream she'd lost. But then the magic mist appeared, killing everything that lived. And the nymph cast about, desperately searching for help. So far, these are the fairy tale's final words. But I hope this is not the end just yet.
I do say I appreciate the voice actress. She does a very good job. And especially when we get to later lines of hers. Could you tell me more? What evil powers? What forest? What kind of monster?
One day, perhaps I will tell you more. But it doesn't matter now. We need to concentrate on the problems at our doorstep. The Stag Lord, the Druid, the Mist.
I saw a strange vision. A young man and a druid who tortured him. But then they exchanged roles as he grew older.
Yes. The soil, water, and stones here are infused with toxic pain and fear. They poison this place as we speak. You have seen where your enemy's journey began. The one called Stag Lord was once the victim of a cruel madman, and has since become one himself. You see now how monsters are born. But what comes of regret for a thing you cannot change? There is no time to be lost. We must do away with the fog quickly.
What should I do next, then?
Search the area around the hut. Try to find anything that remained of the druid who lived here. I am sure the fog is his doing. This suffocating veil is as vicious as his nature. We should learn more about the fog and the ritual through which it was created. Return to me if you find anything. The past may hide the answers that shape the future. I will be waiting.
As it should be.
Call. I don't think there's anything else that threatens us here, but maybe there's another wolf pack. Can't remember. It's been too long.
What a surprise.
Go, token of a dryad.
All according to plan.
Some more stuff there, just random loot.
What's that?
Oh, there we go. Nurga's lost note. I went to the old Temple of the Elk again today. Wicked, gloomy place, just like my soul. It used to shine once. It is now hollow and horrible. Did he spy on me? Maybe I should lock him up. No, let him be. What can he do? The useless coward just whimpers and hides.
You come again. Did you find something?
I found the druid's notes. They mention a Temple of the Elk. Could this help us?
An ancient temple. The temple of the stag god. Yes, that must be it. The place of power where the druid created the fog. Perhaps we'll be able to cleanse it from there. The temple hides in a thicket not far from here. You'll need to go there and purge the place of whatever evil still lingers there, summoned by the druid's sinister ritual. Take care. You are my only hope.
Then we have our next goal, and I must continue my journey. I do think there's more here, though. Wooden house, time-worn, and apparently deserted. I think, because there was... Oh, yep, there we go. Wolf. Valerie, engage. There we go. Everybody else engage. There we go. Good. How close are we? Not even close to a level up. Nope. Ferocious wolf. Interesting that we can't skin that one, but okay. The ground near the chest is covered with culinary herbs. They dried out long ago. All right, if I recall from what the guy said in the note, go ahead and split that into 2 stacks.
Don't hesitate.
And then we insert one. There we go. And that gets us a short sword, transmutations and bodily poisons, and some cooking ingredients. Nice. I did remember that one. I did remember that one. Short sword, S-stock, which is kind of useless. Why is she able to wield this? Wait, what? I mean, she is. Plus, oh, she can't. Oh, the S-stock is two-handed. I'm an idiot. We do not want that for her. Where's that shield? Put it back. There we go. And there's nothing else in the house, and I don't think there's anything else down here. Nope, we can't even get there. All right. So that is... Wait, why is it saying... Oh, because we didn't select the skin. That's why it didn't. Of the exotic weapons, the S-stock is probably the best. I believe the other one that's highly recommended is the Fashard. The Estoc is one-handed if you're proficient with it. Ah. The Fashard I have also seen recommended as well for polearm builds. Is the mod change the exotics to be usable two-handed and one-handed with proficiency? Maybe. That was not why I downloaded the mod, so I wasn't really paying any attention to that. I'll be very honest.
In due time.
Bastard Sword should be the same then. Well, except she does start with Bastard Sword proficiency, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, and it falls under the martial weapons. I'm pretty sure, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. All right. Well, either way, we're done here. We've got about 40 minutes. Maybe we can get to the temple and get... Where is the temple? Yeah, I was on the right track, but yes, I should have gone this way first. God, moving through the gnarl marches.
Would be nice, don't you think?
All right, fine. We will make camp. Oh my god, I forgot how often you have to make camp. We need more rations. Like, a lot more rations. Jesus. You know what? I don't have much of a choice. I'm gonna go help Amiri and pray that that takes some of the time off of this.
Perhaps I will return to Keonan one day. Walk the streets of Idara. Find the wretch who reported me to the Elven Eldest and drain them of their blood, drop by drop.
Took 10 hours! Fuck! The DC checks for hunting are ridiculous. And it doesn't matter because we're barely gonna make any progress before we have to rest again at this rate. Moving through the gnarl marches is a pain in the ass. And then up. There we go. And she's already...
Nice, don't you think?
God damn it, Lindsay. Thank God your stats don't matter very much. We found the right trail. The ritual was held here, but be careful. There are dangerous beasts ahead. Yes, I am well aware. Okay, game. Okay. The other times you pop up stuff on the screen and I can't read it in time. Now you're taking forever. They're both guards of this place and tokens of the druid's evil magic. Please be careful. Can't stand this traversal system. I don't mind what they were trying to do, but it was too close to a one-to-one reproduction of the tabletop system, and that does not work very well. It's easier with time, but yeah, in the early game, it's rough. All right, primal...
How curious.
Giant frog. Oh, so primal is just their word for dire, basically. Instead of a dire frog, it's a primal frog, basically.
Adventures call to them.
How do we want to
You
do
have
this?
my attention. Give the order. State your desire.
I know what to do.
I need to return on my claws. I need to just put that on the hotbar so I know when it turns itself off. Let's go with a magic missile to start the fight.
Enemy
There we go. We take some damage. Keep back. Let our meleeers in first. Let them draw attention. There we go. And Jathal is already taking damage.
This will hurt.
No, go this. What is my character doing?
Let's try this way.
And right, they have concealment. That is going to be a pain. Everybody focus fire. Oh, good. Valerie got a critical hit. Nice. That made things easier.
Be nice, don't you think?
In due time.
Lindsay, you are very lucky I'm going to be replaced. Well, I was going to say I'll replace you with Octavia, but then I remembered Octavia has an even lower constitution. Because fuck me with the traveling system, right? All right. I know there's a big fight up here, which means we need to be prepared. I'm actually thinking let's +2 to deflection bonus. That might be a good idea. Large person isn't really going to work. Vanish isn't really going to work. Bark skin wouldn't be the worst. Just in case. And then Valerie has her potion of that. It's a scroll of magic missile, scroll of hurricane blow. None of that's really going to help right now. Corrosive touch. Actually, give me that corrosive touch. If you don't mind.
Time's not waiting.
Just in case, let's go with shield.
I am yours to command.
Go ahead and down that potion.
Share your
Go ahead and
will.
down that potion. These do not last very long. Let's get a move on. It also rewards high constitution, so yeah, if you use a mod that changes everyone to have bad con, it's gonna suck. I mean, it didn't change everyone to have bad con, and to be fair, most characters don't usually have more than 14 con unless you're going for a specific build anyways.
Be nice, don't you think?
And there it is. There's the big boy.
You cannot stand
And
against
yes, we know
me.
they have damage reduction. We have no options to deal with damage reduction games, so you telling me about it doesn't really help me.
Onwards!
Mary, I want you to hang back until the meleeers have their damage. Let's go ahead and try to fire off a magic missile. Here we go. Mary, rage, and engage.
This should do it.
Yep, he's down.
I see you.
Who's he attacking? He's attacking Jathal, and now he's attacking me. Fuck! Well, I've already drawn aggro. I'm down. I hate that system. He just switches to target me, and then I can't get away. And Jathal also got one-shotted. And we're doing almost 0 damage. How much fucking damage did he deal? He dealt 9 damage to her. How did she get one-shotted with 9 damage? She has 13 health. She was at max health. Or no, she did take 2, I guess, from that. Oh, that's annoying. And Valerie is stunned, and now she's down. And Amiri's going down as well. And Jesus Christ.
May I suggest another way to use this spell?
And she's down. And all Lindsay can do now is basic bitch spells. And she's almost dead. And we're down.
Miserable. Last chapter.
Wow, Tristan got back up and proceeded to immediately get bodied. And then Perma died.
This was not part of the plan.
Did it seriously revive us just to kill us again? Yes, it did.
I'll survive.
Wow, we do not.
I
How
always
much fucking
survive.
health does this thing have? I thought we were getting it close to death, but apparently not. Okay, well, reload. That didn't work. That was with the AC bonuses. Holy shit. This fight is apparently on the rougher side. Yeah, no crap. Okay, so that deflection bonus does not stack. About 80 on normal? Fuck. All right, Lindsay, I'm gonna need you to cast Bless. Scroll of Doom. Cause it to become shaken. I don't think that affects him. Shocking Grasp was useless on those things. Protection from Chaos doesn't help. We could try Corrosive Touch. Divine Favor might work.
Share your will.
I'm gonna have you also fight defensively and just maximize your AC as much as possible. That lasts for 1 minute. Good lord. Oh my god, we only have 43 seconds for that spell. We need to move fast. What else do we have? Amiri, you can't really do anything. I'm just gonna need you to hold back. I usually hit some other places before getting here. Yeah, well, I really wanted to get Tristan before too long, and apparently
I know what
that's not going to work this time. Try to see what other spells we might have. She's casting that. He's already using Divine Favor. We could give Amiri Potion of Enlarged Person. How long is that going to last? 1 minute. Great.
Adventures call to them.
And then
You have my attention. Give the order.
I don't think there's anything else I can do for you. Scroll Summon Monster. I will give that to you. Lindsay, go ahead and cast Bless. So you can't get Tristan Book 1 if you decide to hit Tartuccio first. Well, that sounds horrible. Why would you do that? He's
all according to
kind of needed to stay alive at this point in the game. All right, let's move up. We've only got so much. Why did Jathal end up at the back? Good God, game. Rage. All right, we're just going to start spamming spells. Lindsay, I need you to start doing that, please. Jathal, move in. Please make sure you're fighting defensively. Yes, you are. Can I get a inspection on you? Does he have anything we know? No, we don't. He has stunning blow. Would inflict wounds work? I think it would. It would certainly do better than our damage doing nothing. All right, rage, move in. All right, more magic missiles, just maximum damage. Okay, good.
Can't be over.
Did you seriously get... God damn it, Jathal. Okay, he missed. Good. Amiri is also missing, which is not good.
This should do it.
Try to... How much health does he have? I don't know. He's still missing. There we go, Amiri. Thank you. Turn that off. Ugh.
Resting would be nice, don't you think?
We will get to that, Lindsay. Shut up. All right. At least Jathal can't really die, which is very nice. So, go ahead and heal yourself. Thank you. All right. That went surprisingly okay for the second attempt.
I swear, never have I been so glad to meet a stranger. Even with the power granted me by Sarenrae, I almost lost. You have my thanks. Please, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tristian.
Tristan Unmodded is awful. Tristan Unmodded fills one role, which is healer. And quite frankly, unfortunately, because of the way the game works, that's all you want him for the most part.
A Sarenrae fanatic. Talk about people I'd be just as happy not seeing for the next 1,000 years.
A local nymph directed me here. She seems to think the enchanted fog in this temple was created by the druid who serves the bandit leader. I expect defeating the beast guarding it should cause the fog to clear eventually.
I have never spoken to nymphs, but I believe their assessment is accurate. The creatures occupying this temple are far from ordinary animals. The power that moved them here is related to the fog. The beasts hold the fog as anchors hold a ship dancing in the waves. From what I can tell, once the beasts are defeated, the fog should begin to clear.
You're wounded. Do you need aid?
You are very kind. Kindness to strangers is in short supply these days. But worry not. Sarenrae's priests are skilled in the healing arts. I can heal myself.
And how did you get here?
I was investigating this fog. I believe you have already discerned that it is magical in nature. I serve Sarenrae, goddess of sunlight. Discovering an evil magic that isolated living creatures from the sun alarmed me in no small way. I was able to locate the place the fog originated from, but was too presumptuous and almost got into the beast's teeth.
Well, we have need of more people who are able to fight. This is a dangerous place. I'd be more than willing to accept you on this journey.
I promise to think about your request after you deal with the beasts. But please, allow me to catch my breath for now.
I'll be back once I've dealt with them then.
This fog bothers me.
Right, there's more packs of these things in the surrounding area, if I recall. Quarterstaff, some supplies. 5 years in the Depths of Frost, Revelations of a Disciple of the Teacher Avalo by Surya the Wolf. Ludrigan, Vandalapius, and Daughters, Publishing House. Won't join until you deal with the problem for him. I mean, not surprising. I spent half my life in a temple of Sarenrae, serving the goddess loyally and blindly, never considering that no one, not even an immortal deity, can walk your path for you. I carried out her will, never stopping to think about what it was exactly or what lay behind it, the source of the kind goddess's kindness. Then an unknown preacher came to me and challenged the senior priests of all the great temples to debates. Some laughed at him and others defamed him, but many like me saw the truth in his words. We followed him into the Arthel forest, where he'd meditate for 7 years, gaining insights into the truth. And the teacher opened my eyes to the wise way, the path that the kind gods follow, and the common thread that unifies all their teachings and makes them worthy of veneration. Some understand it through the phoenix, in burning instincts and fiery will. Others the way of the unicorn or chameleon, achieving peace and silence. Those who have a powerful voice go the way of the lion and preach the wise way to others. And I found enlightenment on the way of the wolf, in cutting wood, carrying water, and working without thought of thanks. We also got a scroll of Call Lightning and some food. Most useful, considering we're probably going to have to rest again after this.
In due time.
And some more supplies. Yeah, I think there's 2 more packs of enemies around here that we need to be careful of. We need to let Amiri's fatigue wear off. Do not touch that. I know that that damages you if you touch it.
That is not
Avoid
far.
that.
Be nice.
Actually, wait. Does it affect Jaethal now that I think about it? Ah, yeah, no, she's immune to it. Aha! It sickens you. Close enough. Still, she's immune to it. Oh, and there we go. Primal Ferocious Wolf.
Focus on the goal.
I have no high-level spells left. My shield's about to wear off. That's not good.
Here.
All right, Valerie. Jaethal.
You cannot stand
Yep, there they
against
go.
me.
Right. Buddy. Miri is no longer... All right, I need Jaethal to get in the front. Valerie. There, here they come. Keep them from going around our flanks, please. Did you? Oh, no, they have Trip. I forgot about that. Well, Lindsay's dead. Yeah, we don't even have... We don't have a way to deal with this if they've just got...
Miserable.
And Valerie is now almost dead. Well, at least Jaethal's not getting hit. Which is good, because if she gets hit even once, and we're fucked. Unless we get very lucky, we are fucked.
Risk.
Okay, stop bringing the whole stat window up, please. Alright, we hit him, and he missed somehow. We hit him again. I forget how many HP these fuckers have at the beginning of the game. Jaethal, why did you not get back up? This condition can only be lifted by resting in a safe place. Well, that'd be great if we could get the hell out of here. Wouldn't it? We're baiting the enemies into it, but they seem to be immune as well. Of course they're immune to it. I'm not surprised by that in the slightest. Lindsay, you have some spells. I need you to heal as much as possible. I think the last group is some wild boar, if I recall correctly. I'm gonna use some of these potions. Can't use them on Jaethal, unfortunately.
In due time.
Is this even gonna... No, we're still not even gonna be leveled up after this. Yeah, levels 1 to like 4 are just absolute garbage when it comes to low-level adventuring. All right, there's one more group over here. You are still... No, do not move. You are still fighting defensively, right? Like, your AC should still be good.
Follow my lead.
But this is what I mean, like... In any normal TTRPG, if you had party members who were hitting ACs of 25 and 23 at level 1 and 2, most standard enemies would not have a chance in hell of hitting you. Meanwhile, Alcat's just like, no, almost every enemy in the first act can still hit you. Because fuck you. See what I fucking mean? I know it is in the game, but my point is that they go far beyond what the mechanics of Pathfinder's system were supposed to handle. You already have a system where going really high is one thing, but then you decided to make it so that you're already needing to hit an AC of 30 plus in the very first act to even have a chance. What the shit, Valerie? And Jaethal's down as well. And we're still missing. We're still missing. Everyone is still missing. We're gonna die. I've got a bad feeling. Please, somebody hit him. How the fuck is he? I shouldn't question it. Just please kill him. Nope, we're fucked.
I always survive.
Did I even remember to save before we came over here? I probably didn't. Nope, and it's level 5, which means days won't even work on it.
Yeah. This was
and I'm down.
Part of the plan.
What?
And she's down.
Miserable.
And she's dead.
Last chapter.
But again, that's my point, Britnoth.
Don't you think?
At level 2, 25 HC should not be considered below bare minimum. That's not how AC is supposed to work, and you know it.
Ask.
Give the order.
Okay, where is he? Where is he? There he is.
Request.
Focus on the goal.
Done with waiting.
I wrote it like I saw it.
Here.
Valerie.
I am your shield. I'm listening.
It's enough to avoid attacks, but it is enough to consistently tank. I understand that for the context of this game, Britnoth. But my point is that that is not how level 2 of Pathfinder should be run. This game assumes the player always buffs themselves and that is at least the PC is optimized. Demoralize applies shaken for -2 to hit, by the way.
Time's not waiting.
Who has demoralized? No one has demoralized. What are you talking about?
This should do.
There's nothing I can do to inflict demoralize.
I am prepared.
What? I have a Wand of Magic Missile, and I have a couple of spells that I don't think... Literally everyone has demoralized. What? Acrobatics, acting defensively, Light Halo, Restoration Lesser, Dismiss Spell, Charge, Coup de Grace, Demoralize, Persuasion. Oh. Standard ability. See that dark button? Yeah, no, I did not realize that. I never used that ability because it didn't seem like it was very good to me. DC of this check is 10 plus the target's hit dice plus the target's wisdom modifier. So 10 plus 5 plus 3. So 18. And I have a... What, a plus 8? So that's still only a 50% chance. I suppose that's better than nothing.
I'm listening. Give the order.
No mistakes.
Can you make an epic pose?
And we still missed. Right. Let's go with... We can't smite. Of course not.
Let us strike as one.
Alright, engage. Jaethal, let's try that. Please. Oh my god, get out of each other's way, you dipped. And she got one shot. Almost one-shotted. Thanks, game. That's great. That's great.
Calculated risk.
I love dealing no damage and constantly getting killed. It's great. Can we try to demoralize him? And we passed the check. Okay, so supposedly that should help, I suppose. Amiri, just go ahead and rage. I need you to deal some kind of damage. Nope. Concealment. Miss, 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 miss. And he's shifted targets, which means I'm dead. Oh, or not.
This will hurt.
And Amiri's now getting targeted. Miss, 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 and damage. And hit, miss, 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 miss. Small damage, small damage. 17 damage, but it's apparently not enough. There we go. Good God.
Resting would be nice, don't you think?
In due time.
All right. I don't even know if there's anything else over here. Yeah, another Dryad leaf. There we go. It's often better than Lindsay plinking away with her crossbow. It has a -4 to hit, shooting into melee. Well, yeah, because I'm not building her for a crossbow, but she doesn't have the spell slots to do anything else.
Well,
I think if you... Doesn't this do something now that... Yes, there we go. It actually heals. Thank God. Well, everyone except Jaethal. She's gonna get fucked if we try to walk her through this. Come on, work. There we go. Please, oh my God. I would like you all to stand in the water until you are healed, please. There we go. Good Lord. There we go. Okay. Now, Jaethal, you don't touch that because it's gonna kill you if you do. Okay. Are you ready to join me now? You could have helped me with this bullshit and we would have had an easier time. The Beast of Defeat. What now?
Sarenrae. Now, if my knowledge serves, the fog should weaken and eventually clear entirely. We need only wait. Perhaps somewhere more hospitable?
Are you ready to travel with me now or not?
You've saved my life, and I wish to repay good with good. I will gladly aid you in your journeys. Let us be off. We will accomplish much good together. I'm sure of it.
We have to go back to the trading post. Good Lord. We really cannot afford to be out here doing all this. Jesus.
Resting would be nice, don't you think?
Later. Alright, so he does pick up level 2 Sun Domain and Restoration Domain. So he does deal more healing and he does get some... Yeah, I do know they changed the domains for his class. What else does he have? He has Spell Focus, Seeker, Exalted of the Society, can channel energy 1 additional time, Improved Initiative, and Favored Class Cleric, of course. He gets the Sun Domain. Whenever you channel positive energy to harm undead creatures, add your level in the class that gave you access to the domain to the damage dealt. Undead do not add their channel resistance to their saves when you channel positive energy. At 8th level, you can emit a 30-foot nimbus of light for a number of rounds per day equal to your level in the class that gave you access to the domain. Any hostile creature within this radius must save at a fortitude to resist the effects of the aura. If they fail, they are blinded until they leave the area of the spell. A creature that has resisted the area cannot be affected again by this particular aura. In addition, undead take an amount of damage equal to your level in the class. Basically, you can never keep Tristan in the same domain as, or in the same party as Jaethal because his abilities will constantly blow her up. No fire domain, boo. It's still better than his traditional domains. His traditional domains literally sucked. At least now this is leaning into his 2 actual areas of expertise. And of course, Restoration. You can touch a creature, letting the healing power flow. You can remove the dazed, fatigue, shaken, sickened, or staggered conditions. You can choose which condition is removed. You can use this ability 3 plus your wisdom modifier. At 6th level, all of your cure spells are treated as if they were empowered, increasing the amount of damage healed by 50%. This does not apply to damage dealt to undead with a cure spell. All right. He has Domain Mastery, Ecclesiastical Proficiencies, Blessing of the Faithful, Channel Positive Energy, Restoration Subdomain. Right. Outcast domains might as well not exist. I mean, in this one, yes, they get a little more important in Wrath of the Righteous because of the way they interact with the mythic paths, but yes. Just give me the bonus hill point. Well, requires half-elf, which he is not. That's a shame. He also doesn't count as an Aasimar, even though he technically should. But let's just give him the bonus hit points then. Give him Lore Religion, and he's probably going to be in our party for a lot of this. Because he's our main healer and our main cleric spellcaster. Which one did I give Jaethal? She does not have... Jaethal's main thing is she has high perception. So I guess we may as well get his as well. Ah, they buffed wisdom. Yes, he has low strength, medium dexterity, fairly low constitution, completely average intellect, and then he has an okay charisma score to help fuel his channeling and a very high wisdom score. We need to get the fuck out of this forest. Please, let me get over here. I know that there's a ford to the river over here. Please let me get to it and get out of this goddamn forest.
May we have a moment of respite?
We need to get out of the forest. We need to get out of the forest. I am aware that we are exhausted and tired and everything. We have to get out of the forest or it's going to take us even longer to get away from this shit. Thank you. Good God. The entire party is exhausted. I get it. I forgot how slow the initial traveling is. I forgot how utterly slow the initial traveling is. Good God. Oh, right. Amiri's first companion quest. Listen, since you dispatched the bandits with such skill, maybe you can help us with another problem. There's a feral swine located in the northern woods, a normal wild pig. We're talking about a vicious, not a normal wild pig, a vicious boar. Big as a bear, wicked as a devil. Locals have been calling him Tusk Gutter. Many hunters have already lost life and limb to him. Vekel Benzen found his lair and went to kill the beast, but came back with only a single leg. He put a bounty on the boar's head, but there haven't been any heroes around here bold enough to claim it. I'm hoping you and your team might rid us of the monster. Hey, we're better than the local wussies, right? I want to bet I can chop off this Tusk Gutter's snout with a single swing. Come on, let's find out. All right, all right. We should clear the wilderness as well when we get the chance. We'll kill this Tusk Gutter. Amiri gives you a wide grin and slaps your shoulder. Yeah, that's the way I like it. Let's do it. I already have a poor vocal range for female characters. I cannot emulate Amiri's particular inflections at all. We also need to sell all of this shit. Oleg. Show me your wares. All right, sort. Short. Don't want to sell any magic stuff except, well, we're not keeping the gnome hooked hammer. It does deal trip. We don't really have anybody who can make use of it. Keep those. Sell that. Sell that. Sell the masterwork axes. Masterwork heavy flail doesn't do me any good. Again, keeping the good bows in case we need those. The Fashard in case I end up changing hers to that. All the rest of this is regular armor. We can sell all of it. Click, 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 click. There we go. Sell the jewelry. Don't need any of that. Don't sell any of our magical reagents. We're keeping all of these. I think we can sell the books. Silver embroidered purse. I don't want to sell any of the cooking ingredients. What is that? Artificial flour. Inkwells. Keep the food. Sell the quartz. Sell the pelts. Sell the book. Sell all of this crap. All the alcoholic beverages that we picked up. Sell the spoons. Oh, no, not the eggs. Keep those. Written orders. We already read that. Bicelicine pelt. Keep the rope. Sell the old notes. Flour and pearl. There we go. That should be everything. That's another 1,200. There we go. Well, we do have a little bit of money now. We need all of these camping supplies. We do not need 50 because they're 10 pounds a piece is the problem. They're 10 fucking pounds a piece. Let's go with 24. That gets us 4 full rests if need be. Do I need all of these bows? Let's sell 2 of them. I'm not seeing anything there that we need. I don't need the metamagic rod. He has a ring of protection, but it's 2,000 for that. We're going to find plenty of metamagic rods. Plenty of metamagic rods. Or not. Why did I say metamagic rods? Rings of protection. We're going to find plenty of rings of protection. We could afford the full plate, which would help Valerie quite a bit. We could also pick up... What armor are you using right now? Studded leather, which is already what we want. It has the max dexterity of 5, so you're good. Valerie, that would take you from a 7 armor class up to a 9. So that would give you a +2. That would let her keep up with Jathal as a frontline tank, and would mean that I can leave Jathal later when we get... Because probably when we get Octavian Ragongar, I'm going to drop Jathal and Lindsay for them. Full plate is a goodbye. It's valid until Act 2. I know. It's just expensive. But you're right. Same with the +1 shield. Yeah. Well, we can get one or the other, and the plate armor is going to serve us better for right now. So, thank you. There goes most of our money. Go over here to Valerie. Go over to the armor. There we go. Let's move that to your first slot. I don't think we have anybody who can make use of banded mail very well. Let's just get rest. Let's rest before I do anything else.
Follow my lead.
Oh, right. Svetlana. Found your ring. Cressel, the bandit woman who had it. She tried to kill me and died in the fighting. Svetlana sighs bitterly. And I suppose I should tell you the truth about her. Cressel wasn't her real name. Her real name was Irena. Before all this, she was the daughter of my mother and her second husband, my half-sister. I can't help but feel that I had something to happen, that everything that happened was my fault. She always had a wildness about her. She would wander the streets, hanging out with the bad crowd. Until the day she passed, Mother always complained about Irena constantly. Back then, it was just cruel games and strange escapades. She never hurt anyone in Restov. Her father didn't live much longer than our mother, so I decided to try and help Irena. We brought her here to the Stolen Lands, even though Oleg was against it. But once here, she immediately fell under the Stag Lord's influence. She never even needed to meet him. The stories and the rumors from the other hunters and bandits were enough to win her over. She would tell us how he was a real leader, unlike Restov's softies, Eventually she ran away and only returned under a new name with a pack of thugs to collect taxes from us. What's worse, she participated in the torture and the execution of prisoners alongside the Stag Lord's minions. And now, meeting such an end, I realize that she attacked you and you did what you had to do, so perhaps it's for the best, but I still wonder if everything could have turned out differently. Svetlana lifts her head. Nonetheless, thank you for returning the ring. I appreciate it. Now, if you don't mind, I think I'd like to be alone for a while. Yeah. I have seen that you can, if you do the good ending, you can save her. And she mainly, if I recall correctly, she helps you against the Stag Lord, and then she comes back here and just retires in the inn now that it's a safe place. But other than that, also, yeah, that's locked. And, oh, right, I can't control other characters while we're here, which means, son of a bitch, that means I can't ever open this. That's bullshit. Well, I guess we can in Act 2. We can come back later. All right, everybody rest. Yep, rested for 8 hours. Thank God. Don't know if you saw what I said before, but Crystal's origin story is just above average River Bandit. Yeah. If you're good, you avoid killing her, or if you go straight there and talk to Akaros instead. Yeah, well, but that would have meant, one, that would have required me to know about that. Two, that would have also meant we missed out on Tristan, which, yeah, that's not happening. All right, I don't feel like talking to companions right now. Jode, we can tell you about the temple now.
Serve you?
We found the Temple of the Elk and killed the beast there.
To be praised, you finally returned, my good friend. Christian told me how you helped him at the Temple of the Elk. Thank you for heeding my request.
She could die later on anyway. She's a bit reckless. No shit.
Filled with confidence that I've followed the will of my God. I would like to reward your bravery. I possess no treasure, but please take this as a token of appreciation.
Scrolls of Removed Blindness ×2. Nice.
As far as I know, your next target looks to be the Stag Lord himself. With the Temple of the Elk cleansed of evil, the fog surrounding us should disperse to reveal the path to the brute's lair. Of course, magic so powerful is unlikely to disappear all at once. Bide your time. Follow up on other concerns while you wait. I will gladly aid you on your noble quest. Erastil himself foresaw our meeting.
Jode bows piously. Do you now understand the meaning of your visions?
I trust in their truth. These visions, they were the voice of Erastil himself. Quiet but clear. Before all this happened, I believed Erastil had turned his back to me. But now, I see clearly. He has shown me divine mercy, for he has led me to you and invited me to aid in a fellow priest's deliverance. Lady Sarenrae and Erastil walk the paths of the gods hand in hand, and so must their servants as well. Christian is undoubtedly still very young, and youth is a time of naivete and confusion. But I see kindness and strength of spirit in him, traits indispensable to a priest. I sense that all that's transpired thus far is only the beginning, and the future promises great things for Christian and for you. This is why Erastil led me to the Temple of the Elk. Day and night I pray for you and for my young friend. May the Stag God lead you down the true path.
Okay.
As you wish.
I don't think there's anything. We can get his backstory later. What services do you offer? I can sell you various divine spell scrolls that are quite useful, even if you don't have anyone in your party who can read them. While you're in the settlement, or indeed any place with a cleric willing to help, you need only open your bag and choose the scroll you wish to cast. I'll be happy to read it for you. However, take care in the wilderness, for a scroll is useless without someone who can read it. To use a scroll on your journeys, you'll need a spellcaster whose magical training covers such spells, or someone skilled in magical devices. And I have to snooze the ad, and that takes me off the screen. There we go. Yeah, no, we'll talk later. We'll talk later. We've only got a few minutes left anyways. I don't think... How close are we to... Okay, we're actually getting close to leveling up, which is nice. We've got a lot to do before we even deal with the Stag Lord. We need to hit, like, at least level 5, I want to say. 5, as close to 6 as we can get before it's really worthwhile for that. And before we'll have the ability to handle him. We still need to do Bakoan's stuff. or Boken's stuff. I keep calling him Bokoen because there's a YouTuber I watch occasionally called Bokoen, and his name is very similar to that. Well, we're pretty much done. We are literally about 10 seconds away from the 6-hour mark, and I do have some stuff I need to do today. So I think we're going to call it a wrap here. We have started our adventure in the Stolen Lands. We've begun Act 1, making our way through all of this. I'm enjoying it. I mean, my little quibbles with the Pathfinder system are, of course, going to occur. I already know this will not be the end of the salt, but I will try to keep it to a minimum when we are doing this. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you to all the new people as well who showed up for Pathfinder. This will be our mainstay game for a while. At the very least for all of September. I will be doing some back and forth with this and Darkest Dungeon when we get to October. I did promise quite a bit of Darkest Dungeon when we get to the spooky month, because I have not played that one either, and I would like to actually do it. Although that one I have a feeling will inspire truly monumental amounts of salt if I know anything about how its combat system works. But for the foreseeable future, this is our main game, and if you're mainly here for Pathfinder, I will be doing Claire Obscure Expedition 33 after Kingmaker is done. But once that is done, I plan on doing Wrath of the Righteous as well on stream. So that will probably not be until next year, but just something to keep an eye out for. Darkest Dungeon will salt the popcorn. Oh, good lord. But yes, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me. Let me make my hard save here as we make our formal first entry into the Pathfinder series. Let's go see if we can find... honestly, no. I'm not up for a raid today. I need to get going and I got stuff to do. Britnoth, everybody else, thank you for being here and thank you for checking us out. I will see you tomorrow. If you are new, the schedule is just down below. I stream 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every single Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. And then we do our 6-hour streams until 5... Is it 5? Yes, until 5 p.m. Eastern on Sundays. I try to keep that schedule as consistent as possible. If I do make any changes, I'll try to announce them on Twitter or something like that. But thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me. I will see you tomorrow. Have a great one, guys. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. And if you do get the Labor Day off, like some people do, I hope you take full advantage of that 3-day weekend. Have a good one, guys. It means a lot that you've been here. It means a lot that we got a couple of new people in by switching over to Pathfinder. Hopefully some of you decide to stick around. Thank you so much. As I said, I'm horrible at outros. This happens like every other stream. Have a good one, guys, and have a good weekend. Bye-bye.